it's live. There we go. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for September 13th, 2022. There is no public testimony during the review session. We will begin with the BZ calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 38, 2022, 10 BZ, 55 Prospect Street, Brooklyn.
All right. So we were waiting for DEP and DOT sign off to close the application. And I believe we have received all the sign offs. Ms. Benke, can you please confirm?
Yes, that's correct. We received all the sign-offs.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Benke, for getting this through. Really appreciate it. And the applicant has updated the plan and has also included all the DEP notations regarding noise attenuation and DOT notation that there will be no vehicular drop-offs or pickup along Prospect Street and Pearl Street. So I really don't have anything. I'm very happy to see that we were able to get all the sign-offs. Any comments, questions from the commissioners? No? Great. All right.
There's the one note regarding the remedial closure report, which wasn't added to the plans, and we discussed and we could have it as part of the board resolution. So a professional engineer will certify a closure report at the completion of all remedial activities associated with the site, including installation of a vapor barrier. The closure report will be submitted to DEP for review and approval. It's a standard note, which we always have in the resolution anyway.
Okay, thank you. Can you please send me that note? Just
Sure.
for my, okay, thank you. Okay, so we will not add it to the plan, but we will put it as part of the condition.
Yeah, if there's no other plan changes, we want to help out here.
Sure, much appreciated, yes. Thank you. Let's move on to the next case.
Item number 39, 2019, 304BZ and 305A, 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx.
Okay, so I'm just scrolling through my notes. Give me a second. We have had several hearings. The application was last heard in April. And at the last hearing, there was a general agreement regarding the uniqueness. The minimal variance associated with the financial remained to be addressed. And the applicant has made a submission in response to those comments that were raised. Firstly, the applicant has revised the proposed plan. And in response, and this was in response to the comments, and the revised plan shows that the action before the board is much more modified and scaled down in terms of the number of waivers that are being asked. So the applicant is no longer seeking the waiver for height and setback and street wall location, but is continuing to seek a waiver of use in the portion of the zoning law that extends into the M3 zoning district, and also the residential floor area waiver. This is a significant improvement. And another part of the proposal is previous proposal had 2 towers. Now the proposal has been reduced, modified to 4 towers. And these are shorter towers, 11-story each, instead of previous proposal, which was 2 towers, 16 stories each. So this is a 11-story tower, 4 of them connected by a common set of corridors. The total number of dwelling unit, I think also is more or less the same. And it is well within the maximum permitted dwelling unit. And there's a slight increase in the total floor area, which is mostly in the commercial floor area. So the commercial footprint has increased a little bit, but the residential footprint has remained the same floor area. So the 4 buildings will be separated by inner courtyards, and to retain the distance between the legally required windows, somebody needs to mute. I'm hearing my own echo. Okay. Okay, thank you. The 4 buildings will be separated by inner courtyards, and to retain the distance between the legally required windows, a minimum of 30 foot is being proposed, and a minimum area of the inner court that is proposed has to be 1,200 square feet with a minimum distance dimension of 30 feet. The applicant is proposing a 30-foot deep and a 40-foot wide inner courtyard. As I said, one corridor will be connecting all 4 towers. So along the Willis Avenue, an 85-foot high street wall is proposed with a 15-foot setback above, rising to a height of 118 feet. The maximum height that is permitted is 120. So this, the fact that the building has been pushed closer to Willis Avenue, maintaining a street wall and then a setback, thus height and setback waiver is not required. I just want to put an alert that the sheet number 17 of 29, while it shows the first floor of the earlier building layout, it includes, it is included in the plan. And that is because that was the plan that was approved by FDNY. And this is really the FDNY access way. So don't, that has a slightly different site plan. It shows the site plan based on a 2-tower thing, but it has all the FDNY notes, and that's why that plan is in the complete package. So we need to figure out a way to make sure that that is just being read for FDNY note purposes and not for the site plan that the board is approving entirely in terms of the height and setback in the build form. What I would like the applicant to indicate is the passageway easement of 80 foot by 190 on Willits Avenue on the site plan. If it was shown, it was not very clear to me. So if the applicant could clarify that, that would be helpful. In terms of the builder's pavement plan, a builder's pavement plan has been provided. It needs to be approved by DOT and DOB prior to the start of construction. That's my understanding. So the next big question is the revised financials. The applicant was asked to modify the site value, and the proposed revised financial, the site value has reduced from has modified from 10.2 to 10.3 million. And the new residential comps were reflected, reflecting the new development projects that were used, and the comps were adjusted. I won't get into all the details. I have my notes on it, but I'm sure Commissioner Otley Brown has a lot more to say, so I want to listen to what she has to say. And if I have to chime in, I'd plug in my comments according to that. In terms of the deed search, the applicant has requested a single and separate deed search from the title company. I believe it is still pending. Overall, I think at the last hearing we had stated that the difference in this is not a self-created, partly because there was an intervention of a state entity that resulted in the sale of the property from the prior railroad authority to the current owner and such. So that however we wanted that to be documented, so then that's really what the deed search is for. So overall, the application, I feel that the applicant has been responsive and to the comments that were raised, and has modified the scope of the waiver greatly. So I am very satisfied with the response that as I understand it. But I do want to hear from the other commissioners, especially the financing, because that definitely affects the E portion of it. Okay, and in terms of the SECRA, I believe we still have outstanding air quality, DOT, WRP, parks regarding shadow, and community facility regarding school enrollment.
Correct.
Okay, all right. We have a sign off on noise and hazard. Okay, so any comments that we have, I didn't go, and also from LPC, any comments that the board, the DEP may have raised regarding noise and hazmat that needs to be annotated in the plans should be reflected. I haven't checked those, but those need to be checked and verified. So with that, Commissioner Otley-Brown.
So they revised the financial report, and I have one more outstanding issue that still remains after the revision. So I'll deal with that one first and then just summarize the other. The site value, I had asked them to take out the M3-1 value from the site value because it really wasn't being used. So it was useless basically and not having any value, which they said they did. However, their site value went up from 10 million point 2 to 10 million point 3 while using the same comparables and the same land factor. And the reason why is because the amount of M1-5 MX1 R8A land that they were valuing in the first report was 25,242 square feet, but went up to 27,081 square feet in the second report. So I think there's an error there. I think the proper amount is the original, the 25,242 square footage. And when you factor in the floor area and then the land value factor, you should get under 10 million. So if they can just take a look at that. The residential rents, they have used 4 new developments nearby, and they have very clearly explained the pricing of all of the units based on their size, their proximity to the bridge, the lack of the amenities. I found that was very well explained this time around, so I'm fine with that. The construction costs, they looked at the construction costs again. They don't include any sewer connection or site development or amenity build out other than the pool. So it's just the straight residential build out. They used Marshall and Swift category good Class B residential elevator building, which I think is fine. And as a result, the prices are back down to lower than the first report for the as of right and slightly lower than the first report for the proposed. So when you set the total construction cost against the gross building area plus the cellar, you're somewheres around $350 a square foot for both the as of right and the proposed, and I'm fine with that, especially considering that those construction costs have the pile cost adjustment added into them already. I won't speak on the special remediation costs other than to say that they have been reduced from both the first and the second report, but I'll leave Commissioner Shetta to discuss that. And the cap rates used were a blend of the residential and the retail in both, and they were 5.85 and 5.4. Didn't work for the as of right, which had only a 3.8 fallout cap rate, but it does work for the proposed. So all in all, the income does go down in both reports, as does the construction costs. And now the construction costs are grounded in the Marshall and Swift. So I'm actually fine with it if they just review the site value and make the correction to the square footage.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that the construction cost that the applicant has proposed, and I'm going back to my days at HPD where, this seems to be very well within it. It's actually more reasonable. We have seen some higher numbers when we were doing some federally funded projects in HPD. So, yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Sorry, forgive me for that. I have a congested nose since I don't know. But yeah, I agree that the application is now much better than before, than initially started. The proposal is significantly more reasonable ask. From day one, I was at the opinion that the uniqueness of the site is not mainly governed by the remediation cost. Here we go today is the remediation cost is about $970,000, and the shortage in the return is more or less on the order of 7%, which is about 25 million. So even if you totally eliminate the remediation cost, you say you don't have any remediation at all, almost you will get negative return based on the financial submitted of about 24 million. I was of the opinion that the uniqueness of this site is governed by the shape, which is very rectangular. The aspect ratio of this site is I never seen something similar before. For the sake of that, like future applications that's going to be based on remediation, I would advise the members of the board to look at one of the cases that was submitted, that was looked at yesterday. It's a hotel and it was for common law vesting, I guess. The remediation cost was about 2 million, and the property size was very comparable to the current one, and it never been claimed that there is a uniqueness there based on remediation. So I would suggest that the applicant withdraw the claim that this site is unique based on remediation. That doesn't mean that I'm asking them to remove the cost of the remediation. No, just leave it there, but just don't say that this site is unique based on environmental conditions. Other than that, I believe the application now is very reasonable and I'm satisfied with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Shibata?
Thank you, Chair. I have no further comments. I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay, great. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Next item, please.
Sorry. Item number 40, 2020-36BZ, 8401 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. The application was last heard on February 8th. It was the initial hearing, and the applicant has made a submission in response to comments that were raised at the last hearing. A revised plan has been submitted with that shows the 2 additional parking spaces are being added that would be located along East 84th Street, and these 2 spaces would be used for vehicles awaiting services. I had raised this question at the initial hearing based on what I saw from the site photos and Google Street View, that there were more vehicles parked on the street, but the total number of parking spaces that were identified on the plan were less than that. And the applicant has modified the plan accordingly to add a couple of more parking spaces where feasible to accommodate the increased number of vehicles that are parked on the site. The applicant was also asked to provide a maneuverability plan for the tractor trailers. That was provided. The signage has been revised to comply with the C2 zoning district. Regarding perishable trash, at the last hearing, the board had asked the applicant to provide an outdoor refrigerated enclosure. The applicant states that it is not applicable since such an enclosure has been used for schools with cafeteria, and the existing operation is not comparable since it is a gas with a convenience store. Also, the convenience store floor area is 1,237 square feet, which includes the food prep area. And that it is less than what the TPPN allows as a maximum, which is 2,500 square feet. So all in all, what the applicant is saying is that the footprint of the food preparation area, and it being a convenience store, which we have seen with many gas stations, Dunkin' Donuts or 7-Eleven and such, it's a very small area and therefore does not require an outdoor refrigerator enclosure. I would only suggest that instead of having an outdoor a refrigerated enclosure, this is not a full out restaurant. This is a very small footprint of a place where food is being prepared. The applicant should make a provision to have those under the counter, like we have seen in some of these other schools, where
Right.
they have an under the counter small refrigerator that you can kind of pack in. And if that is possible, the applicant should try to accommodate, and that can be accommodated within the footprint of the building. It's more like an under the counter kind of thing. And I also would like to know how often the trash pickup occurs from this site. With regards to the lumen, the adjacent building has an animal hospital at the ground floor with a residential above. The operator of the animal hospital has been was reached out, and I think the animal hospital operator reached out to the residential tenant, and it seems there aren't any issues that were raised by either the animal hospital operator or the resident above the hospital. So I would suggest that the applicant add a note to the plan. Similarly, what has been stated for the last couple of hearings, that is lumen should be added, oh my God, I am reading my notes totally incorrectly, that all light sources located adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view to minimize any adverse effect on surrounding properties. And should there be any change in operator and usage of the abutting building, and the neighbors express concern about the lumen spread, the applicant should act immediately and modify the lumen spread extending into the residential property. So then the question came up based on what DOT, since this is a new special permit, the application was sent to DOT, and the DOT, I won't get into the detail of it, but the DOT is requesting a full out review of the case as if it's a new facility. However, as we know, this is an operation that has been at this location since when? Since 1931. And it's the same use that's been at this location. It did expand, but that was approved by the prior board and had gone through its own round of environmental review then. So I am sympathetic to the statement the applicant has made. Please, somebody has their mic on. Okay, thank you. So I'm sympathetic to the statement the applicant has made, but for the process, the use has been, as I mentioned, has been in operation prior to the BSA grant, and it is a continuation of that same use with no change in the site plan or operation that would warrant a change in a vehicular flow to and from the site. Now, the applicant had a choice, I think, of either coming in under SOC, extension of term, or special permit. And I think this is the trade-off of doing the special permit because it does then trigger the environmental review. So I think this kind of fell right in the middle of some of the changes that were happening. So I'm kind of sympathetic on this one, but I think going forward, any applicant who is proposing or considering to do a special permit for or instead of an extension of term, I think the applicants need to be very, very aware of the possibility of the SECRA review and what that may and how that may unfold. Is not something that we can predict because it is up to the other agencies' review. So those are my comments. Commissioner Otley Brown.
In response to their statement that they don't want to install the refrigerated trash enclosure, I'm sympathetic to that because I think that, like you said, it's not one of the larger convenience stores with 1,190 square foot selling floor and about 240 square feet of food prep area. It really doesn't generate the high volume of waste that you would see in other types of uses that might require it. So I agree with you there. Also, let's say that this is a Bola Market, and the Bola Market franchise happens to be very good neighbors in terms of their surroundings, the conditions on site, and how it actually appears in the neighborhood. And so I would be willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that they could manage their trash operations in such a way that it wouldn't be a nuisance to the neighborhood.
Okay.
And that's the only comment basically that I have to add.
What about the secret thing? Where do you?
I'm going to defer to you on the secret issue. I agree with you that this was in existence and it shouldn't undergo the same examination as if it were a totally brand new use. But, I'll defer to the experts on the actual policy issues involved.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have no further comments to add.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you. So I was hoping that we could perhaps reach out to DOT and see if we can resolve the seeker issue. I agree with you, Chair. I don't see a reason why they have to undergo this full review.
That is something very much, I think, as a larger policy discussion, we are considering.
Okay. So I have no further comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Right.
I'm sorry. Item number 41, 2021 55BZ, 13416 35th Avenue, Queens. Just as an aside, we did receive something from Community Board 7 last night, which I forwarded to the commissioners, just in case anyone hadn't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Tony. I did see it. The application was last heard on August 9th. And applicant has provided its response to the comments that were raised. One of the comments that were raised about clarification about the conical surface, and specifically it was regarding the representation of the conical surface on the plan. And the applicant's consultant, Clyde Pittman, confirmed that and provided an explanation to how the conical surface is analyzed and what portion of the conical surface is really critical. It is the area between the 10,000 and 15,000 is where the conical surface applies and is valid. So I always appreciate the explanations that are provided by Mr. Pittman. I'm always learning something about this field. And we also received a revised site plan on 9/12, which reflects.
Thank you. Yes.
Which reflects the corrections that were asked regarding the conical surface. We also received a letter from the engineer stating that the excavation and the foundation work is complete and there will be no further soil disturbance. The construction did commence and that commenced was based on a DOB approved plan for an as-of-right construction. So though this is a type 2 action, I think there is, my understanding is that any development abutting a designated landmark building or a historic building, even if it's an as-of-right development, does require, and we are trying to verify that, requires some kind of like a blessing, if you want to call it, from LPC prior to construction, and that is based on I think what the applicant cites in the DOB submission. So I'm just stating that as what I understand it. I could be wrong, and anybody can please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Now, the reason I'm saying that is I think it's my understanding, and Ms. Benke, please correct me, LPC has requested a protection plan,
Correct.
and regardless, and that's why I stated what I said, I think regardless of a discretionary action, I think the applicant is required to coordinate with the LPC, and we are trying to verify that. So until we get that confirmation, I still think, given that it is before us and LPC has flagged it, and we do know the abutting building is a designated landmark building, the applicant needs to coordinate with LPC regarding the protection plan, and that needs to be documented. So that's one. The other part is, as you know, we were expecting public participation from the neighbors because we had heard a lot of concerns. I hope they can, they are aware that today also we have a hearing, and they should be willing to join. They should join in and express whatever their concerns and thoughts are. We appreciate those comments. There will be an interpreter present to facilitate the discussion. And I do appreciate the applicant, as we requested, did post a note regarding today's hearing. In addition, as Ms. Matias mentioned, we did receive an email from the community board last night about a meeting that was held with the applicant last evening at the community board. And I think there is a little bit of a confusion as to what really the project is going to be. What I would say is that the action that is before the board is the height limit that has been set by FAA, which is very specific to the subject site. Any change in the zoning lot and location of the development that was not assessed by FAA would require a new FAA approval, and also therefore a special permit from the BSA. As long as the development on the subject site remains below the FAA height limit on the subject site, that is the footprint that is before us. That's what I mean by subject site. If the zoning lot enlarges, it's not the subject site has enlarged. As long as the development on the subject site remains below the development on the subject site remains below the FAA height limits on the subject site as prescribed by FAA, the bulk is pursuant to the underlying regulations, and the board has no say on that matter. So if there is a transfer of floor area from an abutting lot to the subject lot, the height of the building on the subject lot has to stay within the FAA envelope. However, I would strongly advise the applicant, given the concerns that that has been raised by the community board and the neighbors regarding the project, the applicant must maintain an open line of communication with the community board and the neighborhood regarding the project. The more clarity, more transparency there is, better it would be for the applicant, less complaints, and there will be less issues that would get flagged and disruption. So it is an advice, and it does benefit when you have an open and clear line of communications with the neighbors and the community board. So and given the confusion that is arising from all of this, I strongly advise that the applicant take that and carry that forward. So those are my comments. Commissioner Otley-Brown?
I'm satisfied with Mr. Pittman's explanations, and I have no questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta. Can't hear you, Commissioner Shetta. You're
You're muted, sorry.
Sorry, I apologize. Yes, I was saying that I got the explanations from Mr. Pittman. However, these explanations confirm my understanding to that diagram. I did convey my ideas, and I was under the impression that the board is in communication with the applicant to either remove that section diagram or modify it as per Mr. Pittman's explanation.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I thought it was just a change in the plan. I apologize.
Yes, it's a change in the section diagram on the plan. Yes, that's all.
Oh, okay.
Did they do that and submit it? I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it was submitted.
On
I-
9/13, have you looked at the latest submission, 9/13?
I didn't see that. Maybe I missed it. If it was submitted, then I'm fine. I'll take a look at it, and during the hearing, if I believe there is something. But apart from that, I didn't have any other issues with the application. I'm satisfied with it.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Commissioner Shabeta.
I found the submission enlightening. I'm satisfied with the application. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner June.
Thank you. I have no further comments on the project, but maybe during the public testimony, because the community board seemed to express some confusion about the nature of the Northern Boulevard building, which recently changed from 6 stories to 2 stories. That is not part of what's before the board, but this could be an opportunity to explain and clarify some of that confusion to some of the public that will be in attendance today. And that's only a recommendation to help clarify the story.
Sure. Yes, I think as you pointed out, the entire zoning lot is a through lot, and the 35th Avenue has the taller portion, and the building on the Northern Boulevard portion, as the plans that submitted to BSA is, I believe, is a 2-story building. However, FAA in his analysis looked at all the 4 or 5 corners. I think how many corners FAA looked at? It looked at several points. 6 is points.
I'm not sure. I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry.
11 points.
11. Sorry.
So FAA approved 11 points on the zoning lot. So basically, because of the height and how the slope affects, not all points have this, and the slope of the site, not all of them have the same height limits. So it varies from point to point. As long as the building, even on the Northern Boulevard, if it goes up to 6 stories, it has to stay within those points that's been identified. And yes, a clarification would be helpful. And if that requires a revision to the plans that have been submitted, the applicant, this would be the time to do it, because I will not be comfortable closing this until we have an LPC sign off regarding the protection plan, which the applicant needs to work with with LPC.
Yeah, and just to clarify my statement, it's the submitted plans previously showed that 6-story building. The ones that were submitted on, I guess, yesterday showed the 2-story building. And the community
okay.
board also noted that the story seemed to change at last night's testimony. So maybe this would be an opportunity to explain why that building has shrunk down to 2 stories on the latest plans.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I was under the impression it was a 2-story, but okay, so it has switched from 2 to 6 to 2 to 6. Okay, all right. Whatever it is, we need to know and should be reflected in the plan. As simple as that. Okay, thank you. All right.
Move on.
Yes, let's move on.
New
Everybody-
cases. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
New cases, item number 42, 23315 BZ, 4540 Vernon Boulevard, Queens.
So we have received proof of service for initial filing and hearing. This application was filed a long time ago. So there was a hearing that was held at the community board in 2016. And at the community board, the application was disapproved based on the fact that it did not meet the findings of 7221. And there were no commitments that were made to the inclusion of community facility space or was any affordable housing defined. We also received several letters, opposition letters from the neighbors from 2016, and also recently, I think we received a few more opposition letter. And basically, the opposition is that the applicant did not consider a full realm of as of right, including conversion of the property to innovative economy and shared office space that some of the buildings in the neighborhood of Long Island City have seen, like the Falchi building or the factory. Brownfield cleanup is needed only in the Paragon Paint building and not in the two sites to the north. There is an incentive for brownfield cleanup. Consider reducing the height and the density. Site is not in a waterfront site as those along East River. 28-story building is out of character, will cast a shadow on the Murray Playground. It would set a precedent for other development in the area. The proposed alteration to counter the proposed alteration since the flood zone with flood and other parts of the neighborhood and parking area, those are issues. Need a comprehensive plan for the development around Hannibal Basin that addresses infrastructure, transportation, parking, school, industrial history, and neighborhood being built. I read all of these out because I think the comments that we're getting from the community has been over the years. So I just wanted to kind of put it all together as the range of comments that the community has raised. The applicant also met with the community board in 2022 and presented the revised plan that is before us. And community board again voted in June of this year on the revised application and opposed the application for failure to meet each of the 5 findings, despite the benefit of the remediation of a contaminated site and the addition of the city planning required waterfront green space. We did receive 2 letters of support from neighbors, and though I think parking has been stated as a concern and adequate off-street parking needs to be addressed. So the action before us is a variance for use and bulk regulations applicable in the waterfront area for a mixed use 23-story residential building and a commercial use. The waiver the applicant is seeking, as I mentioned, is a use waiver. And there are other regulatory controls. This being there is the waterfront setback requirement from the shoreline. It exceeds it exceeds the maximum building height, the tower size, and maximum residential. So I just want to go to what the site consists of. The site consists of 3 buildings. It's an L-shaped site with frontage on Vernon and on 46th Avenue. There are 3 buildings on this site. There is a 4-story former factory for the Paragon Paint, which is fronting on Vernon Boulevard. I just want to orient everybody on it. And a 3-story warehouse that is fronting on 46th Avenue and a 1-story manufacturing building that is fronting on Vernon Boulevard. The site is in a flood zone, AE 12 and AE 11, which requires a 12-foot plus 2 design flood elevation per Appendix G. The applicant is proposing to convert the Paragon building for residential use and build a new residential tower on the west side behind the Paragon building. The warehouse building on 46th Avenue and Vernon Boulevard, those 2 buildings will be demolished. My question is, since the Paragon building had, so the other thing that I forgot to mention is that this building, especially the Paragon building, was in the brownfield cleanup, and it went through a track for remediation. and the remediation has taken place. And I believe state DEC has reviewed has given a certificate of completion under the brownfield cleanup program, and the remediation work is complete, and the applicant has filed for the tax credit. And as part of that, portion of the site preparation, I think the site preparation was audited. So all in all, remediation has taken place. So my question with regards to the proposed is that since the Paragon building had extensive contamination, would it have been beneficial to demolish it and provide for a less compromised site? And was it initially contemplated to be used for commercial office? Because my understanding, it is not a designated historic building of any sort. With regards to the uniqueness, the applicant state that it is a combination of elements that burdens the site. There is extensive environmental contamination from historical use on the site as paint manufacturing and storage facility. And there is a 13.2 million premium cost that resulted from the type and the extent of the environmental cleanup. As I stated, the site did receive a certificate of completion from New York State DEC for completing the brownfield as part of the Track 4 cleanup remediation. The applicant represents that the subject site is the only listed site in the RCRA and thus requires an RCRA closure plan. That the subject site is the only site listed in the chemical bulk storage. It is the only one of the two sites that is designated as a significant threat to human health by New York State DOH. And it is one of the 3 sites in the brownfield cleanup program. And it's one of the 5 sites with environmental cleanup obligation. Another part of the multiple level of hardship is the unique shape of the site. It's an L-shaped site. And the applicant represents that the subject site has the narrowest frontage on Annabelle Basin and lowest percentage of shore front compared to the other side. Regarding this, the applicant's justification on the uniqueness regarding the shore frontage is compelling, assuming that lots 1 and 10 are combined for development. Lot 10 is part of parcel 10 of the Northern Hunters Point waterfront access plan and has to provide upland connection and must provide visual corridor, shore public walkway as required on the subject tax lot 8, which is part of parcel 11. Also, lots 8 and 10 have a New York State Power Authority easement on the site. So I would like the applicant to confirm if the easement still is in effect and would it affect any development on the site. The applicant also states that the property's irregular shape limits the ability to place the building in such a way that it could capitalize on water views. Applicant needs to provide more clarification as to why the subject site's irregular shape is more burden than other sites along the Annabelle Basin. The view of the waterfront from the subject site and other sites along 46th Avenue will be compromised by the Hunters Point North developments. At the same time, view towards the Annabelle Basin from the subject site will not be impacted from any development along the rest of the Annabelle Basin. The justification it seems the applicant is trying to make is that the extent of the shoreline frontage on Annabelle Basin for the subject site is less compared to the other lots around the basin. So the applicant needs to separate out, one thing the applicant needs to do is to separate out the parcels that are along Annabelle Basin from the site located away from it, because there are other sites that are within the study area. If you look at the 400-foot, 500-foot study area that do not have any waterfront frontage. So you do the 2 sets of analysis, one analysis that are not in the waterfront area. All of those don't have access to the waterfront views, but those do have access to the waterfront views, Annabelle Basin, along the Annabelle Basin. What can or cannot happen should be discussed. with regards to the narrow frontage of Annabelle Basin and the percentage of shorefront, it is compelling. And I think the applicant should provide a little bit more of a numerical analysis of that, compare all the other parcels that are along the waterfront access plan along the northern Hunters Point, and indicate how much of these frontages, how much of these sites have frontages compared to the lot size, and where, and that, and do these sites have larger floor site area that allows them to locate the building, even though the required waterfront access plan and others are required, it would not take away from the buildable footprint. So I think that is an argument that the applicant needs to flesh out and clarify graphically, if possible, or numerically, whichever way. I think that is the argument that should be more clarified in that. So going back to the issue of irregular shape, the applicants also needs to make a stronger justification with regards to the application of the waterfront access plan and its requirement on the subject side, and compare that with other waterfront lots, specifically lots 15, 10, and 1. Does the subject site have to provide proportionally a larger share of lot area for waterfront access plan compared to the other lots? The table provided in Exhibit 1 should include this analysis. That's what I was mentioning before. The other hardship the applicant is stating is the cost associated with the reuse of the existing building. Since retaining the existing Paragon building is contributing to the unique condition, the applicant needs to make a stronger justification as to why a consideration was not given to demolishing it to reduce the hardship factor, especially it is not since it's not a designated historic building like the building that has been cited from many of the cases, the 44 Union Square East building, and nor is the subject building located over a sensitive subsurface condition like the one that's been cited at 286 Spring Street. So the applicant needs to kind of walk us through that argument and make a stronger justification. With regards to the financial, I think the premium cost the applicant cites is 18 million, which is associated with the environmental cost plus the soft cost. I will, as I look through it, the applicant is seeking the brownfield tax credit. As I mentioned, New York State Tax and Finance has audited the site prep portion of it and has approved the payment of the application. So already the applicant is eligible for a 3.2 million credit. And now what is outstanding is the tangible property cost. The applicant is stating that the estimated value of the brownfield tax credit using from the site prep and from the tangible is about 7.5 million. My comment mostly is around the 421A that is being proposed. 421A, as we know, is not anymore being given. So it needs to be removed from the analysis since it has expired. We don't know what the new form it's going to be. And until we know that, I do not want us to go through an exercise of assumptions. It has to be built on affordable housing programs that are in place. And if the applicant has received any support letters or is seeking any kind of affordable housing financing at state or city, then that's something to be considered. But absent that, I cannot accept a 421 assumption on this site. The rent assumption for the residential, I think, is slightly undervalued, and I think it is much higher. And also the rent value may be different for by the waterfront versus upland. So those also need to be distinguished because this site is kind of mix of both. So need to, and I will look towards Commissioner Otley Brown to provide a little bit more clarity on that. So moving on to, I think should the applicant, I think the applicant has a unique site condition. This area has changed and is changing significantly, rapidly. And over the years, we do know, as we know, city planning has conducted several rezoning studies of this area. Also, we know that few years ago, city issued an RFP for some of its city-owned sites to be developed, which is on the other side of the Annabelle Basin, to the north of Annabelle Basin, to be developed for a high-density mix of residential and commercial and community facility use. So this area is rapidly changing from its pre-manufacturing to a more of a residential, community facility and commercial use. So, so I think expecting a manufacturing use at this site, I'm not sure if it's feasible. Maybe a mix of commercial, residential, more feasible, but the uniqueness regarding the that the applicant has cited is there, but needs to clarify a little bit more based on the comments that I have stated. Regarding the financing, I want to hear what Commissioner Otley Brown and other commissioners have to say. So assuming we have the 1 and 2, I just want to quickly go into the C, and that is mostly about the neighborhood character. And the applicant is proposing a mix of use. The character of the neighborhood has changed significantly, as I mentioned, and the subject block is a much speculated block, and it's probably the last few remaining manufacturing lots along the waterfront in the Hunters Point North area. So I would like to know the status of the rezoning and the EDC's RFP. In addition, several years ago, city had rezoned the former Fila Tennis Club site that is located along the East River to facilitate a mixed-use development. So there is a trend to change these manufacturing use to mix of residential commercial use. So the proposed mixed-use development on the subject site is very much in character with the change that is happening in the neighborhood. But the applicant did not provide a justification for not considering any office space in the existing building, which, I'm curious as to why that was not considered. Regarding the placement of the bulk, the proposed tower is set back from Vernon Boulevard and from 46th Avenue frontage, and maintains the four-story building fronting on Vernon Boulevard, which is respectful of the history and the character of the frontage of Vernon Boulevard and this neighborhood. However, not sure that the new building has to be a tower form. The height of the tower can be reduced by making the base longer, by extending it towards 46th Avenue. Also, the shear wall that is rising to a height of 260 feet over the visual corridor on the north side along Annabelle Basin without any setback will tower over this corridor, and it will make the corridor space narrow and tight in appearance, especially when the corridor is connected to an upland connection from 45th Avenue. It needs to be inviting, and having the building sit right next to the 30-foot easement of a visual corridor and the shore accessway corridor, there needs to be a little bit of a reprieve, especially above the setback height. At a minimum, the tower should set back above the base on the north side, and the base should extend southward into the lot to reduce the total height. I think the applicant meets the findings D. E, as I said, it is in keeping with the overall objective of the Annabelle rezoning, including the density and the building height. However, it has not been adopted. So the applicant needs to build in the context and the going trend in its argument. The uniqueness finding needs to be strengthened, as I mentioned, especially with regards to retaining the existing building. Will it reduce the development cost and improve the layout on the site? Also, a lot depends on the financial analysis, and from my initial review of the comps, for the rent seems a bit low from the market condition in the area. was a commercial office space in the Paragon building, even on the lower 2 floors considered. There is a demand for medical and a school and after school programs, etc. I would like the applicant to consider a lesser variance alternative that includes an office space on a lower floor in the existing Paragon building. Either consider affordable housing program that is existing and there is a commitment for funding source, otherwise eliminate the 421A. So I'm sorry, I was long-winded. I said many things and repeated, but that was my chain of thought and how I wanted these to be categorized. So Commissioner Otley-Brown.
So I agree with you that the site suffers from a confluence of contamination, irregular lot shape, limited Annabelle Basin frontage, and the waterfront zoning that's imposed on that site. And I also agree with you that further study should be conducted to identify if it is truly unique, following your instructions that you had given them for the additional study. I do have one question about the track 4 remediation that they pursued. They talk about how the site will need continued monitoring, but I'm just curious as to how long will the site need to be monitored and what happens if the site is suddenly not monitored. And I say that because I'm concerned because of the proposed residential use and the effect on the tenants should something be discontinued in terms of monitoring and then contamination allowed to seep in to the building. And so that's my main concern. And usually we see track 1 when we see residential, which completely gets rid of the contamination. So it's not an ongoing threat or problem. So that's my issue as for the A finding. As for the B and the E finding, I looked at the financial report and I have the following comments. The site value is the land plus depreciated building, and the land portion of the value seems to be done properly. All of the comparables are truly vacant. The building, for some reason, they are calculating the replacement cost new of all 3 buildings, even though only one of the buildings are actually going to be retained. So I feel that that needs to be reviewed. I agree with you as for the residential rents. I feel that I had a hint that they might be a little lower than they should be. And so I did a street easy analysis, which showed that basically all of their averages were far lower than what's actually available on Street Easy for the market rate apartments. I had questions about the brownfield tax credits, the portion of the credit that is based on the tangible property costs. They're only using 35% of the, total tangible, well, the way it's done is the tangible property costs, they take 12% of the total costs. And then they're actually discounting that 12% of the total cost down to 35% due to the fact that the audit hasn't occurred for this portion of the site and they're not sure if all of their costs will be approved. They're not sure the developer's ability to get funding, the developer's ability to finish the project in time, the risk of changes to the market conditions, the time value of money, and the tax liability imposed as a basis of the receipt of the brownfield tax credit. I think that 35% is too low for this. I think that if you're saying that there's that much risk to it, then something in your calculation that you're giving to us in terms of your tangible property cost is probably overinflated, because you're saying that you might not get that amount of credit that you expect based on the total construction costs that you're presenting to the Board of Standards and Appeals. So that's problematic. And I feel that the project, having undergone a lot of the cleanup already, is indicating to the state DEC that they are seriously moving forward with this project and most probably have some portion of the financing already set up. And so, providing the project has not been overvalued, they should be getting what they projected. And so therefore they need to have a higher percentage of discounting the total tangible credit back to the present. And I feel that just looking at the total amounts that they're claiming of as of right of 4 million and proposed is 7.5 million seems pretty low, considering that the audited costs of the site prep credit makes up 3/4 of the as of right assumption and makes up over half of the proposed assumption. And that's based on a far lower number. And so therefore I think they need to increase that to probably upwards of 50%, which I believe is what we have seen before in other cases. I will defer to Commissioner Sheta on the contents of the credits and the contamination and its effect on the construction costs. So I won't be commenting on any of that. And that's basically my comments at this point. I feel like the A and the B finding are the two threshold findings. And so everything's going to flow from that. And so I'll withhold any other comments I have at this point in time.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Sheta. Oh, I have a question for Commissioner Otley-Brown. Did you see any difference in the rent values for upland units versus units along the waterfront?
Actually, I didn't. I saw a lot of variability, but it really was based on the type of building, residential building, because you have inland residential comps that were actually what I saw on Street Easy were renting for higher asking prices than what you saw in some of the comparables on the waterfront. So I think it's building to building, depending on the recent nature of the construction and whether or not there are a lot of amenities, a little amenities, and that kind of thing. So there is great variability. Oh, and I wanted to say, because I totally slipped my mind, first, I absolutely 100% agree with you that when there is no more 421A or 465, whatever those numbers were, then that shouldn't be in the analysis, because you're telling us basically that if you don't get the 421A, there's a $20 million gap between development costs and values. So the question to me is it really a gap without the 421A, or are you overvaluing some things and under assuming other things? And if not, what would you do to close the gap? Because basically you would be asking us to approve a project that will never be built if there's a $20 million shortfall. So therefore, I think I agree with you there. They have to actually reconfigure the financials based on that information.
Okay, thank you.
There doesn't seem to be out there policy-wise any leaning towards reinstituting an affordable housing. There's a lot of pushback by the people who are in elected official positions against a 421A program. And so that's why it's like you can't expect that it's going to come back in within the next calendar year.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm glad that we got a project like this. I'm talking about the remediation finally. This project is totally different from all the projects I looked at during the past 5 years when it comes to like hardship based on remediation cost. The reason I'm saying that because in this case, the remediation is done. Typically, we used to get remediation reports and then some sort of estimate for the anticipated remediation, and it was like on typical basis was some sort of like argument between the board and the applicants. You're anticipating this, how about if you don't do that, the cost would be different. But in this case, the good thing is that the remediation is done and the cost is the cost, meaning that this is like an as-built condition. That being said, I would say that let me first go over the uniqueness elements that was cited in the statement of facts. First of all, the first component of uniqueness was the remediation or the contamination and the need for significant remediation cost. My position on that is if this site did cost the figures that was mentioned in the statement of facts along with other submission documents, I would take this as a proof for the uniqueness based on remediation. The cost for the remediation itself is more than 15 million for a site like this. This site, by the way, and I love to do that to educate other members, if you allow me. This site is 40,000 square feet. The cost for the remediation is said to be over 15 million, and still there is a portion that's coming. So it's more or less about $20 million for 40,000 square feet. Aside that, we just looked at it on this day, the cost was less than 1 million, and the site was like very comparable in size. Yesterday, there was another site, the hotel, like I mentioned, and the cost was like 2 million. The size was 30,000 square feet. So you can see the big difference between the remediation cost on this site on Vernon, which is more or less said to be about $20 million, and the other side. So if the 20 million is an intact number, and I'm saying if because I don't have proof for that, that I would take this as a uniqueness proof. Like I said, the only thing I would ask them when they went over the uniqueness based on the remediation and the contamination, what they did is, and I'm trying to simplify this, what they did is they said, look at this site, we have this kind of contamination and that kind of contamination. Where if you look at other sites, you just get two sorts or two categories of contamination, but on our site we got 5. My issue with this is the number of categories itself is not the issue. It's the intensity of, let's say this site is contaminated with petroleum and there is another site that is contaminated with 5 other contaminants. If the intensity of the site that's contaminated with just petroleum is very high, I would anticipate that the cost of the cleanup for a site that's contaminated with just one category is much more than a site that's probably contaminated with 5, but the intensity is much less. So what I want to convey to them is the number of categories is not the governing item. It's the number of categories plus the intensity. And I believe on the intensity, they submitted to us a report that's 20,000 pages. I repeat this, 20,000 pages. And I don't have like that capacity, or we don't have the staff to dive into a report like this, to look at the scope or to like absorb the scope out of that report and then put it aside and look at that feasibility of the submitted cost, which is about 15 million plus 5 for the future remediation, and judge whether this number is legit or not. And we don't need to do that simply because the remediation is already done. So if the remediation is done, I'm asking them to give me 2 things. Number 1, a scope summary with site plans and figures and probably some tech memos to justify. And along with that summary, they gave us a proof of the 15 million payment. They already spent that 15 million figure. So we need to look at how they spent that, the breakdown of the 15 million. We excavated, we spent 2 million. We did in-place treatment, we spent 3 million. Some sort of a breakdown like that with proof of payment. And if this is submitted, Commissioner Brown looked at it and she's satisfied with it, I'm fine with the application, with the remediation portion. I would then move to the second component of the remediation, which they called it future remediation. What they said is, for the Paragon building, they did a remediation that did cost $15 million, and they are talking about future remediation west of that building that's anticipated to cost 4.8 million. And honestly, if one of the components is 15 and the future component is just 5, I'm not, even if we like refine the second portion of remediation, the cost for that and take it down, let's say from 5 to 4, knock it down 20%. The impact on the hardship is not going to be that significant. So again, on the future remediation budget, the 4.8 million plus or minus, I'm asking them to give us a scope with site plans, with tech memos, with explanations, and they already provided us with a breakdown for the 4.8 million. AKRF, the consultant of the applicant, did a good job on that. So all what I need to do is just get some explanation for the scope of that. Figures, what is gonna be done where? What kind of like remediation is gonna be done and at which area? We gotta dig this 50 by 50 portion down to 12 feet. And this is gonna be a limited part of the remediation cost. Like I said, it's about $5 million. The second point I want to move to is that when you look at the uniqueness of that site, they claim the uniqueness, like I said, based on remediation, shape, and the adjacency to the waterfront. On the remediation, yes, if it's 15 million plus the 4.8, one word, yes, this site is unique. If not, we can take it from there. On the adjacency to the waterfront, I'm not sure. I'm struggling, like understanding why the adjacency. I understand they are talking about limited frontage, which is about 40 feet on the basin, but I can see that with that limited frontage, the yard that they are required to leave without building is also tied to that 40, meaning that 40 feet, meaning that if the frontage was 100 feet, that the yard would be like much larger than it should, or it is right now. So I'm struggling to understand this piece of uniqueness here, or this reason of uniqueness. On the shape of the lot, I will defer to Commissioner Yoon. She's the architect. But again, the site has like all right angle sides, all the sides of that side. Yes, I understand it's not a perfect rectangle, but it's more or less two rectangles. So, and I will defer to Commissioner Yoon that, like I said. One other thing is the cost of the conversion of the existing building. They submitted a report prepared by WSB, and I wanna thank the structural engineer for preparing this report. It's really interesting report, like usual from WSP. And looking at that report, the conclusion was for one of the building, they said it's hopeless case. It's a knockdown building, and I totally agree with them. For the Paragon building, they said they want to keep that building, and I totally understand why. They want to keep that building, and they indicated further in the report that if you want to add on top of that 4-story building, you may need to do, not may actually, you will need to do, well, not even what, you will need to do some sort of strengthening for the structural elements. Starting from the foundation, you need to install some piles, you need to enlarge the footings, probably switch them to pile caps. Totally understood. But looking at the proposal, or even the as of right, I can clearly see that the proposed and the as of right both call for keeping that Paragon building at 4-story and not adding on top of that. That like imposed like a question from my side on the construction cost that is submitted. If you look at the cost that is submitted, you can clearly see that the cost for conversion is $13.3 million. And that includes tons of cost for the piles, for strengthening the foundation. And when I looked at this, I was under the impression that this building is becoming a tower. But when I looked at the proposed conditions and even the as of right conditions, I noticed that this building is not getting anything added on top of that. So my point is, if you're not adding on top of that building, you don't have to take whatever is in WSP report and just blindly plug it in the financials. There is no need for piles. There is no need for pile caps. There is no, the foundations are the foundation. The building is 4-story. It's gonna remain 4-story. all what you need to do is just architectural conversion. You don't need to do any structural strengthening, and I'm not making this up. It's based on WSP report. So they need to take a look at that conversion cost, the $13.3 million figure, and revise that based on what I said and based on the report from WSP. The other thing, when I looked at the financials, I saw like a separate budget for furniture, appliances. I'm not sure if this need to be added separate. Again, I'm not an expert on that, but my understanding is that Marshall and Swift, which is used in this case, already include these kind of cost. If I'm not correct, please, my colleagues, like correct me on that. But again, I will like summarize quickly that uniqueness. We need to get proof of payment, summary of cost for the part that's been done. For the upcoming portion, we need to get a description of the scope, and we already have the breakdown in hand. It's already submitted, but we need to get explanations of that scope and why it's needed. And I'm not gonna read 20,000 pages. I don't have time for that. I don't have staff to help me with that, and that's why I'm asking the applicant to submit this kind of summary. And the construction, the conversion cost, the 13.3 million need to be revised, and let's see what's gonna come in the next hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to point out a couple of things. Yes, the 20,000 report, I appreciate the applicant providing so much information, but it's absolutely not possible for us to go through all the documentation. I think if that was provided as an addendum to all the summary, then I understand. I think in this case, and not all of us are expert like Commissioner Shetta. So I think when such a report is being provided, I would strongly suggest that the applicant also provide a summary that summarizes what the report contains and what's being recommended. That way, the experts that want to go to that specific page and look at the number, then they can look at that. For people like me, I want to look at the summary and understand what are the experts saying, and this is a conclusion. Commissioner Otley Brown is smiling and agreeing. I guess you feel the same way as I do. Yeah. So I do enjoy reading this book, these documents, but 25,000 was very daunting. So I really was looking for a summary. So I would very much appreciate it if the applicant can provide that. Going back to one thing that you stated, Commissioner Shetta, and that is you want the proof of payment for the 15 million. I have to, and this is a question I forgot to state. I want to know what the status of that discussion is at the brownfield tax credit for the tangible cost, because I feel very uncomfortable for us to get in the middle of analyzing what a cost is justifiable, what cost is not justifiable, since a lot of it is being driven by the brownfield tax credit and the brownfield cleanup program. And there is an agreement and an understanding between the state and the applicant in terms of what kind of remediation that is required and what are the methods and steps that needs to be done. So I would feel more comfortable if the state evaluates the tangible cost and the 15 million and says, okay, of this amount, this is how much you're eligible for or would be eligible, or some clarification, because I do not want us to go back and forth in terms of picking and choosing, like, okay, this is what you're eligible, this is what you're not eligible, because it is at the brownfield, it is with the brownfield cleanup program. It is really their call. I do not want us to intervene and step in and give our comments, because I don't want this to get misrepresented at any level by any agency, because that's not our expertise. So if the proof of the payment that is before the brownfield cleanup is being provided, and that's it as a more of a documentation, that's one thing. But I do not want us to go into the minutia of, no, this is eligible, this doesn't amount to that much of digging, this much doesn't, because I do not want to come in the way of what brownfield cleanup.
I didn't mean that.
program.
I didn't mean that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to save your time. I believe I started my testimony on this case by saying this case is different. What used to be happening before on other cases, it shouldn't be happening on this case. Reason why, simply because the work is done. What I meant is, give us a proof for the 15 million cost, whether it's coming from the state, whether it's coming from that city, whoever, an environmental expert says that, the governmental one, the one who looked at the scope and said this scope is reasonable, it's valid, it's done, I'm fine with that. I'm not gonna get into, yeah, you dug here to 15 feet, you should have dug to just 10. I don't want to do that. I don't have energy to do that. That period. One more thing I forgot to ask, actually, this time I'm gonna be asking and not commenting. Commissioner Brown indicated that if I'm satisfied with the credits, I'm not sure if by the credits she meant that the amount of remediation cost, the total cost for the remediation, or the tax credits. If it was meant that what was meant is the tax credits, I'm not an expert in looking at tax credits and saying this is reasonable or not. But if we're talking about the remediation cost, yes, if, like I said, if it's a proof of payment, I'm fine with it. If it's something coming from the brownfields, I'm fine with it. If it's something coming from the DEC, all that is okay for me, simply because the work is done. This case is much, much easier than any other case I looked at that's based on remediation. Of course, with the exception of the portion that's west of the Paragon building, which, like I explained, is minor as it compares to the work that's done. 5
There is
million
nothing.
versus 15.
And just another part that I want to pick up before I go to, sorry, Commissioner Shibata and Commissioner Yoon, is you mentioned that you're not quite clear why the adjacency to the waterfront, why is that a hardship? I would suggest that we all, and we don't get sites along the waterfront, and especially waterfront where the zoning regulation, Article 6, Chapter 2 has the waterfront access plan, identifies the various kind of improvements that has to be made on parcels of property that are along certain waterfront areas. So if you look at Z004, it outlines the nature of various waterfront improvements that has been codified in the zoning resolution that specifically applies to this site. And when you compare this site to the other sites in terms of the nature improvements, is my understanding is what the applicant is saying is making it difficult. So if I'm wrong, just go through that and go through the maps are much better read in the zoning resolution, but there is a small, if you zoom in, you can kind of get a better picture of what is being asked. So
my point wasn't that adjacency to the waterfront as an adjacency. The frontage is more or less, I got the feeling that they are talking about the 40 feet frontage as it's being disadvantageous to the site. My point is that if you have 40 feet at frontage, you get this amount of setback or yard, waterfront yard that you need to leave without building. If the 40 feet becomes 100 feet, the amount of yard gets bigger. So the amount of land you use out of your site is proportional to that 40 feet or 100 feet to that frontage. And I'm struggling understanding why is that a hardship or
okay, I think the comment that I had raised for the applicant to clarify the uniqueness, I think will answer your question.
Okay.
All right. So Commissioner Shibata, sorry for the long wait.
Yeah, that we've certainly given the applicant a lot to digest. I don't want to be repetitive. I do agree with your comments with regard to uniqueness, shape, and shore frontage, and I want to hear the applicant's responses to that. With regard to the remediation, I do appreciate everything that Commissioner Shedd has stated. I do have a small question with regard to this contamination. Was this contamination something that was expected as a result of the process of what they did with paint? Is it something that was anticipated? Did they anticipate this level of contamination is what my question is. With regard to, just one moment. I had the similar notes on with regard to the 421A program. I know the program's been expired and there's no security that this is ever going to come back. So they need to take that out and they need to revamp their financials. I appreciate Commissioner Ali Brown's statements with regard to financials. And the rest of my notes have been stated already. So that is all I have to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Yes, certainly there's a lot to cover, and I wanted to add to what Commissioner Shedd was saying, and also that it's been stated by all the other commissioners. I don't find the shape of the site unique. Of course, the imposition of waterfront zoning requirements can make that more unique based on the need to provide the visual corridor along the site, even with the minimal waterfront frontage. That being said, I think that prior to serving on the board, I did extensive work in the Greenpoint waterfront, and I understand some of these requirements and how they can, create some difficulties architecturally. But to Commissioner Vice Chair Shanda's point, perhaps the use of the site could be considered differently. Perhaps some of the bulk can be moved southward. Also, the lack of a break in the street wall along the northern elevation makes me question the quality of this public amenity that the applicant is claiming to provide, given the height of the street wall and the lack of relief. So I think that could be reconsidered. I also think along 46th Avenue, the argument that the green space that would be the entry, the secured entry to the building, the argument that it enhances the community when it's not accessible by the community, and that one seems like a bit of a stretch, and I'd like to hear from the applicant more about how they intend to secure the street frontage along 46th Avenue, separating that green space from the public right-of-way. And if there's been any consideration about preserving the street wall along 46th Avenue in what looks like a pretty continuous street wall. It's albeit low, it's 1 or 2 stories along 46, but perhaps an increasingly pedestrian identifying neighborhood, the preservation of activated street walls rather than empty spaces might be considered when reconsidering the allocation of bulk. Other than that, there have been a number of comments, and that's all I want to add for now. Thank you.
Okay. I'm taking notes. Hold on. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner
right.
Shedd, do you still want to, or you want to take your hand down?
All right, you have your hands up.
Yeah, I apologize from before. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to go on, or do you want to take a 5-minute break? Because these are all new cases. All right. We'll continue to go on. Next case, please.
Item number 2021, item number 43, 2021-50 BZ 50 Lawrence Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. Okay, so we have proof of service for initial filing and hearing. Committee board voted to approve the project with 20 in favor, 8 opposed, 6 abstain. We just received this morning a letter of support from State Assembly Member Eichenstein and Council Member Yeager. We also have a letter of objection. We received a letter of objection regarding traffic issues with future construction of a 5-story medical center on McDonald Avenue. And I just want to let the commissioners know the letter of objection is referring to the project that is before the board. It's called the Parkville site It is located on McDonald Avenue between Parkville and Lawrence Avenues. This is before the board for a special permit for a parking reduction of an ambulatory care facility. And the use that is proposed on Parkville side is an as-of-right use. So it's only is a reduction of the parking that is before the board. The action before the board is as follows. The applicant is seeking a variance and special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 7319 to facilitate a development of a new school for boys, use group 3 that is, on a site located partially in R5 and M11 zoning district within the Ocean Parkway Special District. The variance requested are to waive the bulk and off-street loading requirements in the R5 portion and also in the M portion. So the waivers are, as I mentioned, bulk waivers, FAR, lot coverage, open space, height and setback, side and rear yard setback, maximum street wall height, front yard, side yard, rear yard, and off-street parking loading. Just in terms of background, the subject zoning lot is split, almost evenly split, 50-50 between an M11 zoning district and R5 zoning district. And the site appears to be, it appears to be a pre-61 zoning lot. And the reason I'm saying is that the applicant, the statement should clarify why zoning resolution section 77-11, which is the split lot use regulation, and zoning resolution section 77-20 split lot for bulk regulation, they do not apply here. I understand why they don't, but they should just clarify it for the record. Even if it were to apply, as I said, a little more than 50% is in the M11, and therefore M11 does not permit school use. So that's my reason, but the applicant should clarify that. There is a history to this site. Back in 2008, and Commissioner Alter-Bryan would remember it, BSA granted a variance for the construction of a 6-story religious school at the subject site. And the proposed floor area for that building was a 40,000 square foot building. In that case, the board had waived the use, the bulk as currently proposed for this case that is before us. I looked through the conditions, and there were conditions, including there was a DEP restrictive deck. The applicant needs to provide the DEP restrictive deck that is related to this prior action at the subject site. The applicant provided an as-of-right plan, which clearly shows that a conforming building will not be viable for a school use at this subject site, because also it's in the Ocean Parkway Special District, which has a community facility floor area limit, which is the same as a residential floor area limit of 1.25 FAR. So the application before us is, I don't know why my computer is acting up. It just went to the wrong page. Sorry, okay. So the applicant is Hedron Academy. It's a nonprofit religious school for boys aged from the age of 9 to 21 years. That is in terms of grades 6 to 12 that are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder or other disabilities per New York education law of 4401 and require special services and program. Based on the information provided, the applicant meets one of the basic threshold of 1210 definition of school. The Hedron Academy is currently located at a site, and based on the it started its operation in 2016, and over the years it has grown, and with each growth it has moved, I think, 2-3 times, or 2 times at least, no, 3 times. With each subsequent growth, it had to relocate to a bigger facility to accommodate the need for its program, which is very much driven by, as the applicant's representation, applicant's document states, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, and Applied Behavioral Analysis, ABA. So a lot of the programming needs specific to it are being driven and by the special needs student and the program elements of the Hadron Academy. The applicant is proposing a 6-story cellar building with cellar and a subcellar for a total of 3.5 FAR, and the building height, the proposed building height would be a 65 foot high, including the bulkhead would be 90 foot high building with a 5 foot side yard that would be located along the residential lot line and a 30 foot rear yard above the height of 12 feet. So in terms of the proposed project, the plan specifically, applicant needs to provide sections from the front to the rear lot line, indicate on the plan where the sections are being taken. In the sections and the elevation, need to indicate the lot lines. The applicant needs to provide also elevations and indicate the material proposed. I did not see any elevation in the submission plan, unless a revised one was submitted, and I'm looking at an older one. Indicate the height to the bulkhead. In the proposed plan, indicate the required front yard, side yard, rear yard height, and setback and sky exposure plane envelope. So regarding, since going to the uniqueness finding, it is programmatically driven. I just want to, board in the past has acknowledged that an educational institution is entitled to significant deference under the state law to a zoning and its ability to rely upon programmatic need. The applicant has provided an as-of-right development showing that the underlying zoning regulations makes it not possible to meet its programmatic needs. As I stated earlier, that a lot of the program elements that the applicant has the programmatic need is very detailed, very thorough. It lays out every bit of the program elements and why they're required, and the student to teacher and assistant ratio, all of those have been very clearly laid out. So the statement of facts, though, does not talk about the as-of-right plan. So it needs to provide a narrative as to why the as-of-right plan is not feasible in the fact and the finding. As I mentioned, it's a very thorough programmatic need program that has been provided. I just need more clarification regarding the 6th floor. In the programmatic need, the applicant states that the 6th floor roof, so there are 2 roofs, the 2nd floor roof that would be accessed by the children, by the students, and the 6th floor would be accessed by adults. I would like a little bit more clarification as to how this is being used. And it is mostly around, would there be any noise that would be generated? Would it be accessible after school hours? How would it impact the residential, the usage of the rooftop by the adults, and the lighting and any sound that would be machine that would be up there? Would there be any amplification of any sound on the 6th floor? So those need to be clarified. 6th floor primarily is also being used. So when I talked about the 6th floor, it's the roof of the 6th floor. That I just want to be clear. With regards to the 6th floor is being primarily used as an administrative space. I would like the statement of facts and the findings to clarify why the admin space needs to be at the site and it cannot be at a different location. And what is the importance of co-locating the admin space with the program operation? With regards to finding B, it's not applicable. Neighborhood character. As I mentioned, the prior board had granted up to a 60-foot high, 6-story school building. I do have comments on the proposed plan regarding the bulkhead, and that is in section 1, the stair bulkhead to the left is it's not clear if it's the stair bulkhead for stair A or stair B, because I cannot see the section line that is being drawn. If it is the stair bulkhead for stair A, I would like to know what is the height of that bulkhead, and why does it need to be higher than the stair bulkhead of B? It needs to come down. It is very close to the residential, and it needs to be much reduced. Regarding the outdoor recreation space on the second floor, the 10-foot high fence with acoustical sound barrier is being proposed. I would like the applicant to provide a section through the roof and the building setback at the rear and the front, and the treatment of the second floor rooftop. While that is needed, it is needed because it is abutting residential homes that are located along the rear lot line. So the treatment of the second floor rooftop needs to be much more robust than just a fence with an acoustical sound barrier. It needs to be probably, I would recommend a high parapet wall with an opaque fence of residential quality that also acts as an acoustical sound barrier. With regards to the traffic analysis and its impact on the neighborhood, it is part of the neighborhood character, and the finding needs to elaborate that. Specifically, while the drop-off and the pickup are below the SECRA threshold, the application needs to be more detailed as to the safety guidelines, and that will be put in place for students walking to the site, especially when crossing the street intersections. Based on the transportation analysis in the EAS, there will be only one bus every 30 minutes that will drop off and pick up, with a total of 2 trips per shift, morning shift and afternoon shift. So there will be a need for at least one school bus loading zone. The application does not discuss anything about having a loading zone area for the morning and the afternoon shift, and also for those children students who are going to be dropped off. There seems to be a fair number of students who are going to be dropped off and picked up, especially after school. There shouldn't be double parking is not what can this site take. It's a one lane, one moving lane, narrow street. So need to provide a drop-off pickup area along the street frontage, Lawrence Street, or along McDonald Avenue, so that it doesn't result in traffic interference on the streets. It is not clear from the documents provided the need for access to the 6th floor by any member of the school staff, which I asked before, why it is needed. The 5-foot setback that is proposed along the side yard also serves as an emergency exit. I just want the applicant to clarify that. The applicant needs to provide a treatment detail along that portion of the lot line. The diagram was not very clear on that part. There should be a minimum 8-foot high brick wall that is in keeping more with the residential character along that side yard. With regards to self-created, in the prior case on the subject side, the board had found that the hardship was not self-created. I would like the applicant to confirm that the site is still separately owned from the abutting lots. With regards to finding E, the applicant has made the findings with regards to the unnecessary hardship and the difficulty in developing this site that is split equally by 2 zoning districts with different requirements. Finding C needs some fine-tuning. While the proposed massing will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, the elements I discussed earlier need to be addressed to be responsive to the abutting residential neighbors and local traffic circulation and safety of the student. We still need DEP sign-off noise on noise, air quality, and hazmat. Moving on to the findings for special permit under section 7319. First one is identifying the lack of adequate site. Based on, the applicant provided a list. a list of off-market potential site and sites that are available for sale and lease over 50,000 square feet. The list of off-market consists of 3 as-of-right potential sites that are not available for purchase or lease. It is not clear from the submission if these as-of-right sites were listed for sale, or these are just sites that were seen as meeting this minimum requirement of the location, the total size, and the floor size, and thus were analyzed. So that needs to be clarified. With regards to sites available for sale over 50,000, these were all non-as-of-right sites, all located in zoning district where school is not used. So I'm not sure why that list was provided. With regards to finding B of 7319, which is that the site is located within 400 feet, it's quite evident. Portion of the site is in an R5 district, so that is fine. With regards to finding C, separation from noise, traffic, and adverse effect of the surrounding non-residential district. As we know, the site is partially in an M and an R zone. The surrounding uses consist of a mix of residential homes located along the eastern side lot and the rear lot, and the commercial storefronts and warehouses, supply stores along the western side, along the McDonald's Avenue frontage. The subject site is located within 100 feet of McDonald's Avenue frontage, where there is an elevated subway line. So the noise from the elevated train line would require noise attenuation. And I'm saying this because in the programmatic need, it was stated the design element is very critical. Sensory perception affect autistic individuals and can impact the way they learn. Sound transmission, quiet space, consideration of color and material and scale also impact behavior. So the development of the site needs to be very, very well thought out, given its proximity to an elevated train line and the noise from the surrounding uses. So the statement of fact needs to be a lot more thorough and clear with regards to that. The proposed building will have window wall attenuation of 28 dBA to maintain interior noise level of 45. Again, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough given the student population. I will defer to DEP's analysis of the noise analysis on this one. The school is proposing an exterior roof recreation area in the rear of the second floor. A 10-foot high safety fence is being proposed with an acoustical sound barrier. DEP needs to evaluate that. Same thing goes for the 6th floor roof, which though is not going to be accessible to students, it's going to be used by mechanical equipment and by staff space and says adult. So DEP needs to evaluate both the spaces and the noise impact from the site, from the abutting use, and especially the elevated subway line, and the noise from the outdoors area needs to be reviewed by DEP. Air quality, again, we will need DEP confirmation on that. Regarding finding D, traffic circulation around the site and the site safety for school. Lawrence Street is a narrow one-way street, and McDonald is characterized by active commercial and light manufacturing uses that are auto-dependent, like warehouse, supply store, and auto repair. The applicant needs to provide more information regarding traffic circulation and how the traffic movement through the site can be controlled to protect the students. The SECRA traffic analysis, I just want to alert our team, Ms. Benke, that the SECRA traffic analysis, if it does include the Parkville site, it should assess the Parkville site as an as-of-right office and ambulatory care facility with all the required parking spaces provided on site. Since we have not deliberated our review on it, it should not assume what is being proposed. So I'm sorry for such a long, lengthy analysis. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
Okay, so should I work on the zoning case first and then the special permit as you did?
Yeah.
Okay, so For the uniqueness, I definitely understand the difficulty in providing for a school with large regular floor plates on a lot that is a split lot. So I recognize that. As for the programmatic needs, I have questions because their report says the majority of the students are on the autism spectrum. But what about the rest of the students? Could they tell us what the rest of the students are? And could they tell us the proportion of the autistic students to the other students? And can they tell us more about how the needs of the other students dovetail or deviate from those of the students that are on the autism spectrum? And how is that expressed in the layout of the school?
Okay.
They talk about the square footage per student in each classroom as deviating from what is the Department of Buildings norm of 20 square foot per student for this age group or grade group. And they talk about how these students actually need more square footage per student to accommodate both them, the assistants, the extra assistants that they may have, as well as the extra equipment or mechanics that they may need. But what I would need from them, and this goes to the uniqueness as well as the e-finding, is how their gross square footage, their average gross square footage per student measures up against the average gross square footage for students in other special education programs, so that that would be another way of justifying that what they're asking for is the minimum variance. I just want to note that the previous variance for the same amount or similar amount of space actually accommodated 700 students in the general education community. So this is the same amount of space accommodating far less students. So I just want to make sure that what these students are being given is equivalent to what other students in different special education programs are being given. And now, as for the special permit findings and, yes, the A finding, which seems to be something that I have questions of often. When they talk about sites available in the district where this school would be as of right, I think that we have to be clear that the applicants have to search available sites within the as of right district. And I feel that all too often applicants just get to the bottom line, which is that there aren't any sites. And the way they do it is kind of like a shortcut kind of process where they almost look at a map and look for sites that look large and then say, these sites look like they're large enough, but they're not even available or on the market. And I think that's not what the drafters of the zoning resolution meant. I think what they meant, and this is kind of like maybe being a little picky, but what I think they meant is that you're looking for what is available and then talking about what is available and how it is not going to satisfy your programmatic needs. And even if the sites that are available are much smaller, you should still be looking at those sites and then weeding them out and talking about how they aren't addressing the programmatic needs of your school. And so I think that we have to distinguish with those two different processes and focus on the latter process. And I agree with you. I don't understand why they gave us sites in the M district, because those are not as of right. And so it's not really appropriate for this type of a study. I agree that the B finding is just, very apparent because the site is located partially in an R5 where this kind of a school would be as of right. I have questions about the D finding in terms of the way in which they're going to ensure the safety of their students. So I just have one question, which is, first of all, they talk about how 43 of the students are actually going to be walking, 6 students are going to take the public bus, and 34 students are going to take the shuttle bus. That's a large amount of students that are actually going to walk for some portion of their commute, if not all of their commute. And given this school population, is that an adequate assumption, because these young people may be somewhat challenged, physically challenged, and sometimes even intellectually challenged? And is it safe to say that these young people will be attempting the commute by themselves? I would like to know a little bit more about that. And also, as I know that you can't change public bus stops willy-nilly, but the shuttle bus stop, I believe, is a private operation that's unique to this community. And might they have a better chance at least moving that bus stop during school hours to be closer to be in front of the school building? So at least the students who take part in the shuttle bus, they won't have to traverse the streets very far afterwards. Given all that, I'm also curious as to what the procedure will be for the teachers or the administrative staff outside of the building during school drop-off and school dismissal. And I didn't find that in the EAS, and I didn't find it in the paperwork. So if they could tell us about that. Another thing, they talk about how there will be one bus that could be accommodated by the school drop-off area in front of the school, but there's going to be more than one bus that is coming in the morning and the afternoon. So could they tell us about how this is going to work? Will the buses be radioing each other? Will there be such a difference in drop-off and pickup times between the age groups so that no more than one bus would ever be coming at a particular morning time or afternoon time? I would like to have a lot more information about that to determine whether or not the D finding is met. So those are my questions.
Thank you for bringing up the issue of the teacher and admin. You're right. I did not see anything. I forgot to mention that. Yes, it is very silent, and given the student to faculty and attendance ratio and all the additional program spaces, therapy spaces, everything, there will be a lot more staff associated with it. So that needs to be analyzed, and especially in terms of, are they walking, taking transit, are they driving? That goes to the neighborhood character, that goes to the finding D of this. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm not going to be repetitive. I would say that yes, we need to get some clarification on the ownership status, whether is there any change with respect to the ownership or not. The other point that I would like them to explain in further detail is the growth, which is going to impact the programmatic needs. I do see that in the statement of facts, they indicated that the growth over 5 years, the past 5 years, was X. However, they anticipate within the upcoming 5 years that they're gonna get double growth, meaning that during the past 5 years, it was 43 students increase in the student size of that school. But within the upcoming 5 years, they are talking about 100. It's more than twice. So I would like to get some sort of explanation on that, again, because this is gonna affect the programmatic needs. Also, the previous, like Commissioner Brown said, I want to second this comment. The previous variance or special permit for a general ed school did accommodate, or was supposed to accommodate, much larger number of students. For this proposal, it's just 150 students. So I'm not sure what is the reason for that. I totally understand that the program is different. The nature of the educational process is different. Maybe they needed the are in need for some additional spaces, but I cannot swallow the transition from, let's say, 500 or 700 to just 150 students. It's kind of tough to swallow. So I would like them to explain more on that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you. Again, very thorough review. I'll just quickly, I'm not going to be very repetitive, I'll just quickly say, I do see the uniqueness in the split lot. I appreciate the programmatic needs, that the needs of their particular student body will have to deviate from on other student body populations, but they need to actually put they need to put that in a more digestible term where I can actually see why. So why is it not, you can't just say, oh, well, you know, we have autistic children. You have to give me some more information as to how they will use the space and why there needs to be more space. They just detail it. With regard to the special permit, the only thing I have outstanding really is the C and D of the special permit. Obviously, there needs to be noise attenuation. I second the comments of the transportation, and I await DOT and see what their comments are, because I don't believe we have a letter from them yet.
Nope.
And that's all my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. Again, I won't repeat what's already been stated in many thorough reviews. I think that the question of bulk or density and the justification of the square footage that's being proposed in combination with the variances on yards, height, bulk, and setbacks, it will be interesting to hear more about why the amount of square footage is needed for the program, and if there could be any means of compromising on some of these height, setback, or yard requests in order to better fit in with the adjacent residential neighborhood context.
Ms. Benke?
I just wanted to update, there is a DOT letter that was issued in August, on August 3rd, and we are waiting for a response from the applicant on that letter.
Okay, thank you. I did not see it. I'll look into it. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Next application, please. Next case.
Got it, one sec, sorry. Item number 44, 2022-27 BZ, 101 East 150th Street, the Bronx.
All right, so we have received proof of service for initial filing and hearing. Committee board has voted to approve with conditions, very detailed conditions. The categories are conditions related to traffic and congestion, community engagement, construction, economic development, education. Just in a very quick ballpark in terms of traffic and congestion, it includes public safety plan during construction and operation, and that it be presented to the community board. The community wants wants to be fully engaged with the school executive team and create an outreach strategy for prior to construction, and that during construction, somebody from the construction team is assigned, designated as a liaison to the community board to provide an update to the community board district service meetings about various status of the work. With regards to the economic development and education, the community has asked that 50% of the staff be hired for the Bronx, and the education 50% of students come from the Bronx. The board cannot, the case before us is not going to drive these elements. However, with regards to the school, I mean, the applicant is stating that the reason for locating is that there is a there's a demand, huge demand for school in the Bronx area, and that is why the applicant is picking this site so that they can accommodate most of the school need from this area. And we have received letters of support from Council Member Diana Ayala, Bronx Children's Museum, and the Bronx Museum. The applicant has provided a very detailed response letter in response to the community board's letter recommendation, and has expressed its commitment to work with the community board. The action is here is that the applicant is seeking a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-19 to facilitate a development of a K through 12 school, which is use group 3, on a site that is located in an M12 zoning district in the Bronx. This is a very large site. It is about 99,000 square foot of lot with 3 street frontages, fronting on 158th Street, River Avenue, and Gerard Avenue. Back in 2004, I believe BSA had approved a special permit under ZR 7319 for a school to be located, a different school with psychiatric issues, to be located at this site for a smaller portion of the site. I don't think it's the entirety of the site. For a smaller portion of the site, that would accommodate 115 students ages 7 to 17. The application that is before us is for a completely new construction, new school from K through 12 grade for 2,400 students by Success Academy. And it is an established charter school that has been operating in 47 schools in the city. The applicant is proposing 127 per square foot student, compared to New York City public schools that have been built recently. The average square footage per student is 141 square foot per student. Some of the classroom sizes proposed are more than Department of Education or School Construction Authority standards, for the kindergarten and the high school classes and the science classroom. I would like the applicant, the reason I'm stating that, I would like the applicant to clarify that, even though that's not what is before us, as to it more goes to the question that I'm going to state now, and that is with regards to the finding. So the proposed school, first of all, meets the definition of the school under ZR 1210. With regards to the finding, the first finding is the alternate site in as of right location. And the site selection criteria for this school is to accommodate a K through 12 grade for 2,400 students. So the requirement was a minimum of 300,000 square foot of gross floor area that could be accommodated, with a minimum of footprint of 40,000 square foot to accommodate 300,000 square foot of floor area in a 6-story building. And the target area is Community School District 7 to serve Bronx and Upper Manhattan student population. And the site location should be south of Cross Bronx Expressway, west of Bruckner Boulevard, and that the site should have sufficient frontage for efficient and safe arrival and departure of 2,400 students. It should be close proximity to mass transit, and it should meet the school demand need. This is also to meet the school demand that is needed, and that needs a site that is available for construction for a new school ready for occupancy in 2025 to 2026 school year. So it really needs to be a site that is completely available for new construction, and a zoning district where a school is permitted as of right. Based on these criteria, a broker's letter has been provided, which outlines the alternate sites where an as of right school development is permitted. Now, of these 5 sites, 3 are within the school district and the remaining are outside the school district. The application should provide more clarity regarding the program elements of the school that is requiring such a large footprint, and thereby the minimum lot size requirements. Specifically, the site size requirement is being driven by having to provide a K through 12 grade. And also a program element is, can some of these facilities also, a program element is, can some of these, excuse me, can they be shared between the elementary, middle, and high school? Like by co-sharing some of the program spaces, could it reduce the footprint size requirement? And could other sites therefore have become available for consideration? So the applicant could walk us through the I think generally we do not ask that much for the detail of the program element. In this case, it is needed, I think, just to clarify why such a large footprint and a school site is needed. With regards to finding B, located within 400 feet, that the site needs to be located within 400 feet of zoning district where school is prohibited as of right. R7A and C44 zoning districts permit as of right residential use, school use, and it is located right across the street, so it is well within 400 feet of the subject site. With regards to finding C, separation from noise, traffic, and adverse effect of surrounding non-residential district. Per EAS, the noise analysis, the predominant existing noise source is vehicular traffic. The proposed school building will provide, is proposing to provide a window wall attenuation of 25 dBA along 150th Street and 33rd Street dBA along River Avenue to ensure acceptable interior noise levels. Now, there are also rooftop athletic play areas on I think on different levels on 2nd, 3rd, and 5th floor. And to ensure interior noise level of 35 dBA, the applicant is proposing to provide noise attenuation level at various facades that would be facing this rooftop play area. The applicant states that the noise generated from the play area would not cause a significant adverse impact to the neighboring uses. I think this one is something definitely DEP needs to reevaluate. It's not just the noise that is coming from outside that needs to be attenuated within the site, but also noise generated from the school site that may affect the abutting residential use also needs to be analyzed. And that means, would there be a need for additional noise attenuation along these rooftop areas? Phase 1 and phase 2 were conducted and for hazmat. And it seems a vapor barrier will be required. Applicant intends to remediate the site under DEC Brownfield Cleanup Program. We need some kind of a documentation that clarifies it and the nature of cleanup requirements. All of those need to be very clearly stated so that that can be factored into any conditions or plan notes in the drawings. With regards to finding D, traffic circulation around the site and site safety school. This is a really, as I said, it's a very large site. And while the site is very well situated in terms of its proximity to residential use, the catchment area, and the proximity to mass transit, it is also accessible from many street frontages, many streets, and thereby many intersections need to be considered for school safety purposes. So in addition, some of these intersections were identified as high crash locations and are part of the Vision Zero priority corridor or priority intersection. So a very thorough analysis of the circulation traffic analysis needs to be conducted both by DOT, and the applicant's traffic team is very seasoned and an expert in this. So I believe the applicant and DOT, they are in communication and they're working in terms of addressing many of these concerns. The school safety also has identified various improvements, and I hope the applicant team can respond to all of those complex issues and respond to it and find a resolution. It's my understanding that it's not clear whether there will be any school bus drop-off or pickup. It seems more dependency is using private vehicles, students walking, public transportation. So, but DOT is okay with providing a no standing during school days along all three frontages. So I wasn't quite clear on that. Fire department has issued a notice of objection for failure to comply with the rooftop access. The applicant should work with FDNY in resolving these issues. And those are my comments. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I didn't have that many comments about this project. I thought that the application was very thorough and very careful. And so my major concern with this concerns the D finding and has to do with the sanitation truck depot that is diagonally across from the southern part of the site. I want to know, because usually with this depot, they are shift driven in that the trucks leave at particular points of the day, usually en masse, and return similarly after the shift is over en masse. And so I want to know the schedule and whether or not it conflicts with the arrival and dismissal of the school. And if so, what can be done to ensure the safety of the students who might be passing through that general area as they walk to and from the school. I do see that they seem to have a thorough plan in place in terms of ensuring that the students have safe walking routes, and also that there are staff members who are in front of the building to facilitate the arrival and manage security. But as I said, my major issue has to do with the sanitation trucks and the safety of the children. Other than that, I also noted a little what I think is an error in the pickup and drop off for the middle school. In one part of the application, it says the pickup drop off is 150th Street, but then on the other one, it says Girard Avenue. And then the high school says Girard Avenue and then 150th Street. So they just need to go through their application and just make sure that it's one place for each school.
Yeah, I had actually a question as to why the specific locations were picked for different groups. It would be helpful if the applicant could clarify as to which, I'm assuming the elementary school children are going to be arriving with their guardians. So what is the safer route for that as opposed to middle school and high school? High school and so has that been factored into providing the entrance accordingly? So that is a question I have. Thank you. Commissioner Shatta?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I would say this is one of the applications that I did enjoy reviewing. I'm going to start with the search criteria. I did actually believe that they went even beyond the specifications of the zoning resolution, meaning that they didn't just look at the size of the site, they even looked at the configuration. They were looking for a site that could accommodate 3 entrances and ensure the site search criteria was very well organized, and I loved it, I would say. Regarding the findings, I do believe that the application meets the 4 findings of the special permit. They did look into the neighborhood, and they proved it to us that they cannot find a site that might satisfy their requirements. They do have adjacency to a district where the use is permitted as of right. It's within the 400 feet required. Regarding finding C, I do believe that the precautions that they are taking regarding the noise is gonna help mitigate the impact of the school on the neighborhood. And I would defer on the final finding D to DOT in their review for the school safety. I'll be waiting for a feedback from them. I haven't seen one. So in general, I can say that they meet the first 3 findings. On the 4th one, finding D, I'll be waiting a little bit for DOT to look into that. The general findings, I do believe that they meet all the general findings of the special permit, A through G. The only comment I have on this application is that they are talking about off-site lunch for some student age and performance. And I like that. I like to motivate people, especially students, to perform better. And I haven't heard of this before in any of the applications. I haven't seen this, I would say, before in any of the applications that were before us. I do understand that they have similar program they indicated on other locations that they have within the city. I'm eager to get educated by them on what kind of belts and suspenders I would say they take, what kind of cautions they implement to make sure that students are safe during that off-site lunch duration. That's all what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank
Did you
you.
want to comment to Commissioner Shetta's something?
Yes, Ms. Prenga.
Oh, hi. I just wanted to make the board aware that we did receive a letter from school safety dated August 19th, 2022.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks. We also received a letter from DOT Seeker, a separate letter from them as well.
Right.
Thank you, Jella.
Yeah, I think the school safety comments seem to be doable, and the applicant, as I mentioned, is well versed with this, so should be able to find a resolution on that.
Have the applicant provided us with like a letter that they're gonna implement whatever DOT is asking for?
We
They're
met
still
with,
working.
This,
yeah, we met with them and they're working on a response, but we
Okay.
need to have a coordinated meeting with school safety and DOT regarding some of these comments.
Okay, thank you.
thank you, Ms. Prenga. Thank you, Ms. Benke. Commissioner Shabeta.
Hi. So I'm going to make this brief. I think that the A, the B, and the C are met. I think this was a great submission. I think it was very thorough and it met all the things that it could meet. Obviously, there's an actual real concern that's shared by all the commissioners with regard to the safety of the children around that and in D. They need to respond to that. DOT sent that letter. I wait the response from the applicant, and those are my comments.
Okay. Thank Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments to add.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shetta?
Commissioner, yeah.
Thank you, Tony. Vice Chair, I'm not sure if it was mentioned, maybe it was. We do have a letter of objection from FDNY. I'm
Yes.
not sure. Okay,
Yes, it
thank
was
you.
mentioned. Yes, it's regarding rooftop, lack of rooftop access.
Yes, access, yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Are we good, or do we want to do this last one and then take a little bit of a long break?
Could we do the last one and then make it a
Yeah.
lunch break?
Yes, okay, let's do that. All
Item,
right,
item number 45, 2022 8BZ, 18301 Horace, 18301 Harding Expressway, Queens. Is it a
I think
mistake?
it's Horace Harding Express.
Is it Horace Harding? Yeah, because that seems,
Yeah.
doesn't seem right. So it
Yeah,
is Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have to fix the line.
Thank you. We have received proof of service for initial filing and hearing. Community board voted to approve the project. 26 in favor, 13 opposed, 2 abstain, with the following condition: that the site be secured properly with proper fencing and locks, including security in regards to access from the roof of the neighboring establishment. The site be beautified and maintained with planters and be kept free of litters on an ongoing and regular basis. The graffiti on the site be removed and monitored for removal on an ongoing and regular basis. We also received a letter from Urban Den Civic Association with similar set of comments that has been outlined by the community board. Action before us is, this is an application that is seeking a bulk variance, basically sky exposure plane, to extend the height of an existing monopole at the subject site. So the site is located in a C12 and R31 zoning district. So as I mentioned, it's seeking a sky exposure plane waiver. And I just want to quickly say why the variance is being requested, not special permit, in case anybody raises any question. And that is, in 2003, BSA had granted a special permit to this site pursuant to section 7330 to construct a 70-foot high monopole in a C12 R31 zoning district. The reason the application is before us is that for variance and not a special permit is that non-accessory radio or television tower is as a result of a BSA appeals case of 2019-281A, where the board classified a purpose-built monopole with cellular antenna as a use group 6D other than a communication equipment structure. and that should be allowed as of right in certain zoning district. And as per that interpretation, the subject monopole is classified as use group 6D and as other communication structure, and therefore is permitted as of right in a C12 district, and it is not a non-accessory radio or television tower. However, the subject monopole is subject to the applicable bulk regulations, and per DOB ZRD1 determination, the existing structure penetrates the sky exposure plane, and the proposed extension of height would therefore need a variance. So the existing monopole that is 75 foot in 70 foot in height is used by it's co-shared by AT&T and T-Mobile. It serves their existing network services located along LIE and north of residential area in Queens along Utopia Parkway and such. As I mentioned, the prior BSA grant, the applicant is proposing to enlarge the existing monopole height by about 36 feet to a height of 106 feet above ground elevation, with the height of the antenna extending to a height of 108 feet above ground elevation. This monopole would be used not only by AT&T, T-Mobile, and future dish antenna will also be placed, and all of these will be placed above the 70-foot height above ground elevation. Also, as part of ZRD1, FAA determination was raised, and FAA basically reviewed it and indicated that the proposed tower does not exceed the obstruction standard and would not be a hazard to the air navigation. However, it had a condition, and that is to notify FAA within 5 days after construction has reached its greatest height. With regards to the findings under 72/2021, New York state law has consistently held that cellular carriers are public utilities for zoning purposes, and as a public utility, New York state law requires that a less restrictive standard be applied. The variant standard for public utility is public necessity standard. Reasonable rate of return analysis is not legally applicable to zoning. It is the utility of the infrastructure and the application. Public necessity standard requires balancing the need for wireless infrastructure to serve the public with the community that is affected, with the community effects of any particular facility. So the applicant is stating that the network has been interfered by the construction of a new hotel right abutting the site. The monopole extension, therefore, is required due to this network interference and which is resulting in service loss. The hotel rooftop is at a height of 86 above ground. AGL, and the existing pole is at a 70-foot height with an antenna at, even if it were at 70-foot height, it would be below the rooftop height of the hotel. So the proposed addition of the 36-foot would restore the services. My question is, in the statement that has been provided, the adjacent height of the hotel that has been listed as hotel rooftop is 86. I just want to make sure that the applicant has considered the bulkhead over the hotel rooftop, and if that those permitted obstructions are going to be in the way of the network. So those, I would like clarification on that. With regard, the applicant also stated that there is there was a study that was done, both AT&T and T-Mobile independently provided an RF report. It quantifies the basically analyze the service gap. And it did identify that due to the obstruction, there's a substantial gap in the wireless network coverage in the community north of the facility, especially north, northwest, and northeast. The RF report provides a comparison of the signal levels from April 2022, before the hotel that was constructed. And I thought it was very helpful in understanding the extent of the gap that has been created as a result of the construction. the community benefit to increasing the height would restore the service to the northeast of the facility, covering over 193 acres. It would benefit in the deployment of National FirstNet public safety spectrum by AT&T to serve the first responders in the vicinity and the residential and commercial and the transportation corridor. LIE primarily is one of the major transportation corridor right next to this site. It would also restore the T-Mobile wireless service for calls and wireless data usage by residents located northeast of the site. And it would also allow for co-location of Dish and introduction of a new wireless service in the area. And as you know from our prior cellular studies, FAA always supports co-location of facility of these service providers on a monopole. In terms of the alternate site, the applicant did explore entering into a rooftop agreement with the adjacent hotel, but the property owner did not express any interest. Apart from that, finding an additional site in the area where the monopole would be as of right was also reviewed. As you can see from the zoning, the area to the northeast is zone R2. It's a low density. It is built with mostly single family, 2-family homes. And there aren't any tall buildings in the area that would accommodate an as of right wireless antenna. So the applicant states that the existing monopole is the only viable location where an extension of 36 foot would allow for it to restore its services in the areas where there are gaps. There is an FCC assessment report that was provided, and per FCC guideline, an assessment report of potential human exposure to radio frequency, that is the RF emission from all the transmitting antenna was conducted for the subject site. And the analysis basically shows that the RF level around the site and at the street level, and based on that, it is about 12% of the FCC general population MPE limit so it is well below the 100. It is well below the 100% reference for compliance. So the analysis provided by the applicant affirms the need for an extension of the existing monopole to the proposed height to overcome the bulkhead of the hotel. It would restore the service in the Northeast Queens area and allow for a co-location of services at the site and deployment of National FirstNet public safety spectrum. The applicant should ensure that the site at the street level is safe and secured, and treatment of the fence is respectful of the residential context. Prior board had asked that the chain link fence be replaced with an 8-foot high wooden stockade fence. I would reiterate that the applicant should provide a better fencing treatment that is 8 foot high, and in consideration of what the community board has stated, it needs to be safe and secured enough from anybody having to jump over the fence, and it needs to be also visibly respectful of the residential character. And the frontage of the site, there is a green area. I mean, well, it's not green right now, but there is soil. So definitely there is an area in front that can be planted with hedges. Consider greening it. And make it more in keeping with the residential character. I would like the applicant to provide clarification as to how the site will be secured and maintained free of debris and graffiti, not gravity, graffiti, because it is not going to be manned. There won't be a person at the site, so it would be remotely operated. So I would like a little bit more clarification how that would ensure security and maintenance and the responsiveness that the community is looking for when there is an issue. How quickly can it be responded to in terms of cleaning the site and freeing it of the debris? Yes, Executive Director Costanza.
No, I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair. You can finish. I just wanted to clarify something earlier stated about the waiver sought. I just wanted to be clear that I believe it's a height and sky setback waiver.
Oh, it is height and sky. Okay, thank you.
I believe so. I mean, I was looking at the ZRD1. We can clarify, but I believe I don't know what the height limitation is in the C1 or the R32, but I believe it's much less than 110 feet.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yes, if the applicant could clarify that, that would be helpful. Yeah, in the zoning resolution, it requires a 30-foot front wall height or 2 stories, whichever is less, and then above that a 1-to-1 sky exposure plane.
Yeah, I think the on the last page, it talks about 3343 height and setback regulations.
Okay,
I believe, but they can clarify exactly to what extent the waiver is. What's there now may already exceed, but as far as we're concerned, that's a lawfully established non-compliant condition today.
that's right. Yes, thank you. Well, those were my comments. You caught me right at the end. So Commissioner Otley-Brown.
So based on the fact that this cellular antenna case is not a traditional 7221 requiring uniqueness and financial feasibility to be, those findings to be met, these findings seem like they track more for utility properties and are similar to nonprofits in that it's kind of programmatic needs-based analysis. And in this case, the need is the need to reach people in the northeast section of Queens that are located northeast of this site. And they have, to me, they have successfully shown that the presence of the hotel is hampering the signal going to that area, and having a working cell and Wi-Fi signal is crucial in this day and age. And so therefore, I feel that they've shown the need to raise their monopole by 36 feet. And also the fact that they are actually going to co-locate initially with T-Mobile and then following with, what was the other network? Was
Dish.
it Dish Network? Shows that they are meeting that finding of co-locating. And so therefore, that coupled with the fact that they did try to lease the space on the roof of the hotel that was posing the problem, but they were unsuccessful in coming to contract with them, I feel that that is enough for me to support this project. And my only issue is the community concern about the maintenance of this site. And so I feel like they need a very good hands-on operational plan for maintaining the site free of graffiti and litter so that it's not a nuisance to the surrounding area.
Agree. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't want to add much. The only thing that I would add is that one of the items that I did look at is the RF evaluation report by Pinnacle Telecom Group dated September 2nd of 21. And in his report, he indicates that he's an expert in evaluating these kind of exposures. I would like to put it in the record that none of us, and at least myself, I'm not sure if I can speak for my colleagues, but I don't have expertise in looking at such technical reports when it comes to radio frequency fields. So in his report, Mr. Collins indicated that the exposure that's anticipated from the proposed raised or elevated monopole would be about 12%, like you, Vice Chair, mentioned, 12% of the maximum limit that's permitted to humans. That means that's going to be like 1/8 of the maximum permitted, which is well below the allowable. I take that as noted, and I just wanted to say that we're not like evaluating this kind of report or submission. We're taking the opinion of the expert as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you. So I have many similar comments with regard to maintenance and of the site and being a better neighbor at the site. I do support the monopole being raised. I would ask if there's any type of beautification, because this monopole is massive. So if they can beautify this in any way, if we can work out some ideas of how they can do this, we've seen several other projects where they've done either a clock tower or something So I put that on the applicant, something that makes us a little easier on the eyes. And that's my only comment that hasn't been already stated.
Okay, okay, all right. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Hi, thank you. The only comment I wanted to add is to further what Commissioner Shabeta was saying about beautification. And my concern is more with the streetscape. I see the proposal has a replacement of the chain link fence with 7-foot high board on board fencing and some 4-foot high shrubs. But perhaps in the setback area between the fence and the street line, there could be more of an effort to beautify the pedestrian right of way, considering the improvements made by the hotel adjacent and the residential character of the remaining block behind. That's the only comment I have.
Thank you. This is all very helpful and a lot to digest. And speaking of digest, we need to go for lunch.
Yeah, we have
Ms. Benke
Ms.
has a-
Benke's hand.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Benke.
It's okay. I just wanted to make a note that we had requested some comments on the EAS, and the applicant submitted all the required items at this time.
Okay, do we need any sign up from any other agencies on this?
No, not at this time. There is a new urban design narrative if you want to look at that with the photos.
I did see it. Yeah. Oh, there's a new one that was just submitted. I didn't.
They added elevations, and there's some of them are similar to what was in the application, but there's also new elevations.
All right. Okay. We will look into that. Thank you. All right. Let's. We're going to in for a very long hearing. So what I would suggest the public hearing. It's now 12:46. Make it rounded to 12:50. So let's take a 45-minute break. We need this because we need to be fully focused for a very long hearing. So let's take a 45-minute break and come back fully recharged to sit through hearings, because I anticipate a lot of public participation. And each one of these cases, as you're gathering from the comments, very lengthy comments we have provided and a lot of details needs to be hashed out. Okay.
So that's
What time do 12:50?
45, 132, 134, 145,
1:30.
130?
1:30.
Okay. So we'll return this concludes the public review session. We will commence the public hearing at 1:30.
Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, commissioners, it's 1:31 PM.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Can't see these glasses.
Oh, I didn't realize I'm unmuted. I'm not unmuted. I think we have a quorum. Let's start.
Okay. Steve? Rock and roll. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for Tuesday. What happened? Oh, we're not live? Am I good? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for Tuesday, September 13th. We'll begin with the BZ calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 38. Somebody please mute. 38, I hear background, 2022-10BZ, 55 Prospect Street, Brooklyn. This should be John Highland, I think, and I'm not sure who else. Oh, John Bonello and James Highland. You let them in? They have their hands up. Mr. Bonello, do you want to join us as a panelist, please? Oh, there you go, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Bonello.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Are the only two?
I
I
believe
think
so.
so, yes. Yes.
Yes? Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I
Please
do.
proceed.
Uh,
Your name for the record, though. Make sure.
Good afternoon. This is John Highland, attorney for the petitioner Vivi. I listened to the review session, and I believe that the board acknowledged that they've received all the sign-offs and that it's ready for a vote.
Ready to close. Now vote.
Close, to vote to close.
You're on mute.
Vice Chair, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you for getting this through the finish line. And thank you, Ms. Benke. And we're glad that we have come to this point. So I don't think there's any questions or comment from the commissioners. So let's just go to the public.
The case, can we put the screen up? The case that we are currently discussing is 2022-10BZ, 55 Prospect Street, Brooklyn. This is a special permit application to permit the operation of a daycare center in Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656. Enter the webinar ID number 845-0550-3961 and press pound. At the next prompt, you will press pound sign. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. This is only for the Prospect Street application.
So while we are waiting for anybody to call in from public, I think of course, we will recommend closing it, and we will schedule this for the earliest possible hearing date, which I think will be in October. Our Executive Director Costanza, can you please confirm if we can schedule this for October 3rd, 2nd or 3rd? And especially our General Counsel Vine, do you think we can get the report ready for a vote on 2nd and 3rd?
3rd and 4th.
I believe so.
Sorry, 3rd and 4th.
Chase said yes.
That's okay.
Okay. All right. So I think we were holding the space for you. So let's just give a little bit more time for the.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Almost done.
All right. I think
Good.
3 should be up.
It's up.
Right. Okay, so let's make a motion to close.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
And there's no submission. We will just, I think, whatever notes that were not added into the plan, we will incorporate that as part of the condition.
Will the resolution be issued on the next hearing date?
We need at least a week or so after the vote to finalize the resolution, but we will do our best.
Thank you very much.
Generally, it takes 1 to 2 weeks, but we'll do our best.
So after the October 3rd hearing, then the
Yeah.
resolution would be issued.
I think the closing is basically the record is closed. No new submissions are being taken. Whatever has been provided is acceptable. And it's basically commission is preparing itself to recommend its decision, which based on all the hearings and everything, it would be an approval with the conditions that I think we discussed earlier in the review session.
Thank you very much, everyone, for pushing this through. We certainly appreciate it.
Many thanks for all of your support, diligence, and hard work. We're very grateful, and so are the people of the demo community that we're going to serve.
Thank you, and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Item number 39, 2019-304B, ZN 305A, 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx. This should be Amanda Iannotti and Barbara Cohen. Anybody else? If there's anyone else, Miss
Hi, good
Iannotti?
afternoon. Yes, we have a little bit of a large team. So Amber Cartalian from Equity, Fariba McCoy, Sean Woodruff, Barbara and Maurice.
Okay, I see Fariba. I don't see.
Okay, that's
Sean
a-
Woodruff. Yeah.
Yes. Esty, Khan, Madi Spitzer, if they're there.
I see Marty Spitzer. If those people would join as panelists or raise your hand, whatever, to let us let you in. Thank you.
David Winslow. Defu Kong.
Okay. Please join as panelists. Thank you. Please unmute. I think that's, so we have Tafu, we have Khan, Spitzer, McCoy, Mapu, Mr. Khan, Woodruff, yourself, Ms. Cohen, Amber. We got it all? 1, 2, 3,
I think
4,
that's
5,
it.
7. Okay, we're ready?
We're ready.
Okay, if everyone could unmute, please, and if you can join as panelists so we can see your faces, that'd be great. If not, just please unmute so I can swear you in. Thank you, lovely. Okay, everybody ready? Unmute Mr. Woodruff, is he gonna be, yeah, Mr. Woodruff? Thank you, Con, okay. Good, okay, everyone raise your hands. Unmute, Ms. McCoy, thank you. Do you raise your hand, right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? And to respond honestly to board member questions. Somebody has some background noise, which they need to mute if they're not going to speak. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Iannotti?
I do.
Everybody?
I do.
Good. Ms. Iannotti, proceed.
Good afternoon, Amanda Iannotti on behalf of the applicant. We heard the board's comments at the executive review session. The team worked hard to revise the proposed plans in response to comments at the prior hearing. We appreciate the board's acknowledgement of all of those changes that were made. So I'll just jump right into the comments. Vice Chair Chanda, your first request was to indicate the passageway easement on the site plan. The passageway easement is in its own sheet 14 of 29, but we would be happy to overlay that boundary on 18 of 29 or 19 of 29. If that is acceptable to you, I'm not sure if that will confuse those pages a little bit with that overlay, but is that your request?
You're muted, Vice Chair.
Sorry. So you said you would overlay it on which sheet?
It could be overlaid on 18 of 29 or 19 of 29. 18 of 29 just is a little bit more zoomed out, which shows the full intersection.
No, you know what? Leave it. Each one, it's showing very different elements and they are all complex. Just leave them as is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. We understand all of the outstanding seeker. Amber can address that at the end in terms of timing of those things. I'm just going to jump down to Commissioner Brown's comment about site value related to the lot area within the M31. It might be helpful if I share my screen for this discussion. Let me do that. So we're looking at page 12 of 29. Does everybody see that?
Is there any way to make the sheet occupy the entire
Larger?
screen? Yeah,
Is that good?
thank you.
So the area within the M3-1 is area 04 as well as area 03. So I'll just kind of circle that. That's this long strip on the south, and then this strip on the side. And the square footage that is included in the most recent submission is area 03 only, 2,319 square feet, because that is the area that 7711 cannot apply to. So the 04 square footage was not included when Barbara revised her site value, because we are assuming that that is actually part of the MX1, because 7711 can apply there. So we wanted to just discuss that with you, Commissioner Brown, now that we point that out.
7711 is a discretionary act, am I correct? It's not as of right. It's discretionary.
No, it's
You
as
know,
of right.
Don't
It's
you have
as
to
of right.
prove findings for it in order to do it? In
Just a
terms
boundary.
of,
You can just move the
Sorry.
boundary 25 feet when there's differences in uses. So here, you can move.
right, but what I mean is that it's not as per zoning. It's not as of right on the on the zoning map. That's what I mean. It requires an action to move it over.
No, it doesn't
Oh, no.
require action. Sorry, I just wanted to explain. It doesn't require an action. It is as of right. And it says that the boundary, if it is less than 25 feet and less than 25%, I believe, of the site, then we can move it as of right.
Yeah.
Right, it still does, it's not written on the zoning map as M1-5 R8A MX-1. On the zoning map, it's
Oh,
M3-1.
Correct.
So absent a representation to Department of Buildings or wherever you're going, it
Right.
is not
Okay.
that zoning.
So we just wanted to clarify how you're looking at it, because, well, once you make that representation to DOB, you assume the use regulations, and we're not asking for the use waiver there. So either way, we can revise it to include the square footage of 04, or we wanted to explain why it's only including the lot area of 03. So Barbara's happy to include the.
In this case, it's not going to make much difference in your
Yeah.
feasibility, but
Right.
for the narrative in the financial feasibility report, so it doesn't look like an error as compared to the previous reports, you should put in a letter that just explains that you're utilizing that section of the zoning resolution to move
Okay.
that into the usable square footage of lot area.
So, so just an amendment to explain Barbara's use of
Yeah,
only
like it could be
2,000.
done in a letter. So
Okay,
that this
Barbara.
way it doesn't look like it was just an error in the square footage for anybody who looks at the record. You're addressing the
Sure.
issue.
Sure.
And then
Okay,
that's
we
fine,
can
because it
submit-
does, you can leave it in because as I said before, it's not going to change the feasibility by that much,
Sure.
but
Okay.
just explain it.
We'll put a letter in the record to that effect. So I think that really covered all of the comments. Outstanding is environmental review. Amber, do you just want to jump in on some timing on air quality, DOT, WRP, and parks?
Sure, yeah, so for DOT and parks, there's no additional submittals required, with the exception of in a July 2022 letter, DOT did ask for a restrictive declaration for the project, as detailing maintenance and other items related to the private street. So we are going to need to draft that up and submit that for review and concurrence. In terms of air quality, we do need to revise our materials to reflect the most recent proposed building. And we will do that. That could be like within a week or two for a submission on that. And then WRP is really just a matter of an email response.
So the only
We're
the
waiting.
only
Sorry, go ahead.
is you need to do the restrictive deck per DOT, revise the EAS, and what about DEP? Do we have the full DEP sign up?
There's so because this is an MX district, there's already noise attenuation requirements in place for the project, and there's an E-designation that's already mapped for hazardous materials. So it's really a matter of air quality sign off for DEP. And DOT has the traffic analysis that was submitted. Previously, we screened out of thresholds, and now with the unit count, we now did a trip generation that's been submitted with a cover letter in August. So we're waiting for their review and indicated the restrictive declaration was forthcoming, and we would put that together.
What are the other elements of the E-designation? It's noise, and what are the other things?
There's an E-designation mapped on the site for hazardous materials, and because the project is in an MX district, there's noise attenuation requirements that are imposed as part of that MX district that need to be complied with.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so those are, if you can just kind of clarify that in your next, just clarification of what are the elements that need to be incorporated as part of the E and the MX.
Sure.
And the reason I'm saying is that I'm sure it's there in your documents, but we have gone through so many iteration. Just a cover letter with that explanation, and that the restrictive deck from the that needs to be done would be very helpful.
Sure.
We are just kind of now tying up the loose ends, and we're almost there.
Sure, absolutely.
Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you. I have my hand like raised for quite
Yeah,
a bit now.
I couldn't see it. Actually, do we need to share the screen anymore? Oh, thank you. Yes, and now I can see everybody's hands up. Okay, yes, Commissioner Shetta.
Yeah, thank you. I raised one of the comments regarding the remediation-based hardship, and it wasn't responded to.
Okay.
Is Dave on this call? I can make note if not.
So you're saying it was responded to? So
it was not.
It was not. So
Commissioner
here's
sorry.
okay.
If it was, I wouldn't raise my hand.
Means are we going
Well,
to remediation?
Sometimes retraction also results in raising hands, so that's why. My question here is, there is an E designation on this site because there is an issue with hazmat. So why is okay, let me go back. Removal of the remediation, is it going to change much of the scope of the project?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about taking the cost for the remediation out. What I'm talking about is clear. There is a uniqueness claimed based on remediation. The numbers clearly can show that the remediation costs now are less than $1 million, while the negative return is 25 million, meaning that the cost for the remediation is less than 4% of the negative return. Actually, it's about 1% of the total cost for the average of the proposed and as of right. I don't want to set the stage for future applications claiming hardship based on remediations because of 1% remediation cost as it compared to the total project cost. This is my point. I'm trying to minimize the headache to the board from future applications based on remediation. I totally understand that this specific application is unique, and that doesn't mean that the remediation cost needs to be taken off.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me go with all the hands that are raised. Ms. Prenga.
Hi, thank you. I also wanted to add that this is a general City Law 36 waiver as well. So we also have a DEP correspondence the applicant for infrastructure and sewer review, separate from the seeker. The applicant did provide some information, but the DEP has reiterated some comments. The comments are basically that they're asking for a corporation council opinion, a copy of the alteration map, and they would like a copy of the certified site connection proposal showing the proposed method of disposing internal sanitary and storm, and a plan showing method of connection to the water main. So I just wanted to let you know that that's also there. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, we're working on those items. The first set of items we've requested from the Bronx BP Topo Division, and the drainage plan is being worked on.
Okay. Ms. Benke.
I just wanted to let Amber know that I reached out to DCP about the community facilities numbers, and I'm going to be in contact of which numbers should be used. Right now, they don't want us to use the Seeker app for this rendition just for screening. So I will reach out and let you know. And they looked at it and they said it won't change the analysis conclusions. But,
Okay, I'll update as soon as I'm provided.
okay, thanks.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the Vice Chair, Barbara Cohen's hand is up.
Yes, Ms. Cohen.
Yeah, I just wanted to state that the economic report doesn't in any way make statements as to the environmental remediation as being a hardship item, but rather it just includes it as a development cost. So
Right. I think the Commission basically wants it to be removed from the uniqueness argument in the statement of facts.
Thank you. Yes,
okay, different document. Okay.
but keep the same numbers. I'm fine with including the remediation cost. I said nothing about that.
Okay. Yeah. No. That's a given. It's part of the cost. Okay. Great.
Okay. So Ms. Ainati, I think you can remove
I'll
that.
remove it from the A finding discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2019 304BZ 180 East 132nd Street, Bronx, and 2019 305A, which is also 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx. This is a variance to development of a 15-story residential building and a waiver of the general city law, section 36. Actually, I think the height has changed, 11 stories. If you want to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, and to webinar ID number 845-0550-3961, and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you're on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise that little Zoom hand that's on the bottom of your screen.
So while we're waiting for public to call in, Ms. Ainati, we still have some outstanding issues. There's the whole DEP review for GCL 36. Then we're closing out the EAS, the restrictive deck, and then a couple of corrections in the statements and the financing, a letter. How long do you think it will take? I cannot project the timeline for DEP, how long it will take, but all the submissions have to be made in order for DEP to do the review.
Right. So there's things we can respond to very quickly, and then there's things that are going to take time. So like the letter and the statement of facts, the AQ revision, that could all be very quick. The drainage plan will take a while. So maybe we can say 3 weeks, but that may not, in the drainage plan may not be ready. Everything else probably will be.
No, we are pretty much down to the wire. It's just literally doing last bit of things. I would rather do all of this together rather
Okay.
than sets of schedule hearings, one
Okay.
for. So best is, let's take the GCL timeline and use that as a way to figure out when you would be, you can
Okay.
deliver, and then schedule the hearing accordingly.
SD, can you weigh in here on
And
timing?
the reason I'm saying it, we cannot anyway close even if you had all the other elements.
Understood.
So might as well just wait for everything to get cleared out.
SD, can you weigh in on timing for the drainage plan?
Let me see what John said last. I believe he said it's going to take another few months for that.
Can we, I see John Carbone is attendee. Can we admit him? He's from
Is that the
AKR.
363 phone number?
No, I think he's just there as John Carbone.
There's somebody up with their hand on it, that might be a member of the public. I don't see Mr. Carbone. Do you, Steve?
Yeah, yeah, I saw him. I met him as a panelist.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Okay, yes, I had muted.
Okay, raise your right hand. I have to swear you in if you weren't in before. Do you
Sure.
raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so with the DEP aspect, I mean, it's somewhat of a two-pronged approach. We have some additional coordination with DOT. It could take, as he said, months, anywhere between 6 to 12 months. It's quite a process to get DOT for the sanitary sewer conveyance to the city sewer, and then also submit concurrently the DEP site connection proposal.
Okay.
But I know previously, a while ago, the board would sometimes condition GCL on DEP approval of the drainage plan. I don't know if the board would still do that.
We could do that as a condition, but I just want to make sure that DP does not have any additional comments. Tracy?
I think in this case, the time frame for seeker will be longer than a few months. So, I mean, based on recent reviews for air quality.
Okay. So I think instead of, let's make use of this time and get all the submissions in place for GCL 36 and all the.
And submit the sorry to interrupt. Submit the seeker as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, Tracy.
All right, so I don't see this. It's going to take you at least 2 months to get everything. You need at least a couple of weeks to put all this together, submit it. Then 2 months from there, we're looking into December earliest. Ms. Benke, do you have your hand is up? Okay.
Vice, so there's someone who called in with the last 3 numbers, 363, that has their hand up. If that person is calling in on 180 East 132nd Street, Bronx, Steve, can you let him in? This is only for 180 East 132nd Street, Bronx. This is the residential building. If you wish to
sorry, I'm giving a call for Queens, not the Bronx.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes, my
Thank you.
apologies.
That's okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Can I just wait, or should I call back?
You can call back and wait.
Oh.
You
Thank
leave
you.
him in the room, Steve? Or wait, and let him call back.
let him wait, call us, just lower his hand.
Yeah, he's calling me for probably for Success Academy. Okay.
Okay, so did we decide on a submission? Well, the EAS will come in as soon as possible, but a formal submission in December?
Well, so let's say you submit the EAS, this will take at least 2 months. Meanwhile, you also have to get all the DEP documents lined up. That will take 2 months at least, if not more. And then I think from there on, let's figure out a submission date. I don't see even December, maybe January is more.
Okay. If the rest of the seeker has sign off and only DEP remains, because John said that could be almost 12 months out, maybe we could talk about conditional approval just with DEP, the only thing outstanding.
Yeah, but I have not seen a 12-month out DEP approval, really. I've not seen that. That's probably an extraordinary circumstances. Ms. Matthias handles PCL 36, and we have not gotten.
The sooner you get it and you work that, yeah, if the engineer can reach out to DEP, yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that the GCL 36 portion, I think we got so caught up with the variants, we forgot about the GCL 36. I mean, this should have been started right at the beginning. We would have probably gotten very much close to the wire with GCL 36. So I would say it's submitted immediately.
John, why do you feel it will take that long?
Yeah, the challenge is because the site does not front city sewer, right? It does through conveyance through the easement. So we have to submit DOT revocable consent application for a sanitary force main in order to make connection, which is the DEP portion to the city sewer. So I'm kind of juxtaposing the additional time with the DOT coordination plus the DEP coordination.
Just walk me through the review process on this one. When you do that, how much will in any way or shape affect in terms of the site plan or any of the conditions?
I think what we had depicted as far as the conveyance lines as part of the supporting documents, I don't envision truly a change. It's still a sanitary force line that goes through the easement and then into Willis Avenue with connection to the city sewer. Nothing really else would I envision be changed to the site plan itself. The water main, we have something that is nearby. Again, these are the DEP comments. Water main is nearby, whether it's an extension or just a direct connection. And stormwater, needs to be worked out with conveyance to, the appropriate outlet.
Okay, well, what I want you to do, I want you to start the process. Yes, Ms. Matthias?
Ms. Pranga, I think this was already reviewed by DEP for those comments, correct, Jella?
This has been reviewed several times, but, well, at least 3 times. I've received comments, but the information the applicant provided in the past to respond to the comments, DEP was issuing similar comments. So it wasn't, I guess the plans that they provided, these civil plans, these civil engineering plans were not responsive to DEP's comment. Sorry, I'm not the subject matter expert.
Yeah, no, I would envision that DEP wants a formal application made, which we can progress with. But it would need a supporting application through DOT, hence the timeline.
Okay. Okay. Can you outline this in your next letter as to the timeline that it will take to get this approval and what needs to come before and how does it fall in? That would be helpful. Okay. So, okay, let's then aim for a December. We will internally discuss and we will confirm the time, but I don't see it being before November.
Okay, okay. That's fine.
Is that okay, Mr. Costanza? Am I
Yes, that's fine. And again, we'll have internal discussions and coordinate with the applicant if there's anything to change.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Item number 2020-36BZ, 8401 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn. Should be Elise Full there.
Hi,
Excuse me, Elise. The person with 363 last number, this is Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn. It is not a Bronx case. So if you're calling, then don't join in. But if it's for Flatlands Avenue, then we'll hold you in place. Okay?
Andy at Andrew Stewart, I see. Is Nick coming on too, Andy, or no?
I think he's available, but he's
Okay.
if he's not needed, I'll
No.
handle it.
Okay, cool. Just didn't want to leave him out of the party. Thank you.
Okay. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
State your name for the record and proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm here with Andrew Stewart from High Point Engineering. Thank you so much. We watched review session and we appreciate your comments. We don't know why we didn't this time, but we can definitely add that note regarding lighting. We have been reaching out to that neighbor above the animal hospital, as you pointed out, and we're more than happy to work with our neighbors if anything comes up. And then thank you for your comments regarding the DOT letter. We'll look into in the future. We'll discuss with your board how, which way it should be filed, and we appreciate your review. I'm not sure that there were any other comments you'd like us to address.
I had asked for an alternative to an exterior refrigerator.
Oh yeah.
And I'm okay with not having to provide it, but just given that this is an operation that is very well run, I think in terms of trash pickup and delivery, if you can just put something to that as to how frequently that is done, that would be helpful.
We can definitely speak with the client and ask them how often trash is and if they might already have something installed in the building. I'm not really sure, but we can definitely reach out and ask them.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it, right? Parking spaces, I think that's it, right? Okay.
Any other comments? Did I leave out anything?
No, you talked about the out of parking spaces.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I talked to DOT.
Any other comments and questions from the commissioners?
Trash pickup.
Okay. Let's go to the public, please.
Sure. The current item we're discussing is 2020-36BZ, 8401 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn. This is a special permit for the continued operation of an automotive service station. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, enter webinar ID number 845-0550-3961 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will pass the pound sign. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you're on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room, please raise the little Zoom hand at the bottom of your screen.
Okay. I don't think there is anything that needs to be submitted except just a letter confirming the delivery and pickup. And regarding the note.
Yeah.
If you want, you can revise the note, or we can put that as a condition.
Whatever is best for your board. If you're, either works for us. If you close it today, we can submit it. Whatever works for your board.
Okay. Ms. Matias?
I'm sorry, are you not saying submissions? Because I thought you wanted the trash compactor. So if it's not outside, it's inside. Shouldn't it be on the plan, or am I missing something?
Do you have a trash compactor within the site?
I don't, this is something, how trash works is something we're definitely gonna have to get back to you. I don't know. The note I can definitely agree to put on the plans, because that's it. We know what we're doing with that, but the other, with how their trash works, we're gonna have to reach out and ask them if they have something.
Okay, all right. Okay, then, I mean, if it is, and you have, I'm actually okay with regards. It just can be in the cover letter based on what you see regarding the trash.
No
You
problem.
can put it in the letter saying this is how it is, this is how, where you have it on site within the building, and this is how it's operated. We can just pick it up in the resolution as a note. And then in terms of your trash pickup and would be another thing that we can mention in the resolution. Just revise just put a note on the plan. That's it. Okay.
Okay, so cool. We'll put a note on the plan and talk about trash in the cover letter.
Yeah. Put trash in the cover letter. That sounds interesting.
Okay, well, we're gonna speak to trash in the cover letter. It won't be trash piece of paper.
Yeah, no. Efficiency of time, yes.
Yeah.
Time's up.
Okay, all right. Let's then make a motion to close.
Tracy had her hand up.
Oh, yes, Ms. Benke.
Sorry. So in terms of seeker, we're accepting the discussion as provided in the last submission, and I think it should be added to the EAS as it responds to DOT's questions.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that part. Yeah, how do we go about that? Because DOT raised it.
Right.
So we can't close, right?
Okay, this is a sticky issue because DOT has raised it. It needs to be somehow be addressed.
If the board wants to close, we could have the discussion with DOT. If something changes.
We can reopen.
Let's do that. Let's close and have discussion with DOT, and if something changes, we may have to reopen it.
Understood, no problem. And then Tracy, you can let us know how that goes and if we need to do anything to the EAS.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay. I don't think there were any callers. Don't see anything. Anybody with their hands up? Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to make a motion to close, Vice Chair?
Yes. Motion to close, please.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yu.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 41, thank you. Item number 41, 2021 55 BZ 134 16 35th Avenue, Queens.
Okay. Should have an Edwin Tang. I'm emailing him. And then some more people. I think Clyde, maybe.
Clyde Pittman.
I don't think we really necessarily need him on this one based on the questions, but we definitely need Edwin. And then,
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
okay, here. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I don't think anyone else has to speak. Is there a Stephen Bay on? Oh, and I see Clyde is on. But
Let's see, Steve.
I think that me and Edwin can address all your comments, and if we need someone else, we can bring them in. But I don't think we will.
I'll bring the interpreter in when we have open up to the public, correct,
Okay.
Vice Chair? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me swear you all in. Raise your right hands and please unmute. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Folder, proceed.
Elise Fullader with Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Edward Tangs, the architect, as well as Clyde, who is the aeronautical engineer. We heard your comments. First, I guess I have Edwin here to explain the plan changes a little, and then I will add to what he has to say. Edwin?
Yes, so I think the most recent plan change was a correction to the section diagram to show the conical surface elevation. That has been done and resubmitted back to the board. All the prior changes regarding the heading wording of certain table titles has also been picked up as previously seen. I also wanted to address the comment from the community board that was sent last night to the board. There was some confusion in their understanding of what the other tax lot on the zoning lot was doing, which is not part of this application. There was the inconsistency in the drawing, which has since been corrected and is correctly shown in the current version that the board has. The other tax lot has an existing two-story building, and that owner, we learned, has decided not to propose a six-story. They are going to stay as a two-story. So we've made sure our plans are showing what we know to be the latest news from what we know as our neighbor, what their plans are. So we are showing it as a two-story building on our sections, on our site plan, so that the story is consistent. And I think the community board was confused when the owner was telling them last night the neighbors is staying as a two-story while somehow the plans on screen were showing 6 stories. So I think that's what generated a lot of the confusion.
And the owner next door, sorry, the owner next door has been changing their plans, but they're not, our owner is a different owner. So we're just trying to keep up to date with whatever that owner wants to do. So
and
that
we have to show it because it's the same zoning lot. So we need to accurately report what is going on the entire zoning lot. So that's what we've been trying to do.
So just so I am clear, the entire zoning lot is the through lot that stretches from Northern Boulevard to 35th Avenue. It's the strange dogleg kind of lot. And your client owns the portion that is on the eastern side fronting on 35th Avenue.
Correct.
There is a separate owner who owns the portion of the tax lot that is fronting on Northern Boulevard.
Correct.
And what the owner of Northern Boulevard is doing, you have nothing to do with it. But the FAA approval picked up the entire zoning lot, right?
Yes.
Because FAA has 11 points and it seems to have picked up the entire lot.
Yes.
So whatever gets built on the, if there is going to be any change, it's going to be subject to an FAA review and it's going to be subject to a BSA special permit on that lot.
Yes, they are well under the allowable height as of right height in zoning. They are 2 stories. And to our knowledge, they are staying as 2 stories.
And I should add that we, after the comments from last night, we looked into it, and we're going to be submitting to the community board this week there's a Zelda agreement, between each of them, and that will hopefully help clarify how the development rights are allocated on the property and clear up any confusion about how it's 2 separate tax lots with 2 separate owners, but 1 zoning lot.
Okay. Our executive director Costanza has his hands up. Please pick up.
Yes, I just have a question for Mr. Tang or Mr. Pittman. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. With regards to any of the corrections that were made on the site plan, is there anything that needs to be coordinated with the FAA so that the approval or the recommendation by the FAA and therefore any conditions are current so that we accurately capture everything?
Yes, there's another form that has to be filed twice. Once when construction starts and once when it reaches the greatest height. As far as that other lot is concerned, these even though the points may have included the whole boundary of the area, it only pertains to this one building, and that because that's the client, the sponsor. If they did choose to increase the height of the adjacent building, that's a separate FAA study.
Okay, so for the purposes of an approval here, we're fine now, and there's a procedural path that has to happen at different points of construction and completion.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pittman.
Thank you. Glad you're here.
Okay, so you will provide, you said you will provide the Zelda.
Yeah, and well, in response to the community board, and probably meet again with them, I'm assuming after we submit that in October. Hopefully that will answer all of their questions they brought up.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the commissioners while we have the experts here?
No, I just want to say, I looked at the revised section diagram, and I want to thank Mr. Pittman for submitting the clarifications. And I want to thank the architect for correcting the section diagram. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
And then your other comment was about the landmarks issue. So Edwin lives in the neighborhood, so he's here to speak a second on.
Yeah, I understand that my understanding is the landmark is the RKO Theater project, which I don't know much about other than what I hear in the BSA hearings while I wait for my turn. And also I drive by there every day on Northern Boulevard, and I see the site. It's fenced up, and the old theater, which I knew what it looked like, is not there. I think there's some lobby components that are supposed to be preserved and restored off-site to be incorporated into the new development whenever that happens. But I think there is no building there that I can see, on the street. So I understood that the landmarks protection requirements had to do with, monitoring devices to make sure vibrations don't disturb the structural integrity and landmarks components of that building. But I think all the components are off-site now, the lobby, murals and things. So I'm wondering if that is still kind of relevant.
So this is really something that LPC has to finalize, because we do not have the expertise with regards to what LPC is looking for. And yes, you're right. It is an interior landmark, and all the interior elements have been removed from the site, and the site is being staged for new construction. And once the new envelope is in place, the historic elements will be placed back to its original form, to retain the original form. How Landmarks reviews it, we do not know that. And this is really something that Landmarks and you have to iron out and identify if a protection plan is needed. If not, then that's great. If it is needed, what kind it is, because you're right, it is different from a standing historic building. It is now being removed temporarily. So, but we need Landmarks to respond to that.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll work with Tracy, our architect, and our EAS consultant to figure out next steps.
Yep, thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, we can go to the public.
Okay, Steve, can you let Mr. Chow in? He's the interpreter.
King Chow, right?
King Chow. You want to go to the screen? Hi, Mr. Chow.
Hi.
Okay, I'm gonna read the first message, and you can repeat after me in the Mandarin and Cantonese. So the case we are currently discussing is 2021-55 BZ 13416 35th Avenue, Queens. This is a special permit for the construction of a new building in excess of the height limits. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 and to webinar ID number 845-0550-3961 and press pound. At the next prompt, you will press pound sign only. Once you are in the room, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the Zoom hand on the bottom of the screen. Okay, Mr. Chow?
OK，大家好，我哋而家個案件咧係2021行55 BC 係134行1316 35大道皇后區嘅。呢一個咧係嚟討論要一個特別嘅批准因為咧呢一個建築物咧係超過一個高度嘅限制嘅。如果你想發言、想討論嘅話咧，請你致電646-558-8656，跟住咧係呢個輸入網絡研討會嘅號碼係845-0550-3961，跟住按井字喺下一個提示之後咧，你就再按井字一次你可以撳星9去舉手，跟住咧你可以撳星6而去取消靜音嘅。如果你已經喺一個 Zoom 嘅移動會議入邊咧，你可以去點擊一個舉手一個嗰個掣，跟住可以發言噶啦。大家好，我們現在呢是那個案子2021畫55畫 BC 的一個案子，地址是134畫16 35大道皇后區的。這個是我們要討論呢，它有一個特別的批准，要批准做一個建築物是超過一個高度的限制的。如果你想發言、想討論的話呢，請你撥646-558-8656，然後呢就輸入網絡研討會的號碼是845-0550-3961，按井字。在聽到下一個提示之後呢，再按井字。如果你需要舉手的話，你就按星9。如果你要取消靜音的話呢，你就按星6。如果你現在已經在那個 Zoom 的移動會議上呢，你可以點擊那個舉手的那個圖案，你就可以發言了。
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, have anybody on the screen? Steve? I don't see anybody, attendees. So once again, this is 2021-55 BZ 134-16 35th Avenue, Queens. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand or call in. Nothing? No.
所以我們現在這個案子叫2021-55 BC 136畫16 35大道皇后區的。如果你想發言的話，請你舉手。而家係2021行55行 BC 地址係136行16 35大道皇后區嘅。如果你想發言嘅話咧，請你點擊舉手。
We have another minute or so to wait, so. See anybody raising their hand?
Madam Deputy Director, is that the only case that requires Mandarin Cantonese interpretation?
Yeah, they asked, some of the neighbors asked for an interpreter.
Yes, this is the only case.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for assisting us in this matter.
Okay, my pleasure.
No, I don't see anybody.
If they have any questions, we posted, they could call.
All right, just a few more minutes, 2-3 minutes. I think
we have another minute and that's it.
Yeah.
We gave them 3 minutes.
Yeah. But I would again suggest, given that there's so much confusion and and I appreciate Ms. Pollard that you're going to go back to the community board and the nature of the project and the ownership and what it entails to build on the other side, as Mr. Pittman explained. So it would be helpful for the community board to have that understanding and going forward in keeping that line of communication open with your neighbors with regards to the construction, because there are a lot of things that are happening around that. So it's in your best interest to make everybody know what exactly you are doing.
Yeah, true. Understand.
Okay, the 3 minutes are up.
Okay. All right, we didn't hear anything from anybody, so I would, I think the LPC part is still outstanding, and we could do one of two things. We could keep it open until you have resolved the LPC issue, or we can close it, and whatever condition that LPC poses will become part of the approval with condition. Sorry, Commissioner Yoon, I didn't see your hands up.
I just put it up. No, thank you. I just wanted to further clarify, because in the statement of facts submitted August 24th of 2021, the proposed development very clearly states the proposed development will consist of a 6-story as-of-right development on lot 55 on Northern Boulevard and a proposed 12-story mixed-use building on lot 120, which is the 35th Avenue project. So I think Mr. Tang, you had said that the Northern Boulevard site, or that tax lot, lot 55, was not part of this proposed development or not part of this application. But I guess in the statement of facts, it seems confusing because it does seem like the 6-story as-of-right development was initially included. So I think for the record, it would be beneficial to clarify what is actually under this application.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon, for picking that up. Ms. Pollard, please do revise the statement of fact in accordance with what was stated and be consistent with what's in the drawings.
Okay, and we explained to the community board, and you can tell me this is incorrect, that if anything's on one zoning lot, we have to show the BSA the full zoning lot on the plans and the statement, but we can make the statement much clearer.
Yes, I think your submission that I see today, it does make it clearer as to which part is the shaded portion is not before, but it would be helpful if you can clarify that also in the statement of fact. It needs to go together.
Okay,
So,
no problem. I think we can be clearer about that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just trying. Thank you, Commissioner Yu.
Okay, so I mean, Ms. Benke, my thought on this is that we can close and have the applicant work with LPC in identifying how to resolve the LPC comment. And if it requires revising the plans, we will open it. If it does not require revising the plan, we can put that as a part of the condition of the approval.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Because technically it's a sign off with a condition they have to adhere to one way or the other. So.
Exactly. Right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so make a motion to close. And Ms. Pollard, that's, you understand, you have to work with the LPC and get a clear read and a sign off one way or the other with conditions or without having to do anything.
Understood.
Okay, so a motion to close, Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Hartley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, it's close your decision. Thank you, Mr. Chow. Unfortunately, I guess the community, but I appreciate you waiting.
No, sure, no problem. Thank you. I will log off and have a great day, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, everybody. Let's, do we want to take a 5-minute break or do we want to move on? Because now we're getting into the heavy hitters.
We're good?
We're
Yep.
good?
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. New cases, item number 42, 233-15BZ, 4540 Vernon Boulevard, Queens.
We'll have, I think, Mr. Tarnoff, Jeff Mulligan.
Jack, Jeff, Jack Freeman, Jeff, and there's a few people. Who else, Jeff? Good morning, good afternoon, Jeff. You're muted, can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Jeff,
That's
thank
good.
you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Tony, do you need to swear us in or how do we?
Yeah, but how many, there's Jack and you and
So-
Saji and Jennifer? Is that the only 4?
Yes, and we should also have, though I'm not seeing their names here, but we also have Deborah Shapiro from AKRF and Michael Bogan from Cy Paget. Thought that they they're logged in, but
Let them in, Steve.
at any rate, they're in the same room with me, so they can raise their hands as well.
Chorus
Michael is joining now. Yep.
and Jessica Chorus.
I have Jessica.
And Deborah Mullis. Deborah Shapiro.
I'll just move over into this video, maybe.
Michael Bogan. Okay, so we're ready?
I'm in.
Everyone
Yes.
unmute, and if you can join as panelists, if you can, please. Let's move this along. Thank you. Unmute. Ms. Dafe or Ms. Dafe Bogan. Unmute. Are they speaking?
Yes, I'm speaking.
Okay. Afe? Mr. Afe?
I'm up now?
No. I have to swear everyone in.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So are you going to join as a panelist so I can see you, or you rather keep it closed?
Whichever works. I could keep it close.
Okay. All righty, everyone. Mr. Gallinoy is yours also, Jeff? Jeff? Go back.
Yeah, sorry.
Jeff, there's reverberation.
Can you hear me? You can hear me.
Fine.
Okay, yes. There are some, I think some community board folks or community folks who are also here, not, so I just want to make sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna
So
only
you're only
swear.
swearing in team members, yeah.
Okay, I'm only swearing in team members.
Yeah, applicant team members.
Let in if you're a community board member, I'm not swearing you in. I'm only swearing in team members. So unmute and raise your right hand. Mr. Bogan, please unmute.
We're all in the same audio. We're all in the same room.
Oh, you're in the same room? All right, don't do it then. That's where the reverberation is coming from. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Jeff Mulligan from Kramer Levin, representing the applicant. We attended your review session this morning, and we are prepared to respond to some of the questions and comments. Others will be responding in a follow-up submission. So just to go through the comments, I think it's more or less in the order that they were given to us. Chair Chanda, you had raised a question about the easement. Just to point out that only affects Lot 8, where we're not constructing the new building. The new construction is on Lot 4. So we will investigate that further. We don't think it's an issue, but we'll look further into it and provide a submission in writing on the easement. There was also a comment on the feasibility or the alternative of demolishing the Paragon Paint building and whether or not that would be a more economically reasonable approach. There is the fact that if we were to demolish it and construct anew, that would involve additional remediation. And to speak in a little bit more detail on that, I'm going to have Michael Bogan speak. And Michael, I think
if I can I share my screen?
You should be able to, or I can do it, Michael.
No, I got it.
Got it?
Yep. Chair Chanda and commissioners, thank you. Michael Bogan, Side Patrick Rosell. Just to go to that question that was asked earlier, the diagram that you see in front of you is a diagram that represents the current site conditions. And if you see where it says Lot 8, there's the blue square directly beneath that. That's the location of the paint factory building. When this site was remediated back in 2015, 2016, virtually all of the remediation was done in areas that were then accessible. And those areas are pretty easily seen on this diagram. It's the yellow colored area, mostly on Lot 4. There were some areas of partial remediation where tanks were removed or mostly closed in place. Those are reflected by the orange coloration. And then you'll also see a sort of pink-red color. That represents the area under the current warehouse building where we have some data about what exists there. But again, because there was a structure there, that area was not remediated. So what does that mean? Well, to go to the question that the chair asked earlier, if we were to have removed the Paragon Paint building, we would then have encountered the contamination that we and the state believe exists under that building. And in fact, as a track for restricted residential cleanup, that building serves as part of the institutional and engineering controls on the site. It is effectively the cap on that part of the property. So I think as you've seen in our submission, a portion of that building is planned to be removed for the proposed project, and that portion would need to be remediated and would result in additional costs, which would increase the hardship amount. So just to bring it back to where the question was, if we removed the building, would that have assisted on the hardship calculation? The answer is no, it would not. It would have resulted in additional remediation costs and an additional hardship in terms of environmental cleanup.
This is helpful. If you can put that in your discussion in the statement. And also, is this map provided somewhere? We got so many documents.
Not.
We have not yet provided this map, but we will provide it with our submission.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Can you please point out to the area for the future remediation as well on this map?
Yeah. Yeah. So hi, this is Deborah Shapiro from AKRF. I'll just, Commissioner Shetta, just to answer your question and to build upon what Michael Bogan was just saying. So we will provide an executive summary of all the remediation that was conducted to date. And then what we plan on doing as part of our next submission is we will provide further detail on this figure to show you the assumptions that we made as part of our remedial cost estimate to explain sort of, where the remaining contamination is left and what that resulted in the additional costs that were outlined in our remedial cost estimate. So at that time, this figure will be provided with some additional detail as well.
Thank you. That would be helpful. When you say estimate, are you talking about the future? Because we already have an estimate.
Yeah, sorry, the future remedial cost estimate. I was just responding to your comment about providing more detail and explanation regarding the future remedial cost estimate for the proposed project.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to do track one versus track?
I could. So I'd also just like to address one other question that was asked. I believe it was by Commissioner Otley Brown about the difference between, a track 4 and a track 1 residential cleanup, and what remaining obligations exist on this track 4 restricted residential property. So I've been in front of this board before, and I've spoken with many of you before, and I've done quite a few brownfield sites since 2003 when the program was first enacted. And of those, there are really very few that make the track 1 standard because it requires essentially an unrestricted remediation all the way down to bedrock, which is difficult to achieve in New York City. And so most of the cleanups that we do are in fact track 4 restricted residential cleanups, which means that they're suitable for use as a multifamily residential building, but that there are institutional controls in the form of an environmental easement and engineering controls, typically in the form of a cap, and where you have volatile organic compounds such as we have at this site, in the form of a subslab depressurization system or other vapor mitigation system. If this project is approved and we build it, there will be a subslab depressurization system that is part of any future building. And that will, can't tell you right now whether that would be an active system or a passive system, but let's assume it would be an active system. The rest of the remedial obligation going forward under the site management plan would be to ensure that the cap is being maintained. And for landscaped areas that are accessible to the public, that would mean 2 feet of clean fill material, and in all other areas, hardscape is sufficient. And what does that require going forward? The environmental easement is recorded against title to the property, and it exists in perpetuity. So annually, a qualified environmental professional needs to come to the site and verify 3 things. They need to verify that the site is being used for only restricted residential use and no greater use, such as farming or a single-family residence. I think that that's pretty easy to establish. They need to establish the cap is being adequately maintained, and if it isn't, then there needs to be, remedial measures. So if a hole forms in a parking lot, or if there's erosion and you need to bring in additional topsoil, you bring it in, and that rectifies that. And that the subslab depressurization system is operational. And for those kinds of systems, typically all that needs to be done is for somebody to check to make sure that the vacuum pressure is acceptable. And Commissioner Shedd, I know you know all about this, so I won't go further into it. But that is an obligation that will move forward, and it's typically the obligation of either a homeowners association, tenants association, but it can also be an obligation of some third party to whom that responsibility is given.
Regarding the SSDS, when looking at the estimate from AKRF, I saw that the SSDS is kind of an optional measure. One of the estimates, or actually it's one estimate, but it says with SSDS and then without SDS. Is it an option that subslab depressurization system is not going to be needed? Is this likely to happen? And if it is, how do you reflect that in the cost?
So in order to determine whether an active subslab depressurization is needed, the DEC and DOH require sub-slab soil vapor and indoor air sampling once the building envelope is completed, and that's what determines whether or not it's an active or a passive system. So that's why there's the two options. So if it's not active, it would be a passive system, but if the sampling shows that it needs to be activated, then the active cost would apply.
And this is going to be used for the under the area that's going to be remediated in the future, not under the existing building, of course.
No, so it'd be under in the new building. So it would be, the part of the Paragon Paint building that will remain, as well as in the new building that will be constructed. So any structures on the site, that's a requirement of the site management plan and the environmental easement. Any structures that will be occupied will need to have this vapor intrusion evaluation conducted, and then based on that, the DEC and DOH will determine whether or not the sub-slab depressurization system needs to be activated, or if there will always be passive mitigation control. So the buildings will also have a vapor barrier, and they will have the perforated pipe beneath the building, but it's not technically a sub-slab depressurization system unless it's activated, and that's what the sampling data will show.
And that means that you're going to need to remove most likely the lowest floor slab for the existing 4-story building and probably put the system in.
So for the portion of the portion of the Paragon Paint building that will be demolished and the new building, that will have what, is the perforated pipe that you see typically for new construction. I'll further explain that the existing Paragon Paint building, the system, it would be a retrofit system. So it would be more, there's sort of pits that are involved and pipes that connect that way. So it'd be a different construction, but ultimately the same concept. You still would have a fan that would create a negative pressure beneath the slab to prevent vapor intrusion.
Understood. And this has been factored in the remediation cost for the previous stage.
I'm sorry?
That SSDS, the one that's going to be tweaked to accommodate the existing condition under the existing 4-story building. The cost for that one was factored in the portion of the cost that is already implemented.
No. So because the site is not currently occupied, there is no sub-slab depressurization currently. It would just be for once the site is redeveloped and it is going to be occupied.
Okay, so it's part of the
right. So the cost for that was not included in the brownfield cleanup program site prep tax credit.
So Commissioner Shetta, what it would be is when that occurs that way, it ends up getting counted towards a tangible property component. It does not end up getting counted towards the site preparation component.
I got it. The reason I was asking is I wanted to make sure that it's not a double dip. Because I saw it counted in the 4.8 million estimate for the future remediation. So I wanted to make sure that it wasn't part of the previous remediation. Thank you.
Correct. Nothing that is in the proposed future remediation costs were included in the previous cost.
Got it.
Okay, so go.
Somebody got muted. Do we need the screen?
Can you hear me?
Can
Sorry.
we take the screen down, Jeff?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, I can do that. You got it? Yeah. Great. Okay.
Thank you.
So there were a couple of comments on the A finding as it relates to unique lot shape and how we're uniquely burdened by the waterfront zoning. And I, understood the comments and that there was a request for some additional analysis. So we will provide that. There was also the request to look at an alternative scenario, including one that was a shorter building and a higher lot coverage. I would point out that and also that sets back above the base height where the building fronts on the shore walkway. And we'll point out that we designed the building so that it's basically a horizontal extension of the Paragon Paint building, so that the floors are aligned, and that's in part why we didn't set back above 60 feet. And of course, it would result in a taller building if we did, but we understand that you want us to take a look at that, and we will in terms of setting back. But a higher lot coverage building results in additional remediation that was just discussed. I mean, I don't know if you have more points that you want to make, but I think it was that.
So I think the part that is not clear still to us is to what are the areas of the site that still require remediation, and how by keeping the existing building, keeping the existing, by not disturbing, minimizing the disturbance would reduce the remediation cost. I think that needs to be made much more clear. But with that said, I mean, there is a way to set the building back along the shoreline if you were to create like an overhang over the Paragon. There are a lot of buildings that are being built in the city where you get the air right and you kind of have a building that overhangs over the buildings, the buildings over which, so if that can be done to get a better setback resolution along the Shore Parkway, and you get to maintain a floor plate, if that's possible. I actually, I'm just saying it without looking at the plan right now. Let me look at the plan.
Actually, we can pull up the site plan if that's helpful.
Yeah. So would it be would you still gain some? Would it be beneficial if you were to extend the portion of the tower footprint over that extended over the Paragon? Would that, and extending a little bit out? There is a way to.
Sure, John, are you is the scenario you're discussing one where we're not penetrating the soil at all? It's shifting the tower in such a way that we can avoid the additional remediation costs.
Well, first of all, you need to make that justification. We are now being stated, so you need to provide a very clear analysis of how that would be saved, and based on that, if you are proposing to minimize the footprint to the area that's contained, and I think based on the diagram that was submitted by Mr. Bogan before, which shows that the area behind the Paragon is the area that has been remediated to date also, mostly. So you're trying to contain it within the area that has been remediated, and rest of the area where it has not been, you'll try to cap it as much as possible.
Yeah.
Vice Chair, is your goal is to are you trying to reduce the height of the tower as much as possible? Is that what you're looking for?
I am trying to see, this is more in terms of the neighborhood context, character, where the tower is rising straight up along the shoreline. And it is, while it is 30 foot wide, a 30-foot sheer wall, and it is facing north, there won't be that much light or sunlight that will come to that portion. And it is just to providing a little bit of a breathing space for that building to set back a little bit to allow for it to appear that it's not being towered over.
So this is the goal actually, is to try to control the height of the tower.
Well, the height of it is going to be dependent on the financing, right? The height is totally dependent on the financing. Do you still need the 28? Now I'm talking more in terms of moving the massing a little bit away from the contamination, from the shoreline corridor.
Yeah.
That is.
If this is the case, I can provide some heads up to the project team, the architect, and the structural. I'm not sure about how wide is the tower itself, but let's say for simplicity, it's 100 foot wide. If you can deliver just 10 feet over the existing 4-story building, that means that 100 times 10, that's 1,000. If the tower, let's say, is 10-story, just I'm putting the number there. If the tower is 10-story, so it's 1,000 times 10, you gain 10,000 of just cantilevering over the existing 4-story building, you could deduct equivalent building floor area from the tower and thus try to push the height down. This is one of the ideas I would consider or put on the table, especially when you cantilever. You don't have to worry about adding cost to the remediation because the tower is already acting as a cap.
Yes, we can look at alternatives that, as you said, Chair Chandra, first we'll solidify the record in terms of the additional remediation and why it would be significantly more expensive to enlarge the footprint and have a higher lot coverage building. And then in terms of providing some relief along the shore walkway, we can look at doing that and shifting the tower or reconfiguring the tower in a reasonable floor plate, and also recognizing, of course, the light and air requirements. We do have on the west-facing wall legal windows, so there are limitations on where we can go, but we hear you in terms of looking at potential cantilever and other options. And I also want to point out,
Yeah, it might be cantilever. It might be even if you want to strengthen some of the interior columns in the existing building itself, you could even make these columns stronger and span between the tower columns and these columns. Make like a bridge over the existing building, and you could take that to whatever height you want. So these some sort of ideas to help you figure out how you can push the height or limit the height of the tower without spending more money on the remediation.
Okay, understood. And we did also hear you about looking at the alternative with additional office space within the Paragon Paint building to reduce the degree of the waiver. In terms of the financial analysis, we heard your comments. As the board knows, the analysis is a snapshot in time. And of course, when we submitted it, 421A was an active program. But that said, we will update the financials and remove 421A, update the residential comps, correct the site value of the existing buildings, and look at revising the % reduction of the tangible property credit. Further down the list, I think Deborah mentioned that we'll provide an executive summary of the 20,000-page environmental document. We will also provide the proof of payment of the remediation costs, and as Deborah also said, provide the scope and site plan for the future remediation. In terms of the cost for piles and foundation, that was actually an error. They were mislabeled for existing construction. This is actually for new construction. So we will make that correction in the cost estimate. That was just an error that they were labeled as for the existing building.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I didn't mean to be rude, but my understanding is that for both the as of right and the proposed, the existing Paragon building is going to remain at 4-story. Am I correct?
You are correct, yes.
If this is the case, if you look at the report from WSP, let me just tell you what page I'm talking about. If you look at the conclusion, towards the conclusion in the structural engineering report from WSP, you can clearly see that they are saying that the additional foundation elements and the structural strengthening is needed for the case of adding 3 stories on top of the entire building.
Correct.
Since this is not the case, the construction cost estimate, either for the as of right or for the proposed, shouldn't include any structural retrofit cost for that building because it's gonna remain at 4-story, no piles, no additional foundation, and I believe this is the point I was raising. I hope it's clear.
Yeah, and you're correct that we did show that, but that was mislabeled. It should have been labeled for foundation and piles for new construction.
But is it new construction included in the Marshall and Swift?
It's not foundation. Yeah, not the piles and the deep foundation.
Why?
Hi, this is Jessica Corus from Capolino here on behalf of the applicant. I prepared the Marshall and Swift construction cost estimate, and Marshall and Swift is not software that can accommodate the cost estimating of construction piles or caissons in this case that McQuilkin managed to use his expertise and divvy up the estimate to take into account not only the renovation of the existing building, but also provide a cost for those piles that we need to support the tower new construction. And if you take a look at our Marshall and Swift estimate, you can see that the estimate only considers floors 1 through 24. That enough floors, and it doesn't consider building a cellar. So we're counting on McQuilkin's specialty estimating for that part.
I'm confused because we just had a case where there was a pile cost add-on to the Marshall and Swift.
Thank you.
With Barbara? Okay, well, I'll check with her. I know we use slightly different methodologies with Marshall and Swift, so.
She uses what is called calculator method. It's very comparable to the online tool. The only difference is just she needs to run the numbers like manually. If you look at the online tool, you can add piles into the equation. And let me tell you this, I spoke to these guys, and this tool is very smart.
Yeah.
Using the location, if you, let's say you're building a building in Coney Island, based on their expertise, they know that if you're building more than, let's say, 10-story building, it's gonna need piles. So they plug the piles automatically in the equation in the cost that they give you using the online tool. If the building is somewhere where the foundation system choice is tricky even for the structural engineer, it gives you the option to add up the cost for the pile foundation system. This is actually a not pleasant surprise for me to know that the piles I looked at was for the tower. If I knew that, my response would have been like totally different. But please look at Marshall and Swift. Whatever you come up with as a square footage price, it is what it is.
Understood. Thank you. You learn something new every day, and so I'll definitely investigate this further, and we can shift the cost out of McQuilkin estimate into the Marshall and Swift and use the numbers that they provide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. I did just want to clarify. So are we back where we started though in terms of it was in the wrong location, but we also it was just mislabeled in the McQuilkin report. But we'll use Marshall and Swift.
It actually clearly says that it's for the conversion of the 4-story building. I'm not sure how it was mislabeled, but this is what I looked at.
Okay, I think the message has been made very clear.
Yeah, it has. We understand.
Yeah.
I think we understand what we need to do. And just a couple more comments. I do want to go back to the alternative. Commissioner Yoon had mentioned. Commissioner Yoon had mentioned the public space on 46th Avenue, and we will look into making that a real community amenity in terms of public access to that space. And there was one other question about the status of rezoning the area. And nothing has been announced publicly by the Adams administration We certainly expect something to be forthcoming in this administration. As has been noted, there have been recent initiatives, both private and in consultation with city planning, to further the trend of this area consistent with the rest of the Long Island City waterfront. But at this time, there has not been an announcement made by the city. Okay. So I think that covers all of the questions and comments, and please let us know if there is one that we missed.
There's just one. Yeah, there is just one that's missed. The shape of the site, the uniqueness based on the shape of the site.
I think Mr. Milliken said that he would put it in writing regarding the uniqueness of the lot shape and the burden of the waterfront zoning.
So I should be the one who missed it. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we did. Please go through the review session. I know we gave a lot of comments, so if we can't remember them right now, please just go to them. But I think you covered pretty much most of the things. The real element is we're beefing up the uniqueness part of it, and the remediation part is a big part of it, and clarifying diagrammatically is really helpful, and putting the associated what has been implemented, what needs to get implemented, which building needs to get removed, and where the footprint of the building would be in relation to the remediation. All of that will be very helpful in explaining your argument.
Understood.
And I just wanted to jump in and, sorry, is that okay?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay. Obviously, with the 421A coming out of the economic analysis, I don't know how that impacts, or if it does impact the stacking plan, or what makes sense for the building without being able to include the tax abatement. But of course, the project is pushing all of the different controls for bulk and height. So it wants bigger than 7,000 square feet for tower floor plates, but also to exceed the maximum height. And it's a question of how high and how big, right? And so we're kind of pushing in both directions with some consideration of making the building shorter, but that ultimately makes the building more massive. And so understanding and being sympathetic to the number of studies that can kind of be undertaken in a study like this, I think perhaps what I was saying about the shore public walkway is, at least in any future iterations, some consideration of setback, and the idea that with lot 10, and maybe you can clarify this for me, if lot 10 is subject to another tower or taller building, how canyon-like that public space can become, unless it's required that it's actually an upland connection and that nothing can be built there. I don't know if that string of logic made sense, but the public amenity that's being provided and the sheer street wall that would be abutting it is also impacted by what's going to happen adjacent to it to access the Annabelle Basin, and whether that's going to continue to be open space or become a development where you're actually kind of in a canyon of sorts with very limited waterfront access. Do you know the answer to that, whether lot 10 has to provide the upland connection directly adjacent to lot 8?
Yes, so lot 10, we basically share the view corridor and the upland connection with them. So it's a 60-foot wide, prolongation of 45th Road, and 30 feet is on our lot, and the other 30 feet is on lot 10. So that does sort of help ameliorate the canyon effect. And of course, what happens on lot 10, is dependent perhaps on, the future rezoning of the area. But, and the massing controls that are implemented whenever that might occur. But at least we know that we do have that 60-foot gap. And then, of course, the waterfront access plan does require a shore walkway on that property as well. So we did design our shore walkway so that it's 40 feet wide and then extends 40 feet to the east so that it can match up with the walkway going to the north on lot 10.
Mm-hmm.
So there is some breathing room, but we understand the desire to have set the tower set back above the base height.
And just to consider the ask of the tower versus the public amenity, and to make sure that while a tower may not be contextual in this immediate area, what's the exchange and what's the quality of that exchange? So I guess that's very helpful for me. Thank you. And I'm sorry if that was already included in your documentation.
Right. And I would just, point out in terms of the tower, I mean, it is allowed by zoning in terms of the height. That 265-foot height is anticipated by zoning for a community facility use. That was pointed out in, of course, the application. And then, of course, we've made the argument that, it is stepping down from the much taller buildings in Queens West and is also set back 80 feet from Vernon Boulevard. But we will look at the alternatives.
And I think that would be helpful if you can provide a massing, as of right massing diagram with all the setbacks and everything, all the requirements. What would the envelope would be on that site within which you're trying to contain the building. I think that's probably what Commissioner Yoon is looking for.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay. Yes, that would be very helpful.
I think,
an as of right massing envelope would be helpful to kind of identify where the building sits and what are the parameters of the waterfront access easement plan, waterfront access plans and other things that limits it diagrammatically. That would be.
Okay, got it.
Vice Chair, maybe I missed it, about the proof of payment, Nazir, Commissioner Shetta?
We'll be providing that.
You will be providing, okay.
Yes, they said they will provide it, yes.
Okay, I must have missed it, sorry, Jeff. There was a list I was marking off.
Yes, Ms. Matias is very thorough. She makes sure all the questions we have raised is always being answered by you. All right, if there aren't any questions for all the experts in the Zoom room, should we open up the floor to the public?
You ready?
Okay, yes, let's do that.
Okay.
Yes, I do have a testimony to give.
All right, just give me 1 minute. I have to. Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 23315BZ, 4540 Vernon Boulevard, Queens. This is regarding a mixed-use residential building with retail on the ground floor. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 845-0550-3961 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, press *6 to unmute to speak if you're on the phone, and press if you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. That's the little hand that's on the bottom of your screen. You will be afforded 3 minutes for each person. If you're from the community board, you're not timed. So who's the first person? Mr. Afe?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. And please identify yourself.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Osage Afe. I'm the Senior Manager of Business Assistance at Long Island City Partnership. I am here to speak in support of the 4540 Vernon Boulevard application, which we think will benefit the Long Island City community. The Long Island City Partnership advocates for economic development that benefits the industrial, commercial, tech, cultural, tourism, and residential sectors of LIC. Our mission is to attract new businesses to LIC, retain those already here, and welcome new residents and visitors, and promote a vibrant and authentic mixed-use community. We manage the LIC Business Improvement District, which includes Vernon Boulevard. LIC, particularly in the area surrounding this project, has emerged as a vibrant mixed-use neighborhood. The proposed project, which has been revised in response to community's concerns, will reinforce and add this strength by delivering several much-needed improvements that the community has been requesting for a long time. Access to the waterfront is one of the greatest assets of LIC. While the two waterfront parks are well utilized by local residents and visitors from everywhere, access to open space continues to be a challenge further upland. Responding to this challenge, this proposed project will remove barriers and open up access to the Annabelle Basin waterfront for the first time to the public that is directly accessible from Vernon Boulevard. It will also create a new landscape, open space with seating, planting, and pathways that is accessible by the community. In addition, the project now follows the contours of the original Vernon Massing on this important block. While we hope to see a comprehensive strategy for the entire neighborhood, this project will not preclude that from happening. But if this project does not move forward, it will be a real missed opportunity to expand access to the LIC waterfront and create more publicly accessible open space, both of which are among the top priorities of the community. For these reasons, we hope BSA will give a strong consideration to the support of the proposed project at 4540 Vernon Boulevard. Thank you, folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Galanoy, you're from the community board?
Yes,
You
I
want
am.
to unmute? You want to join as panelists? Please go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. You can start.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair Chanda and commissioners, all that are assembled. Good afternoon. My name is Maury Galanoy. I am the chairperson of Queens Community Board 2. The board is grateful for the opportunity to testify before you today. Queens CB2 previously reviewed this application that was submitted to the BSA in 2016. And while we appreciate the applicant's efforts to address some previous comments, the board does not agree with the developer that the current application meets the required findings for the requested variances. On June 2nd, 2022, CB2 board voted overwhelmingly against the application. This followed numerous meetings and discussions with the applicant, with CB2's Land Use and Housing Committee, members of its executive committee, as well as in a public hearing on May 5th, 2022. There are a number of grounds on which CB2 bases its opposition, including failures of the applicant to meet each of the 5 findings that the BSA uses, that the Vice Chair referenced earlier. First, the inability to support required BSA finding under ZR 72-21 that hardship was not caused or created by owner or predecessor in interest. The applicant has not made any argument at all in this regard other than a very brief, unsupported statement in its filing that the hardship it claims was not created by the applicant. It is absolutely devoid, however, of any statement or argument that the environmental conditions argued to give rise to the hardship were not created by a predecessor in interest. If anything, the prior 2016 application, as well as mounds of environmental studies and reports they have submitted with the application, actually established that these conditions were in fact created by one or more predecessors in interest to the applicant. And the applicant should not be permitted to make any argument to the contrary. The applicant has not established and cannot establish by any credible proof which predecessor in interest created each such condition, when each such condition was created, and the state of the law at each such time, establishing that each such condition was not illegal at the time it was created. The applicant has argued that the brownfield designation of voluntary alters the fact that historically they or the owner or predecessor of interest created the hardship. The voluntary status, in fact, allows an expedited cleanup without fines or legal action from the state. Additionally, the cleanup provides a further benefit, which are tax credits after a certified cleanup. For the purposes of BSA, the voluntary designation does not at all state that the hardship was not created by the applicant or predecessor of interest. The findings that the BSA made in the few resolutions that the applicant references completely disregard prior owners before the brownfield designation, which undercuts any argument that their voluntary action should be determinative on this issue. Moreover, the statements in some of those resolutions that some of these conditions arose before environmental regulations required any action by the homeowners is not suitable to the current circumstances and is inapposite. Whether or not the prior owner's action or inaction was illegal at the time or subject to environmental regulations or not at the time is irrelevant to the letter of the BSA's regulation that the predecessor caused the contamination. It is not. a bad conduct requirement, just a factual one that the applicant's own papers admit. It would be arbitrary and capricious to accept the applicant's argument. Under these circumstances, CB2 submits that the BSA cannot make this required finding and that on this basis alone, the application must be denied. But additionally, the second BSA finding would be the inability to support the project will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or the district in which it's located. The applicant is not basing its arguments regarding the impact on the neighborhood character on the actual neighborhood as it currently exists, but rather on their vision of the future with development on adjacent waterfront sites that is not permitted within the M14 zone. The developers' renderings are speculative and envision a future with taller buildings surrounding their site and do not exist. Additionally, the application does not consider the industrial base in the surrounding areas to the north and east of this site or the M14 R6A R6B low-rise character of the adjacent Vernon Boulevard corridor to the east and south. The applicant frame of reference is misleading. This site is adjacent to Hunters Point subdistrict of the LIC Special District, which is a community of homeowners and renters, small businesses, local retail, and public institutions, with many buildings dating from the late 19th and early 20th century. When the existing zoning was adopted, DCP sought to preserve the existing urban fabric and mixed use, mixed income character of the surrounding blocks with fixed height limits that protect light and air along with views for the existing community. The project will put further strain on an already failing infrastructure. The historic mixed use and mixed income character of this neighborhood will be permanently altered. Queens CB2 fully understands the city's urgent need for new housing and supports increased residential density when developed in concert with necessary infrastructure, especially when that housing contributes to meeting the diverse needs of the city's residents. However, in the absence of a wider planning and rezoning process, this application for BSA variances does not meet the required finding under ZR 72-21C and would unquestionably alter many critical aspects of the existing neighborhood character. CB2 submits that such a selective, incomplete, and misleading analysis cannot support this required finding by BSA. Third, inability to support required BSA finding that the claimed hardship will not permit the applicant a reasonable return. CB2 also rejects the applicant's analysis and calculations as to how and to what extent this is a financial hardship. Their numbers do not adequately explain what their anticipated long-term return on investment is. The owner is a sophisticated global investment company with projects throughout the world. They would not have purchased this property if there was not the potential for a high return. It is CB2's position that it is impossible to rationally or objectively make any finding that there is any ultimate financial hardship to the applicant or that it cannot realize a reasonable return given the information that we have received. The feasibility of this development is predicated on the extension of 421A tax abatement, which is currently under review. I'm not going to go on with that because we've heard from that earlier. The applicant's projection of the tax credit benefits may be too conservative. Without the resources to hire an experienced consultant to analyze the applicant's brownfield tax credit assumptions, we are handicapped to opine on this matter. However, we question the applicant's rationale for discounting the brownfield credit return. Fourth, inability to support required BSA finding that the site has a unique physical condition. The applicant is claiming their parcel is unique and therefore in need of BSA consideration for zoning exceptions. CB2 asserts that this is no more than a typical challenging development site and their uniqueness argument is spurious. The applicant has not shown that the conditions on this brownfield site are more severe than those at numerous other severely contaminated sites throughout the 5 boroughs, which have been developed in recent years without variances. As to the grounds on which CB2 opposes this application, fifth, infrastructure and city service improvements. The exponential growth and development in Hunters Point, LIC, and Western Queens, and throughout the city, quite frankly, has already placed tremendous pressure on existing city services, including schools, transportation, healthcare, and other community facilities, parking, and physical infrastructure. Permitting added density contrary to the zoning via a BSA variance without delivery of or effectively planning for contemporaneous provision of necessary infrastructure improvements and essential city services subverts the existing zoning process. It's analogous to spot zoning, which is the very antithesis of comprehensive plan zoning that is called for in this very special and unique waterfront area, particularly where there are such substantial potential impacts as this variance would have. If this applicant is denied a variance from the BSA, they may still pursue zoning changes through the Uniform Land Use Review process, ULURP as we know, where all these issues may be considered. Depriving the community of the opportunity to go through the ULURP process with them would be extremely unbeneficial to the community. Additionally, negative impact on the neighborhood. The height and bulk of the project references the Queens West waterfront development in supporting the applicant's height and density. However, the project is not characteristic of the surrounding neighborhood and disregards the long-standing and carefully planned Hunters Point sub-district zoning that was intended to preserve and maintain the low-rise character of the adjacent Vernon Boulevard corridor. A mere 50-foot setback as proposed does little, if anything, to substantially mitigate the impact of a 262-foot high building on Vernon Boulevard. And I would add that I've visited the site multiple times and gone throughout Long Island City and other areas. And it is really important, as I know some of the commissioners and others know from knowing the area, that for those that don't know the area who may be looking in or listening or watching, the waterfront properties that have higher levels of buildings and higher density are not in the exact area. And it may be easy to make the mistake of thinking they are connected. They are not. They are blocks away. Additionally, this is not part of an overall waterfront development plan. Approving this development without thorough consideration of the impact of further residential development in the M14 Annabelle Basin and the Northern Hunters Point zone is unwise and presumptuous. It will likely lead to speculation and displacement of local business currently housed in the M14 zone and uncoordinated development in and around this precious waterfront area. It would be most desirable for an entire future public walkway adjacent to Annabelle Basin to be part of a coordinated design reviewed and approved by the city at one time. There is no firm commitment to inclusion of community facility space or defined affordable housing component. The application indicates that the applicant will provide 30% affordable housing at 130% AMI. That's only 68 of 226 units, but only if the requisite 421A tax abatement is available. This is currently an empty promise since the 421A tax abatement has expired. In summary, while CB2 acknowledges the benefit of the remediation of a contaminated site in its district and the addition of the DCP required waterfront green space, CB2 requests that this application be denied by the BSA for all the reasons stated and submits that the applicant's failure and inability to meet its burden sufficiently to enable the BSA to make each of the findings required by ZR 72-12 compels that denial. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. We are grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Galgano.
Ms. Gorin, please state your name for the record and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Lisa Gorin. I am honorable chairperson and commissioners. My name is Lisa Gorin and I am a 33-year resident of Long Island City. I am speaking on behalf of Long Island City Coalition, which is an organization that advocates for comprehensive planning to address issues of resiliency, open space, infrastructure needs, and protection of Long Island City's low-rise residential mixed-use district. LICC believes the applicant does not meet the findings the BSA requires for a favorable decision to variances for the development. First, the zoning lot in our view is not unique, and its proximity to the basin actually enhances its value. Moreover, earlier proposals showed more open space than the current plan, which suggests the hardship is less than claimed. Indeed, the financial hardship, in our view, is a myth. The cleanup is already complete, and brownfield credits allow 28% of the cost to be recouped. It is also unclear which of the partners spent what amounts and who has been compensated. What's more, their figures are at odds with credits shown on the brownfield website. Last, as others have noted, their projected rents are well below comparable rents, and there is no timeline showing when they'll begin to be profitable and recoup their investment. A state Supreme Court case shows a tangled web of financial ping pong with tax credits and expenditures to obtain the neighboring property. We believe their ledger falsely enlarges the hardship, and the value of the variances exceeds the minimum relief. Next, the claim that the project will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood is disingenuous. On the one hand, the existing factory building is used for context with the adjacent low-rise portion of the neighborhood, but then simultaneously uses the more distant high-rise waterfront to justify their towers. A high-rise, even if set back, will set a precedent and destroy the look and feel of the neighborhood's downtown, the area along Vernon Boulevard. Neighborhood character should be judged by height and bulk, and also by the impact on small businesses, manufacturers, artists, artisans, and low-rise residences that are the true neighborhood, or certainly it's the historical neighborhood. And with all due respect to the chair, many in the neighborhood would like to preserve LIC's historic character as a true mixed-use area, mixed use and mixed economic area, which would include light manufacturing that is, in fact, right now in our hybrid working conditions in much more need, really, than more office space. Finally, there is no doubt in our minds that the owner and predecessor themselves created the hardship claimed. The agreement with DEC to clean the site under a voluntary status does not alter the history of who was responsible for the contamination. Entertaining this argument would be capricious. And let me just add that in our view, there are much better options for adding the much needed open space and waterfront access to this site and to Hunters Point. All that said, we respectfully request that the variances all be denied. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bard, are you going to speak?
Sure. Yeah, we are with Harbor Lab, which is an environmental education organization. We are supporting this application. We've seen this site and the adjacent sites lay unchanged for decades, and every proposal that comes this way winds up not making it anywhere. And I don't see how that's helping anything. We believe that having a residential tower is the first step to bringing constituents to the Animal Basin, which then is a constituency to have it cleaned up. So we feel that you have to have people there to advocate. Right now, it's walled off. The only significant manufacturing nearby just shut down. Plaxol announced they were shutting down their plastics factory, and the company is largely a real estate developer now. So I think that it's a false vision of the future that this area will not be developed into towers. And I also think that the thought of this area being strictly a Vernon address ignores the fact that the waterfront does extend down into Annabelle Basin. So it's just for so long this has been walled off that people don't even recognize it. So I think that this is a recognition of that reality. So Harbor Lab does support it. The developer is talking about having a boathouse in there. We think that getting that access will also encourage any future development in the area to kind of augment that with educational facilities and things like that. We are partnered for the operation of the space with a Columbia University Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion program for secondary school students. And we think that would bring a great asset to the neighborhood. And this is also accessible safely for NYCHA residents through the Greenway and sidewalk corridor. And that's really important as well. And this space, being almost a pure rectangle in there, is very sheltered, very safe. It does need to be cleaned up. And I think, again, constituents residing there will help that happen. But it is protected, so you can actually do a lot of education and introduction to kayaking, canoeing, and things like that in that space. And so I think after decades of delay, I think that the impetus for movement is here. And I think the onus is on the community and the city to make that happen at long last.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak on 23315 BZ 4540 Vernon Boulevard, Queens? Please raise your hand or call in. Is there anyone else? I don't see anyone else with their hands up. Anyone else see that? I don't see anybody else. Okay. Vice Chair.
Okay, Mr. Mulligan, could you in your next submission respond to various comments that the community has raised, the community board has raised, and I think I mean, in my statement, I stated that what city planning is proposing is kind of speculating. We don't know. I think we can safely say that it's going to be more density than what is before, what is there now in terms of the use and the bulk, but we don't know what that is. So will it, I'm just wondering, I think it would be best if you also provide an M1 for an R6 alternative on that lot to show whether the site is feasible or not. I can't
hear you, Jeff. Sorry, Mr. Mulligan.
Sorry, can you hear me now? You can?
Yes.
Yes?
You're a little, go ahead.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So yes, we will do the analysis of the R6A, I'm assuming you're looking at, the adjoining.
Yeah, I think because the site area is zone M14, what you have, and the area along Vernon Boulevard corridor is an R6A, but next to it is the M14-R6B or M14-R6A. So I would say use the M14-R6A because it's on Vernon Boulevard, and see if that can, what is feasible under that. And unfortunately for Commissioner Otley Brown, you would need to just review another part of the financial analysis. I think it would be helpful to understand if one were to exercise what is the predominant zoning district in that area, what would be. I think whatever city planning comes up with, it would be combination of some of those. It would be an MX district of sort with something more, or maybe not, I don't know. I'm just going by what was discussed earlier. But I think it would be helpful. And I think that would provide a much clearer picture as to what in reality can be built on that site, and what is the incremental ask that the applicant is making, and how justifiable is it based on the hardship that you're indicating. But you need to, as we discussed, you need to provide more information and justify that hardship with regards to remediation.
Yes, yeah, we will do that. And we did do for the community, at the community board's request, an R6A alternative, I think, which was submitted as part of the community board package, but it was a preliminary analysis. And actually we didn't even, I don't think we included the additional remediation costs of a high lot coverage building. So we will provide a more thorough analysis of that scenario.
Right,
And we'll also,
so that would also answer the question that we were raising is why couldn't you have a higher lot coverage building
correct.
to move the, and that would also go to your remediation question. Okay, thank you.
Right, right. And we're happy to respond to the other comments from the community board. There are some of my colleagues would love to speak on it now, but we will submit it in writing and have a thorough response.
Thank you. I really do appreciate everybody from the community calling in and expressing this concern. It is a project that's been in the,
Pipeline.
it's been happening, not happening, happening, not happening. So finally it is before us. And I appreciate all the comments. I think some of you are my neighbors, so I kind of know the concerns. But I do really appreciate everything that you have stated and a very thorough breakdown of all the comments, Mr. Galgano, that you have provided. Sorry, Galanoy, my apologies. Any comments from the commissioners to the applicant team? Based on the comments that you have heard, any additional information that you want the applicant to provide and clarify?
Oh, no.
Yeah, Vice Chair.
Okay, yes,
Yeah, for the option that you just mentioned, I'm glad you mentioned that the R6A. I would say or instruct follow the same like direction when it comes to minimizing the spread of the building within the unremediated areas. Try to follow the same, like if you want to implement some sort of cantilevering or even building over the existing building, try to do that with that option as well. That would be helpful.
Understood. We can make that attempt. The only thing I would say about the R6A is that it's a contextual district, so it intentionally pushes everything down and out. So we would have to build out to 46th Avenue. So there's only, and we'll show this in our submission, but there's only so much we can do in terms of minimizing the soil penetration. But we'll explain that.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, so a lot of questions, a lot of things to answer. How long will it take for your team to respond, Mr. Mulligan?
Sorry, I think about a month.
Are you sure you will have everything in a month? I would say more like 2 months.
No, I think we can, some folks who want to go more quickly than a month. But I think we can provide the response in a month. We have, okay. Yeah, I mean, we have done, as I said, we have done the R6A scenario, and a lot of the environmental information that you're looking for, we have prepared already in anticipation for some of the questions that you have asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
October is definitely not possible, and I think we only have one hearing date in November. So let's look at our schedule, and if it can be done, depending upon the load that we have a pretty heavy agenda. So if we can, it would be November. Otherwise, it would be December. Somebody from our office will get back to you regarding the scheduling.
Yeah, I'll speak with your staff. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for participating. Commissioner, sorry, go ahead. Who is speaking?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, want to take a 5-minute break because we have few more cases. We expect a lot of, I would suggest just taking a quick 5-minute break. Okay, thank you.
We'll be back in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Do we have a quorum? I guess not.
Steve? No.
No, we don't. have
Commissioner
a quorum.
Brown is here, Commissioner Yoon is here, you're here. Commissioner Shedder is here.
Okay, all right, we have a quorum.
And Shabeta.
And Shabeta,
Oh,
thank you,
there
sir.
you go. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the record. Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing. Oh, my video is not on. Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for September 13th. The next item is item number 43, 2021, 50 BZ, 50 Lawrence Avenue, Brooklyn. This is a special permit for a school. There should be Moisha Friedman. I'm sorry, Lynn Friedman, sorry.
Yep.
Oh, and Moish is here. Okay.
Unmute, start video. Lynn is here also, if you could let her in.
Lynn, who else? Moish?
Okay, so I have a list here. Hiram Roskrug should be there.
Yeah.
Eugene, the architect for the building department.
Let's see.
How do you pronounce his name?
Yevgeny
No.
Metayev?
Yes,
Metayev.
that's it.
Metayev.
Metayev. Mehek Nassim is his assistant. Rabbi Mordechai Meisels. And Rifki Meisels. They are the founders, co-founders. Rabbi Zev Reisman.
Rabbi, say that again. Moish?
Zev, Z-E-V, Reisman.
Reisman. Oh, there he is, down the bottom. Okay.
Okay, two more people. Shimi Luitarski. I don't know if he's on. Shia Goldberger is a former student there, would also like to speak, but otherwise he'll speak with the public.
Could they raise their Zoom hand?
Yeah, raise the hands so we can get 'em.
Whoever,
Or join as panelists here. Yeah. Thank you, Steve. Sorry. Hiram Northgood's having a problem. Hiram. The number's on the screen, Hiram. Okay. Hiram's having trouble getting in still. I don't know why.
Okay.
Can we just start?
we'll start.
Are
And
you fine with
hopefully
that?
he'll be able to get in.
Okay.
We got to start.
Okay,
Go in the whole group.
if it's not too much, everyone raise their right hand. He got it, okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board?
I
And
do.
to respond, wait, wish. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? And to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, could the other people unmute and say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
I do. Yes.
Okay, anyone else is speaking? Okay, please proceed, Mr. Friedman.
Hi. Okay. First of all, thank you very much, everyone, for the nice. We attended the executive session and nice words on the programmatic report. It was really a lot of work, and thank you. It really has everything in there, and it's really the basis of this whole application. The school is a very unique school. It's the first of its type. It takes a broad spectrum of the local borough park and Flatbush community from all the schools. It takes students. All the students are either on the autism spectrum or similar diagnoses, may not have a diagnosis of autism, but are treated the same. There are no regular students over here. This is entirely for autistic students, and because of that, they need a unique environment. This building, we've been working on it 3 years, and designing it was with the help of Eugene, and who's the architect of record at the building department. And to design this building to make it work for these students. I would like to introduce Rabbi Meisels to give a little bit introduction to the school, and we'll proceed from there, and we'll answer some of the questions that the board members had. Rabbi Meisels.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman, and thank you everybody for the opportunity to present here today. So my name is Mordechai Meisels. I'm a certified special educator and a board certified and licensed behavior analyst, working with students with autism and related disabilities. Students with high functioning autism are from the most misunderstood populations in the special education community due to their nuanced and splintered skills and needs. In some ways they look brilliant, in some ways they look normal, but then different areas and different weaknesses come out in different ways that really interfere with their daily functioning, productivity, and independence. I was working with students, getting support within mainstream settings. They were struggling despite all the support that they were getting. They were being bullied. They were trying to cope with programming that did not work for them. They were barely surviving. There was a significant void and need in our community, as there were no options, especially for bilingual Yiddish students. Parents approached me and begged me to step up and do something about it. I co-founded Hadron Academy in close collaboration with parents, always taking the parents' perspective and working together with them collaboratively. We established a program catering for this very specific population. And like Mr. Friedman mentioned, the population of high functioning autism and related disabilities, students with deficits in the core areas of autism spectrum disorder, including social interaction, deficits in social communication, and hardships and deficits in developing and maintaining friendships. Moreover, the autism language deficits affect students' academic and cognitive abilities, necessitating differentiated and multisensory learning modalities. So we accomplished to establish such a unique program by hiring the most skilled educators and professionals, developed an evidence-based program and curricula, and addressed every single aspect of our students' academic, social, emotional, behavioral, even cultural and vocational needs. Students at Hadron, they don't survive, they strive. Students at Hadron are not lost, they're in the spotlight. Students at Hadron are not struggling, they're achieving. Many of Hadron graduates graduate into the workforce or even college. Students at Hadron grow to be productive, successful, and independent individuals. Hadron students have everything they need, but one thing they don't have yet is enough space. At Hadron, we have small classroom sizes, and as you can see in the programmatic needs in great detail, we have many therapy rooms, we have many different staff, professionals, therapists, and our students also have sensory needs that require additional space and additional accommodations. Unfortunately, we're at our capacity, and dozens of students are turned away each year due to space constraints and enrollment being at capacity, especially considering the rise in the prevalence of children with autism diagnoses being identified. The CDC in 2021 updated the statistics that approximately 1 in 44 children in the US is diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder based on 2018 data. Boys are 4 times more likely to be diagnosed with autism than girls. 1 in 116 girls are identified with autism, while based on 2018 data, 1 in 27 boys are identified with autism. We were excited to find a property with an approved variance for a school building that was approved in the past, where we were welcomed by the neighborhood with support and excitement. They support our mission, they support our work, and they were pleased to hear that our school will house even less students and minimal buses as compared to the previous approval. They were also happy to hear that we're conforming to the previous conditions, such as 30-foot setback. We so appreciate the community support, and we believe that our project will be an asset to the neighborhood and to the community at large. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to go through, we took extensive notes. I wanted to go through some of the comments made, and then we'll have some others from the team speak to what we're talking about. First of all, the use of 7711 on a split lot. It's in the letter, the NOC letter. It never made it into the facts. We'll add it into the facts. It's not subject to 7711 because it's more than 25 feet and more than so it doesn't work. So, but it's in the NOC letter, and we'll add it into the facts in the next submission. Okay. Hiram will speak about the restrictive declaration. I will create a new drawing. I hope you don't mind, to show the front lot lines and the setbacks that are required. It'll be much clearer if I make a very simple plot plan for you to see than to add it to the existing plot plan, because it would just be too much information, an overload of information in one plan. So we'll add a second plot plan showing that. Elevations and materials will provide. The bulkhead. So yeah, it's very unclear, and we'll put on the section markers. The high bulkhead is on the manufacturing side, closer to the train, not on the residential side. It's needed for the elevator. We wanted to have an elevator up, the elevator reach the roof also. And speaking about the roof, so I'm just going to jump a little bit. The roof is not is only used during the day for some staff members to get some fresh air, maybe eat lunch outside, and that's about it. There are nothing is happening out there. There's no music, there's no lights, there's no programs are happening. It's just a little bit of a break area which will be used during the school day. And that's why we also need the elevator to come up to the roof, because we need handicapped accessibility.
So
Okay.
if you can just elaborate that in your programmatic need and the use, that would be helpful. Yeah, I think I was confused because the section absolutely, because we do not have a
Yep.
sectional, it wasn't clear which way I
Right.
was.
Yeah,
So-
you're right. Yeah, we'll make it much clearer.
And
Not
also provide the section.
a longitudinal section also. Yeah, not a problem. As to the statement of facts talking about the AOR plan, it is on page 24. There's a whole write-up on the Azerite scenario and a floor-by-floor description of the valuable program space lost in a conforming scenario. That's
Oh,
from the
I'm
statement of
sorry.
facts.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
No, listen, there's a lot of just the programmatic report is 200 pages. There's a lot to go through over here. It's fine. Lynn knows the whole programmatic report practically by heart. She'll speak to that. Okay, we'll work out something on the second floor in the rear yard. In conjunction with Eugene and the developer, we'll see what we can do about the sound attenuation in the back from that yard. So we'll get to some. We'll figure something out, and we'll get back to you.
So you know what the board is asking, basically something that is more harmonious with the residential context, and having a parapet wall. If you can have a higher parapet wall with a fence above, I think you're allowed up to 4 foot or 5 foot high parapet wall. I am not sure, and then having a fence above that, that provides more security for the children and also makes it appear. It's not a bad appearance.
That's not a bad. Yeah, we gotta deal with everybody, and we'll come up with a workable scenario. Not a problem.
Right.
The buses, maybe I'll have Hiram also speak about that. But from what I understand, it's in the transportation report. They are in touch. There's one bus every 30 minutes maximum, and they are in touch by radio. But I believe it's in the transportation report. I have Hiram speak to that. There is a school loading zone in front of the building. It's on page 9 of the proposed plans. So there is.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff over here. Okay, we'll put up some sort of a nice wall along the side yard to the residential. That's not a problem. We'll put that in. And we'll get copies of all the deeds from all the surrounding and to show that it's owned separately. Okay, so we already count with the site search. I already contacted today Ian from Urban Cartographics, and we'll put together a updated site search showing that there really isn't. I mean, this is a very dense neighborhood, but we'll put together some more information for you, and hopefully we'll have it for the next hearing. Let's see. The noise attenuation, Hiram will speak to, and the traffic circulation. Okay.
So I think on the traffic circulation, in the analysis, in the trip analysis, it shows there's a fair number of students who will be coming by other modes of transportation and walking. So the question that Commissioner Otley Brown had was, how are you ensuring security and safety for the students when they're crossing the street intersection, and how are they going to be greeted? What is being done? Because in many of the cases, you hear about there'll be like a school guard, or there'll be a teacher that will be at the intersection who will pick them up. So you have to provide more explanation and clarity, and this goes to the finding D of the special permit.
Okay, we'll take care of that. We'll add it into the next one. Remember, most of the students here are high school grade, most of the students, and older. So, and for the younger ones, we will put something together, a program for that. Not a problem.
I just want to add it's something that's being done currently with our existing program. So we'll just document it and share it.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if if you can rely on the existing program and how it functions and how that function's success is going to be carried over into the proposed. That would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
Now. Okay.
I just want to go back to one question.
Sure.
Friedman, you said you will provide the deed to show that owned separately. I appreciate you documenting the deed, but do provide a narrative that kind of summarizes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Then this is the ownership, like a table of some, it's a simple table. And I think our project manager can give you a sample of what we're.
Not a problem. We'll add it to the statement of facts. That's, I believe, where it really belongs. Okay, I'm going to call on Lynn to speak a little bit to some of the programmatic needs, and she will address any of the other questions.
Thank you. Yes, Ms.
Okay.
Hi, how are you? Okay, this has been quite a project. As we said, we've been working with the school for since September of 2019 in terms of just developing what it is that their needs are, helping them to quantify that, figuring out not only the historical enrollment, but the projections, which we'll answer as well. I know Commissioner Sheta had mentioned some question about that. And also in terms of the space needs, what's needed and for serving this unique population. And Rabbi Meisels can describe for Commissioner Otley-Brown the difference. We mentioned in there that the design of the school is for students who have autism spectrum disorder. And yet some of them have other kinds of special needs that are what are termed related. Rabbi Meisels, if you could clarify that, and then I'll continue.
Sure. So there's a very specific profile that we cater to in our school. So these are students that even in the higher functioning range of the spectrum, there's a spectrum and a range. So mostly our students have challenges that fall under social communication, social interaction, relationship skills, and as I mentioned, that also the different language difficulties or deficits also affect the way students comprehend and process information, which affects their academic achievement as well. So when we do our interview process and application process, we assess and screen every single student to make sure that they're fit for our program, so that we cater to their needs and that we create that community of children that fit one specific profile that all can be addressed with their very specific needs. Whereas if we would open up the school to many different ranges or different types of disabilities, or even students that don't have these related disabilities, it would create an imbalance, and we wouldn't be able to cater these very personalized, individualized programming to all the students. So there is quite a number of students that we actually refer out or recommend other programs that cater to different profiles. But in terms of the profile of the student that we cater to, these are the high functioning autistic spectrum disorder students, and students that have a similar profile, and others we refer to other programs. So whether it's lower functioning students, we refer out to others. If it's students that really are doing very well socially, but just struggling with academics, there are different programs like that. And our program is very unique, that we cater to this very nuanced population, and we're very targeted to their specific needs.
So would you say that these students are more independent, in this category more able to look after themselves? Because I'm asking this question in relationship to their abilities to get back and forth from home to
Spot on.
school safely.
Spot on. So when we established the school, parents actually reached out to us if we're going to have transportation, if we're going to have these, accessible school buses. And the parents actually, they were pushing us that they don't want, being that they're so high functioning, they don't want their students to go with these, Department of Education, handicapped school buses. It stigmatized them, and moreover, it makes them dependent. And at the stage where we get these, students, parents are all worried and thinking about their independence and their future. So parents were encouraging us, and us as licensed behavior analysts were trained, very well trained, to do functional behavior assessments, break down different skills to task analyses, and really break down these, activities of daily living in a way where the students can master them and then generalize them. So one of the 7 dimensions of applied behavior analysis is generalization, and generalization is a generalization across skills and generalization across environments. We don't want to create special transportation for these students so that for their forever will need accommodations. We want to set them up to be productive and to be independent so that they can really be thriving in a natural environment. And we were extremely, extremely successful. Sometimes we do have what we call behavior technicians working under the guidance of licensed behavior analysts and really, modeling for them and, going through those interventions until they're ready, making sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So it's all based on behavior reinforcement and really scientific. But the results that we had on the independence of students using public transportation, and I want to mention also some of the high functioning students, Autism Speaks just recently published research about special interests. So the second to the highest category of special interests of individuals with autism was around transportation. And students with autism are very commonly interested in transportation, into trains, into buses, into routes. I know some individual students that know the entire MTA map inside out. So some students actually have a strong point, while others really need that coaching and that help and that reinforcement to make sure that they're living independently. But we've seen tremendous, tremendous success since 2016.
Thank you, Rabbi Meisels. Okay, so yeah, I think that's important because I certainly learned a tremendous amount about, and you'll see if you want some light reading, any of the commissioners that haven't had the opportunity, it's a 200-page novel, and there's 4.5 pages of bibliography and resources, because we did a tremendous amount of not only research, but we tried to simplify it for ourselves and for whoever might be interested in what these students need and how it's different, not only in terms of numbers and quantifying, which of course we did with tables and charts and graphs and all those things, including sources and resources of how these schools are designed. And it's maybe Commissioner Yoon may have some experience with this kind of thing, but schools for students with autism are a unique design. They have unique design parameters. They're not that common, although we did find a lot of sources that we could use to help to explain what's needed, and in a way to help the school with understanding, so that when we sent them ideas back and forth over this long period of design, and they sent us their sources and what their needs are. They've got this, tell me if I'm pronouncing it right, Snoslin room, which is, it's not your typical occupational therapy gym. It's its own kind of space. They have a cafe that is for the students, so that they're going to be learning food service as part of their growth to becoming independent, and in terms of learning skills. There's so many things in here that the therapy spaces really are, if you add them all up, the equivalent to or more than the actual classroom space. When defining how much classroom space they need, it's not your standard and was what we had to do and figure out, is it the standard 20 square feet that we normally have for the older students? Preschool gets 30 square feet per child. Older students, elementary, middle school, high school, building code says minimum of 20, but notice it says minimum of 20. So do we go for the minimum? And so you'll see that we have in there, and I'll point you in the right direction. If you want to read this novel from beginning to end, I recommend it. But the square footage allowance for in general for classrooms, pages 85 to 88 in the programmatic needs report. And the guidelines for that are not only the building code, which is the minimum, but also United Federation of Teachers guidelines for student-teacher ratios, New York State Education Department guidelines for non-typical classroom instruction space guidelines. NYSED Office of Facilities Planning has some guidelines, including classrooms for special education, and that utilizes something called the pupil station method rather than a square footage number. They talk about classrooms, numbers of teachers per student, which is defined as, they say, I think, Rabbi Meisels, you're using a 10-1-1, am I right? For every 10 students, 1 teacher and 1 assistant. And so all of that, if you look at the numbers, the classroom square footage per student in the classrooms is 30.25 square feet. There's a calculation in there that comes from NYSED about 75% of that being instructional space and 25% for the teachers and for storage within the classroom. And if you do that calculation, we're down to 22 square feet per student. So that's pretty close. It's not excessive. The rest of the spaces are based primarily upon the numbers in the building code, including the standard numbers that we use for a gym, for the dining room, for the assembly spaces like the synagogue. Those are all the usual numbers. Regarding the office space, there was a question about what's going on with administrative and office space on the 6th floor. And I'm going to ask Rabbi Meisels to speak about why the administration needs to be, all of the teachers and administrators need to be on site to work with the students. But if you look, we have on page 153, a tree map chart that shows in the programmatic needs analysis, it shows all of the spaces broken down by block, and you'll see that the office space, which includes, by the way, the reception office, the custodial office, transportation office, the health office for the nurse, therapist workrooms, the academic offices for the principal and the dean, support offices like the guidance counselor and school psychologist and the teacher's room. You add those all up and it's 7% of the gross floor area. And as far as I know, New York City, generally, when we do an as of right school, when we design a school as of right, we know that we're allowed to do up to 25% of the space for offices. In this case, it's 7%. It's very modest, and yet it looks like a lot because there's so much going on in this building. Rabbi Meisels, can you just explain that bit for me?
Sure. So when it comes to the administrative people within Hadron, our style and the way we work is with a very thoughtful approach and a very collaborative approach. So we don't have silos in terms of administrative staff doing their things and the programmatic staff doing their things and creating that disconnect and silos. It's a way of the way we operate, and the way we were able to get where we got to is by strong collaboration, teamwork, and doing everything the most thoughtful and meaningful way. So having the staff in the same location to be able to really collaborate with the programmatic staff that really need to be on site, as well as being connected to the atmosphere, to the vibes in the building, to be able to see how the operations work and what the real school needs are. That's critical with being connected with the real school needs to be able to support our students in the most effective and efficient way possible.
So as I understand, this is mostly programmatic staff space. and less of the admin space, bookkeeping and things like that. That's really what I'm trying to get at.
I just want to add one more thing so that, an example. So when we register students, there's the programmatic staff that they're, I'm screening the students, evaluating the students, and then there are also the people that are busy with the intake and processing their applications and the paperwork. If it would be split into 2 locations, we would have to have students go to 2 different buildings, parents potentially go to 2 different buildings. So there's so much overlap between administration and the programmatic. We like to make everything in a meaningful experience. So for example, when parents come to register and fill out like more the DOE paperwork, I personally meet with every single parent when they register to talk about the vision of the school, what we're here for, and that this is a partnership and this is collaboration, because there's that much that we can do, but there's that much more that we can do with their input and with their feedback. So everything is we really try to do everything in the most thoughtful way and really leveraging the fact that we're all together in one location so that the experience of the students and the parents in some cases can be so much greater.
Thank you for that explanation.
Question, could I ask, were you able to do any study of surrounding special education facilities to at least match your gross square footage to theirs?
Okay, so yes, surrounding is hard because throughout the country we had to find the studies, and we had to find, again, the sources and the resources to do some kind of comparative work. Again, you can skip to the programmatic needs study, pages 178 to 190, specifically 187 and 188. You're going to find the chart with comparable schools and a couple of sources there from architects who specialize in this or have done this kind of work. Actually, becoming a specialist seems to be relying on actually designing a school, and then that's it. It took us a very long time to learn what there is to learn. I don't know if you see that, page 187 and 188. We've got that table. So the number of this overall gross square footage, and gross square footage, as you know, includes everything: walls, doors, hallways, everything in the building through the subcellar, cellar, the works. The total gross square footage per student, because we have 150 students maximum in this building, is 388.81. That's the number. Now, if you don't compare that to a neurotypical student, you compare that to other special needs schools where it's anywhere between, as you see, 200 and 800 square feet per student. So this is somewhere in the middle, slightly less than half of 800, but certainly not down to 200. And if you look and see, as we have described each space of its needs and how it's calculated and what it's used for, I think there is one room, Vice Chair, that is for the bookkeepers and the business office, and that's on the top floor, but everything else seems to be connected to the students and their teachers and therapists. And I think that takes care of the square footage breakdowns. Be my guest and take a look. We worked hard on it. And there was a question I think that Commissioner Sheta had about the growth, which you'll find the clear breakdown and explanations on pages 65 to 70. The school has been around for 5 years. We're in the 5th year, Rabbi Meisels, or the 6th?
So we're around
7th.
Since 2016.
Okay. And so when we worked on the chart, we had 5 years of data and then did the projections as usual. My understanding from Rabbi and Mrs. Meisels, who's the administrator, the school's, as you said, turning away students every year. So they're capped at 50 because of space constraints. Could they have grown more? Yes, they did not. However, using our calculations where we take the historical, we find a number. Again, we model it accordingly. We took the percentage, which is a crazy high, 63.36% growth, because of the more people who are finding out about this. If you build it, they will come. Here you have the students hitting 150, and I understand that 150 is the cap. And we broke that down also in the enrollment projections, 65 to 70 in the report.
And I also want to reiterate the updated prevalence rates of autism, which was just released in 2021, way after we did all these studies, which would support even more demand for more students.
Okay, that's my part. Okay.
Commissioner Shetta and Commissioner Brown, I think either of you had raised the question about the growth factor. Does the response that Ms. Friedman provided answer your question?
Yeah, I said thank you. Yeah, I listened to it and I'm fine with the response.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if Commissioner Shabeta or Commissioner Yoon have any further questions about the explanation of the uses of the space and how it's divided up. And if you do, we'll be happy to, if it's not already in there, we'll be happy to do it again.
I think that was very thorough. Thank you.
Okay. No, I appreciate how much work it seems you've put into it and how much passion it seems that you've also put into the report. I just had a couple of comments to add on the roof plan. As Mr. Friedman noted, the roof is intended to be used as a small staff break area. It's not so clearly marked on the plan, and I think just for the record, it would be great to make that indication on the plan, just so that any future reviewer understands that there is expected to be some minor occupancy on the roof. Separately, Mr. Friedman also mentioned providing a plot plan with some of the setback yard and bulk controls, and that would be very helpful. Obviously in the R5, you have this requirement for the 10-foot front yard, which you can see continues down the length of Lawrence Avenue. And my concern just from an urbanistic standpoint is building a 6-story tall blank wall, or just a 6-story tall wall that does not set back from the street line adjacent to a residential block creates a sort of wall. I'm not necessarily opposing that. I see that there are windows shown along that side yard. And I just want to note that whether it's through windows or through reconsidering a setback that transitions from the residential to the manufacturing district, to have some kind of acknowledgement of the residential nature and character of the rest of the block. And so if it is through the use of windows and providing activation and transparency at a 0 lot line condition, just double checking that the fire separation distance isn't going to hamper your current expectations of what your fenestration is going to be on that facade, because you only have 5 feet there, and I believe you will have some pretty severe limitations on the amount of window openings you can have there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think
I'm muted.
the elevations were.
Yes, the
Sorry.
elevation somehow fell out. You'll get a new elevation. But if you look at the floor plans, the front wall is not continuous. It goes in 5 feet in order to break it up and to give some sort of structure to the front facade. Eugene did a beautiful job on this.
And I guess I see that. I think if you're walking down towards the train, though, you will still perceive a wall at a 0 lot line condition.
Yeah, but that's in the
But there is some
manufacturing.
variegation in the street wall, and I appreciate that. I'm just commenting on the. It will be a stark contrast to the existing lower rise residential. So if there are to be windows used on that facade, that you just check to make sure that you have that.
Okay.
You have enough area, because I believe you're limited to 15 or 25% at a 5 foot side yard.
We'll do it. We'll check that. Not a problem. Thank
And
you
the
very
elevations
much.
will of course be helpful in.
Yeah, it'll be
assessing that.
helpful. Not a
Thank
problem.
you.
I think.
And these are
Yes.
going to be fixed windows. These are going to be fixed windows.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. I mean, I think taking Commissioner Yoon's point, I think programmatically it is going to be very difficult for you to set back along that side lot line, but maybe some kind of a treatment in terms of how you paint that to give it an appearance of some, it's not a one long linear high wall, but in some ways that makes it interesting. Because you're coming actually from a narrow street towards the end of a main road. So, and typically main roads do have a taller building. So if you try to provide something that is artistically or something visually interesting, that also can reduce the relentless, the height and the continuity of that wall at that end. Commissioner Yoon, is that, am I misrepresenting?
No, I think fenestration could really be key to that concern that I have if we don't set back. So I think seeing the elevations will certainly be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's simple ways of doing it. I'm not expecting to put in too much of cost, but there are creative ways of doing these treatments, and that is effective.
We have a very good team, so I'm sure Eugene will come up with something beautiful. I think if Hiram is available, I just want him to talk about the transportation and what was it again? The environmental. That's correct. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, Hiram, I have to swear you in.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond on city board member questions?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, please state your name for the record and then.
Hiram Rothkrug, environmental consultant for the Lawrence Avenue Yeshiva. So we were in executive session. We listened to a lot of things. So let's just cover a couple of points. Number one, with regard to hazmat, there's a restrictive declaration against the site, which became an E designation. We were told by OER that the E designation was no longer valid because it was a different applicant that signed the restrictive declaration. However, that information and that advice from OER was incorrect. We do have a restrictive deck filed against the property for hazardous material review. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to eliminate OER and the hazmat will be adjudicated by DEP.
Okay.
So we'll eliminate the E designation. We'll just be able to keep the restrictive deck and deal with DEP for any hazardous material remediation prior to any new construction or ground disturbance on the site. With regard to noise and air quality, complete noise and air quality studies were done. I believe we're waiting for DEP to review and issue comments on those items. We analyzed the rooftop playgrounds. We analyzed what kind of windows would be required. We analyzed surrounding residential buildings and the impact from those playgrounds to the residential buildings. And again, we're waiting for DEP's review and comment on those particular items.
Okay.
The last item is transportation. We received a comment letter from DOT on August 3rd. Unfortunately, the letter got misplaced or lost or whatever, where we were not able to provide a sufficient response to DOT. And we determined that rather than rush in a response, that we'd wait for this particular hearing to take place and make a full response to DOT's comments and to the board after the hearing is concluded.
Okay, thank you. I see Ms. Prenga's hand up. Ms. Prenga?
I just wanted to verify what he said. Everything sounded correct. We also received the July 13th letter from DEP recommending the E designation on the property for hazardous materials.
Okay.
So we'll request a number towards the end of this process and share it.
You know, there's been a push to keep projects within the purview of DEP and not go to OER. And we think that this application, because there is a restrictive deck signed and recorded at the building department, we feel that this application be considered not to have an E designation and just deal with DEP post-approval, since that's already in place. we'll let the board's counsel determine that. We're fine, but our preference is not to have any designation and just to deal with DEP since we already have safeguards in place.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we would need to discuss that. I would need to
Yeah.
discuss that with Tracy and Carlo because DEP already recommended the E designation. If you wanted to go through DEP, I believe we only have a phase 1 on file. You would have to do a phase 2 and then a phase,
Well,
a work plan and then testing. And then a remediation plan. So that would be more steps.
so Jella, thank you. That's what the restrictive deck ensures. It ensures that we're going to do testing and a work plan and remediation. And I'm not sure that DEP was understanding that there was a restrictive deck recorded against the property.
No, I believe they do know that, that they were sent that information, but we can look into this further.
That's great.
I see. Go ahead.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Mr. Rothgrove.
I just said I'd like to work that out with your staff and the board after the hearing, before the next.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand the pros and cons of having the E designation or not having the E designation and just working on off of a restrictive deck. I see our Executive Director Costanza's hands up, virtual hand. Please, anything you want to add, Mr. Costanza?
Yeah, no. Just to address what Mr. Rothgroup was suggesting, I do concur with Ms. Prenga that typically DEP's process requires the phase 2 and then a wrap and a CHASP. We're very happy to engage DEP on what Mr. Rothgroup is suggesting, but with the caveat that obviously we have to defer to what DEP wishes. But we're happy to have that conversation and report back. But again, if it's a timing issue, that's a decision that has to be discussed, between the applicant's team, and we're happy to coordinate and facilitate that discussion to try to get to an end result. But again, with the understanding that typically what Ms. Prenga was suggesting is the path the DEP requires.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Just one last item, Chair, getting back to transportation. We're going to make we're going to complete a full response to DOT's August 3rd comment letter. That will require some good revisions to the transportation section, taking into account some of the comments that the board made at executive session as well. And I think we'll have a much cleaner transportation section available and hopefully agreed upon and signed off by DOT prior to the next hearing.
Okay. All right. Good. Any questions or comments from for our experts here? Okay. Then let's. There is one question that I do want to clarify for Mr. Friedman with regards to the 6th floor roof. While it is only going to be used by the staff for a certain period of time, a note should be added to the roof plan that it is not for any gathering, large gathering, and there would be no sound or light that would be on this surface. It's not for assembling or gathering. It's like, I'm assuming it's like individuals going there, taking a break, that type of thing. And it's mostly staff, not students.
No students.
No students. So you
No
have
students.
to also.
Yes. Okay. That it does say. It says staff only, but we'll flush it out a little bit more on the plans.
Right. That there should be no amplification of any noise or lighting other than necessary emergency lighting.
Not a problem.
Do we have an FDNY sign off on this? Received an
Fire
FDNY
department,
letter.
fire department objected. I'm sorry, no, that's the next case, sorry.
The next case.
No, I haven't received anything from John. I don't see anything in the record as well
Okay.
from John.
Maybe we could, I don't know if Chief Daly if there's anything you'd like to address or at this time.
Chief Daly, you have to wait till I call in the case, call out the public. Unless you want to allow him to speak now, it's up to you, Madam Vice Chair.
I think he's part of the city agency. He should be allowed to speak. Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Nothing.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And the city paid me my check, just like you, Tony.
Touche.
The fire department has reviewed the plans and we have no objection to the application. They have provided a fire department access area on the roof level, and which is 65 feet above grade, so we are comfortable. Members would be able to go over the parapet wall and onto the roof, and hopefully we never have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Daly. Now we can go to public.
Okie doke. The case we are currently discussing is 2021-50BZ 50 Lawrence Avenue, Brooklyn. This is a special permit to put in operation of a school and a variance to permit development of the school contrary to bulk regulations. If you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656. You will enter webinar ID number 845-0550-3961 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room, please raise your tiny little Zoom hand that is on the bottom of your screen. Thank you.
While we're waiting for public to call in, I think we also received several letters of support for this application.
Okay, there is one so far that raised their hand, Mr. Wilhelm, and I don't see anyone else. Do you want to let him in, Steve, please? Mr. Wilhelm, if you could join and unmute, please. Unmute. Good afternoon. Please identify yourself for the record and speak.
Kurt Wilhelm with Success Academy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, for the next.
Early?
So in the next case, yeah,
Oh.
sorry.
Dare say.
Bye, we'll see you later. Okay, Kathleen Sims. Kathleen Sims, if you are here for 50 Lawrence Avenue, please unmute. This is for 50 Lawrence Avenue, not East 50th Street.
So sorry, I joined for Success Academy as well.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Costanza.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. I'm not sure if you noted it before, but there was a joint
Yes,
letter from Assemblyman Eichenstein and Councilmember Yeager in support of the application.
Yes, it was mentioned at the review session. Thank you for reminding us. Yes.
Just also noticed that I believe there was a letter from Simcha Felder. We got a copy of it from the board. So Jella sent it over. And it should be noted also that Mr. Felder is a neighbor of this property.
If Jella sent it, then we was received. I'm sorry, the letter that I cited came in this morning, and I distributed, so it was kind of just before the start of the review session this morning.
It was
Okay.
received, it's in the testimony folder. It's dated September 9th. But I'll circulate it to the board.
Yeah, sorry, I missed it. I generally go
Okay.
through. No, I actually don't see it. Maybe I haven't, I may have downloaded an earlier version, so I may not have.
It
the
may be
latest.
an earlier version because it was recently, it was uploaded on September 12th. I think they, I'm not
yeah.
sure what day it was sent in, but it says September 12th that we received it. But the letterhead is on September 9th. But I'll send, it's in the testimony folder, but I'll forward it.
Okay.
Okay, so the 3 minutes are up to allow anybody in. I don't know if you.
Okay, I think we've given the public to the opportunity to call in. So how long will it take? How much time would you need, Mr. Friedman, to respond to all the comments? And
Well, we have to wait anyway for DOT. I would say at least 2 months, especially also the holidays are coming up right now. So I would say 2 months.
okay.
In November, if we can.
Okay. Well, I can't promise, but we will get back to you. It would be either November or December.
I appreciate it. Thank
And
you
we
so much.
and Mr. Friedman, we will also circle back with our discussions with DEP. Hopefully we can have, because that does take some time.
Correct.
They, you know, obviously they're working on a lot of projects, so we've had some delays there, but again, we will alert them to the importance of the project and to see what it is they require and recommend. We'll circle back and we'll provide that feedback so we can schedule accordingly.
I thank you everyone so much, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Good to see you all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okey doke. Item number 44, moving on, 2027, 2022-27 BZ 101 East 150th Street, the Bronx.
All right. The Success Academy team.
Yeah, just if I could make an announcement to there's members raising their hands. If they're not part of the team, you will be given an opportunity after the applicant team has had an opportunity to describe their proposal and have a discussion with the board members, and we will make an announcement of when members of the public can join.
Do you want to swear us, Tony?
Is everyone here, Judy?
Is everybody from your team there?
Looks like it, yes.
Okay. Everybody unmute, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Please identify yourself for the record and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and Commissioners. I'm Judy Gallant from Bryan Cave Leighton Pacener, Land Use Council for Success Academy Charter Schools. This is an application for special permit as noted pursuant to zoning resolution section 7319 to permit a new K through 12 school at 101 East 150th Street in the Bronx. It's located at the intersections of 150th Street, Girard and River Avenues in an M12 light manufacturing zoning district. LeMay DeJong, who is Success Academy's Chief Schooling Officer, will first share some brief background on Success Academy and its urgent need for the school at the proposed location in the Bronx. Then I will return and provide a brief overview of the application. I'll be followed by Colin Coop from SOM, who is the project architect. And then Kathleen Sims, Success Academy's head of external affairs, will wrap things up with a description of the public outreach we've done for this application. LeMay.
Thanks, Judy. Good evening. LeMay DeYoung, Chief Schooling Officer. I, along with my colleagues, are extremely excited and enthused to present to you our application for this space, and more so because it's going to allow Success Academy to offer a high quality education to even more scholars than what we currently serve, and specifically scholars in the Bronx. So we're very excited to talk with you about this. So thank you for the opportunity. Next slide. Next slide, please.
It should be up. You should be seeing school locations.
No,
we're not seeing that.
Not there, Judy.
We're not
Ms.
seeing
Gallant,
that.
it's not
We're
there.
not seeing that.
Yeah.
I've shared my screen. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Share. Your screen sharing is paused.
Why don't you stop sharing and try again?
Yeah. Okay.
Here we go. Thank you.
There you go.
Success Academy is a not-for-profit charter school network, and we are we've really grown quite a bit since our founding in 2006. We're very honored and humbled to be able to serve 20,000 more scholars across the 4 boroughs, all the boroughs except Staten Island. You can see our footprint here. We have 48 campuses, and we're K-12. And the K-12, as I will talk more about throughout the presentation, is really distinguishing for us because it really allows us to educate our scholars for their full educational journey, bringing them on in elementary and serving them and offering a high quality education through their educational arc. We are the 5th largest district in New York State, and also are one of the highest performing top districts as well. And given our cohorts of graduates that we have had now, which is really a testament to our growth and our scaling, we have achieved and maintained 100% of college acceptance rate. So we're really excited to be able to bring more of this offering to our unserved scholars in the Bronx. Next slide, please. As you may know, the scholars that we serve are predominantly scholars of color that are economically disadvantaged, many of them. And even still, we are proving what's possible when scholars have access to a high quality education. Our performance and the impact, we believe, is quite compelling. And it really fares well to other districts that actually serve more affluent. Here you can see that our scholars at the time, this was the last New York State administration where results have been published in 2019, 99% passing math, 90% passing the ELA. You can see what I mean about the economically disadvantaged in terms of median household income vis-a-vis some of the other districts, and yet the pass rate that our scholars achieved, 94% of our scholars doing this. So pretty incredible performance. And again, we're just really honored each and every day to be able to deliver this education to the scholars we serve. Next slide, please. Back to our K-12, we don't take for granted the fact that we have scholars with us for their journey. And we are very intentional in our programming and our offerings to ensure that the education we provide are really getting them ready. We're getting them ready for college and beyond, starting with rigorous academics. Our kindergartners in their very early years take science, for example, 5 days a week. In a course of a school year, they're doing over 100 experiments, inquiry-based. We offer honors to our scholars in middle school and in high school. AP courses, advanced placement courses, many are able to receive college credits. We actually have dual enrollment programs with some of the New York universities and those beyond. For example, Georgia Tech, We have a program that we do virtually for our scholars that are very interested in STEM. We have partnerships with Columbia, NYU. So even during their educational journey with success, our scholars and those specifically in high school are getting exposed to college and what it means to persist through college. We also focus just as much on what happens outside of the classroom. We truly believe that experiences that our scholars are offered are going to be really important to truly and fully reverse the achievement gap. So we too double down on what we call what's beyond the curriculum, the arts, the chess, the debate, the soccer. We have over 8,000 of our scholars engaged in soccer. This is a sport that often is only for those that have access. 8,000 scholars, and we're still growing that. So we're really excited to extend that with this space in the Bronx. You may not know it. I think Success is probably the largest employer of chess teachers. We offer chess beginning in elementary school, just as a way to expose scholars to various interests, and once they have an interest, to deepen that with continued programming. When we think about the college access and preparedness, our energies are focused making sure they're prepared. Many districts and other programs focus on once scholars get to college, ensuring they're persisting. Our belief is that if they're prepared, they will persist. And so we have a lot of programming at our high school and really throughout our K-12 curriculum to ensure their preparedness. We also are distinguished in terms of the college application process. We are very much working hand in hand with families, many of which whose scholars are going to be first generational going off to college, in providing the supports and partnering with them and ensuring their scholars have access to some of the most highly selective colleges and universities. And SAT preparation, that's not an add-on for us. We build that into our curriculum and therefore offer it free to our scholars. So this K-12 excellence is real. We bring it to life every day. And as you'll hear, we're really excited to be able to bring it to life within one campus, end to end, again in the Bronx. Next slide, please. We are continuing to grow, and the demand for new SA school seats is really endemic within our own system, but the need in the Bronx is really, really acute, which is why we're really excited about our application. And we hope by the conclusion of our presentation, you are just as excited as we are. From an educator perspective, though, it is really disheartening and honestly painful to know that we could be serving more if we just had the space. As is illustrated here, there is unmet demand. And given the locations that we have currently, many of our 8th graders are actually forced to leave our system because we only have one fully grown high school that is in Midtown Manhattan that is really inadequate to accommodate the students that we have in both Manhattan and the Bronx boroughs. So again, the need is very, very acute here at the Bronx. By moving forward with this application, we will be afforded the opportunity to be able to accommodate roughly 1,200 high school scholars, 600 middle school scholars, and 600 elementary school scholars, really being able to get at the demand that we today are unable to serve. Also, housing K-12 in one facility is really only going to help us do better with our programming. We will have a through line that our educators can see under one roof what it means to prepare scholars from when they join us in the elementary grades, whether it be K through 4, and to watch their progression throughout the time once they get to high school and beyond. And that intellectual progression is something that we're quite focused on. We're very intentional around, and we believe that this provides us with an opportunity to even do more innovation around that. So we're very excited, again, to bring this offering and to build upon our offering to those scholars and families in the Bronx. With that, Judy, I will turn it over to you.
Thanks, LeMay. Judy Gallant on BCLP on behalf of Success Academy. Tony, before I start, could you promote Kathleen Sims and Richard Gladstone? They're part of the applicant team, but they haven't been promoted. Thanks.
Steve?
Kathleen Sims, SIMS, and Richard Gladstone.
Okay. Do you have that, Steve? I see Kathleen, yeah. Can you, do you need this still up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you disable it a little bit so I could get the control?
Could you take a stop screen sharing so she could?
Oh, Susan, can you stop?
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Just tell me when I can go back on.
Okay, Kathleen Sims and the other person again, Ms. Gallant?
Richard Gladstone.
Okay.
I think they
So-
already had it. I'm here now.
We're good.
Okay, so they're going to speak?
Yes. Well,
part of
Richard
the-
is for questions. Kathleen will be as part of the presentation.
Okay, could you unmute Ms. Sims? So I can swear you in now so we don't have to waste time. Thank you. Raise your right hands. Mr. Gladstone, please unmute again. Thank you. Do you raise your right hands? Do you affirm your right hand, sir? Thank you. Do you affirm? Tell the
That was
truth?
for, this is right hand. I got it right.
Whatever one, I need to see a hand.
It's right
Do you affirm
hand.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Gallant, you may take the floor.
Susan, can you reshare your screen? As LeMay explained, Success Academy has an urgent need for space in general and in the Bronx in particular. And it undertook an extensive search in the Bronx for a suitable site that was located in a target area south of the Cross Bronx, west of the Bruckner, in close proximity to mass transit, because Success Academy scholars, as they're known in the Success Academy network, do not utilize school buses. Large enough to accommodate 2,400 students, with a sufficient frontage to allow 3 separate entrances, one for each division of the school, elementary, middle, and high, and available for occupancy in time for the opening of the 2025-2026 school year. May I have the next slide? Success searched for a suitable site for its K through 12 for 3 years, and in that time visited over 50 sites, and only the site at 101 East 151st met all of the criteria. This site, which is located at 151st Street East between Girard and River Avenues, is located in the target area. It contains close to 100,000 square feet of lot area, so it can accommodate the school's program in an as-of-right envelope. And as shown in this aerial photo, the rectangular site has 200 feet of frontage along the north side of East 150th Street and almost 500 linear feet of frontage along both the east side of River Avenue and the west side of Girard, which facilitates the goal of having 3 separate entrances for each of the school's 3 divisions. Next slide, please. The site also has excellent mass transit access with, as you can see in this slide, the BD and the 4, just a 10-minute walk from the 161st Street Yankee Stadium station, and the 2, 4, and 5 trains, a 5-minute walk from 149th and Grand Concourse. In addition, there are 7 local bus lines that have stops nearby. And the site was also available for purchase on a timeline that would accommodate the opening of the new school, which is new construction for the 2025-26 school year. The site, as mentioned in the review session, is currently occupied by a 2-story building that contains both a self-storage facility and a school operated by DOE and New York State Office of Mental Health. The existing school would be relocated to a new purpose-built facility a few blocks to the north on River Avenue, and then the existing building would be demolished. As was mentioned in the review session, that the existing school is operated pursuant to the board's 2004 special permit, which would be surrendered when it moves. Next slide, please. The site is well situated for a school because it's not located in the heart of a manufacturing district, although it's in an M1 district, but rather in a mixed-use neighborhood with a really established blend of community facility, commercial, industrial, and residential uses. The site is shown on this slide in red and blue hatching. It's located directly across from a commercial district, a C44 district, mapped on the west side of River Avenue, and also directly across the street from a residential district with a commercial overlay, which is mapped on the east side of Girard. And as the vice chair mentioned, the schools are permitted as of right in both of those districts. The block across Girard to the east of the site, block 2353, contains a hotel at the intersection of East 151st Street. To its south is a vacant warehouse building, and to the south of that, a vacant lot, 580 Girard Avenue, which had a building which has been demolished. No new building permit has been filed as yet, but it's located in R7A C24 zone. The eastern portion of block 2353 contains a row of 2 and 3 family residential buildings shown in yellow that front on Walton Avenue. West of the site, across River Avenue, is the Bronx Terminal Market, which is shown in red. And south of that is Hostos Community College, shown in blue. Further west, or it's a facility of Hostos. It's not the college itself, but it's part of it. Further west is Bronx Point, which is a new waterfront mixed-use residential, commercial, and community facility project that has just recently topped out. It's bounded by the west side of the Major Deegan, East 149th and East 150th Streets, and then the Harlem River. Directly to the south of the site, on the block to the south, that block also located in the M12, but doesn't contain any active manufacturing use. There's the 2-story building occupied by GAL Corporation, Manufacturing Corporation, which is an elevator parts manufacturer and assembler. It's shown in purple here. They use the site, which is a warehouse, as a warehouse. They don't do manufacturing there. The remainder of the block further south contains a 1-story warehouse that was recently renovated for what appears to be retail use based on the fenestration. And then there's also a gas station fronting on 149th Street. To the east across Girard on the western half of the block is a 1-story Department of Sanitation parking garage shown in gray that's also in the M12. And then there are some residential uses fronting on Walton Avenue. Philip Habib and Associates prepared the environmental assessment submitted with the application. It details their analysis of air quality issues, including whether any of these surrounding uses that I've just summarized are sources of air pollution that would be of potential concern to the health and safety of the students, the staff, or the faculty. And based on reconnaissance as well as a search of databases, PHA concluded that there are no such sources of air pollution. May I have the next slide?
I've been getting for the last 2 weeks.
Success Academy.
9482.
Someone is talking. Success Academy took transportation issues into account in planning the proposed school. The site is transportation accessible, as I indicated. It's a short walk from subway stations, bus stops, and residential areas in the neighborhood. And again, this is of paramount importance because Success Academy does not use school buses. Its scholars travel to school by foot, public transportation, or car, with public transportation being the predominant mode of transit. In fact, 78% of the trips by students, parents, and staff will be by subway, bus, or walking, and not by automobiles. The school would be directly accessible from 3 streets, Girard, River, and East 150th. And this accessibility would disperse the traffic and reduce congestion. In addition, the elementary, middle, and high school divisions would have staggered start times and dismissal times, so it would reduce the travel peaks and reduce the potential for congestion as well. Obviously, a key issue for Success Academy is, of course, the safety of its students and its staff walking to and from the school from transit stops and residences in the neighborhood. And Success worked with PHA to conduct a really extensive analysis of traffic and transportation in the facility of the site, both to ensure that the students can travel to and from the school and to determine if the proposed school under seeker would have any adverse impacts on traffic conditions. The red dashed lines in this figure represent the primary paths that students would use to access the site from local subway stations and bus stops, as well as by car. And as you can see, these paths are located along River Avenue to the west, Girard to the east, and East 149th and East 150th Streets to the south of the site. as these streets provide direct access to and from the nearby subway stations. Taking these travel paths into account, PHA and Success Academy have proposed a comprehensive safety plan included with the application that includes a number of operational measures as well as a number of traffic transportation safety improvements. Next slide, please. This figure is a graphic representation of the recommended transportation safety improvements at the 4 intersections that would be most heavily used by the students traveling to the school, as well as 3 others that would carry students and staff to the buildings. Specifically, crossing guards are recommended to be stationed at 2 intersections during all arrival and dismissal periods. These are at River Avenue and 150th Street and Girard and 150th Street. Faded crosswalks would be restriped at 4 intersections, River and 150th, Girard and 150th, River and 149th, and Grand Concourse and East 49th. And finally, crosswalks would be widened at 3 intersections, Grand Concourse and East 149th, Girard and East 150th, and Walton and East 149. All of these improvements, which are still under review by DOT, would be coordinated with DOT if approved, so during the construction of the project, so that all these improvements would be implemented by the time the school commences operations. In addition to these safety measures, which are depicted here, the school has also developed an operational plan to ensure the safe and efficient arrival and departure of its students. It includes 4 main components. The first is safe walking routes. The school has designated and will designate for the students walking paths that would be established using the improved intersections that I mentioned. Students would be given an orientation about these walking paths at the beginning of the year, and it would be followed up at various points during the year to ensure that they are complying. The school would, of course, once it opens, continuously improve that plan by conducting audits and making observations as to what patterns are occurring, making corrections where necessary, and improvements. And the school would communicate regularly with its neighbors to identify any safety issues that arise once the school is open. Second, to break up the volume of students into manageable groups and reduce congestion in the area. As I mentioned earlier, there would be staggered arrival windows and dismissal times for the 3 divisions over an hour and 45 minutes in the AM arrival period, 7:15 to 9, an hour and 15 minutes during regular dismissal, 3:45 to 5, and then over 2 hours and 45 minutes for after school activities between 5:15 and 8 p.m. Third, access and egress from the building would be supervised. There would be a minimum of 2 staff people assigned to each of the 3 frontages on River, Girard, and East 150th respectively during arrival and dismissal. 1 staff person would manage and provide security at the door, and a second would be on the street supervising comings and goings, pickups and drop-offs. Fourth, there would be dedicated student pickup and drop-off zones along each frontage. And one of the blessings of this site is the amazing amount of frontage that it has. 350 feet on River Avenue would be devoted to pickup and drop-off. That would accommodate 13 cars pulling up at the same time. This is the elementary school entrance, and it made sense to have the elementary school entrance on River Avenue because those are the children who use cars the most to get to school. So this is the entrance that will accommodate the most vehicles, and that's why the elementary school entrance was sited there. On East 150th Street, there's a 110-foot long drop-off, which can accommodate up to 4 cars. That's the high school entrance. It is not expected that many high school students would arrive by car. And then on Girard Avenue, there's a 225-foot drop-off, which can accommodate 9 cars. That's for the middle school. A school drop-off, sorry?
Ellen, can I just very quickly, I think you mentioned it. You said there will be 2 school guards or staff that would be stationed regarding accessing the school. Is that for each of the entrances, or is that
yes,
just
at each entrance? At each entrance. Just on the issue of the dropping off, a school drop-off and pickup zone regulation is proposed for all 3 frontages, so 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays. And I think DOT has concurred in that, but obviously they'll speak up. The safety plan also provides operational measures for the loading dock. The loading dock is located on the northwest corner of the building. It would be available for loading operations at all times with the exception of the arrival and dismissal period. So It would not be available during from 7:15 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then again from 3:45 to 5:30 p.m. When there's the most traffic with students. There would be an audible alarm that would alert pedestrians to truck movements. And when it's in use, the loading dock would be staffed by Success personnel with appropriate training and credentials as an additional safety measure. On the subject of traffic generally, the EAS includes a thorough traffic study. It included 17 intersections in the neighborhood, and it makes recommendations for the improving of signal timing at several intersections to reduce congestion. The study concludes that with these improvements in place, the incremental traffic from the school will not materially change levels of service or seconds of delay at the intersections. Of course, intersections that are congested today would still be congested, but the change in the seconds of delay for motorists would not rise to a significant level under seeker. Success has also committed to having a qualified traffic engineer undertake a monitoring study in consultation with DOT after the school opens to address any potential unanticipated traffic issues that might arise as a result of school operations. The EAS also analyzed the potential for the proposed school to have any other significant adverse impacts: shadows, open space, historic resources, water and sewer, urban design and visual resources, and the analysis indicated that the school would have no such impacts. As the chair mentioned at the review session, Community Board 4 voted unanimously to issue a letter of support with conditions. There were a number of conditions, some of which are outside the BSA's jurisdiction, as the chair indicated in the review session, but the ones that are within the board's jurisdiction, mainly about cooperating with the community board, providing copies of documents, including the community board or notifying them of meetings with Bronx DOT, committing to a newsletter, appointing a community liaison for construction issues, and coordinating with other large-scale projects in the area. Success has agreed to all of those. It's been documented in a letter sent to the community board and also submitted to the board. As for comments at the review session, as a preliminary matter, we will be submitting revised plans to address the fire department's August 29th letter concerning compliance with the fire code provisions. In terms of providing more clarity about the programmatic elements of the school, justifying the size, our architect will also address this, but I'll just say for now that the school provides 128 square feet per student, which is at the lower end of the range, but well within the range of a sampling of recent DOE schools. That range is about 122 to 165. So we're not overly large. And I would say also that the certain facilities are already shared between the divisions. I know the chair inquired about that. The futsal court, the gym, the theater, the auditorium, those are already shared facilities. And finally, the schedule and the range of ages of the kids does dictate that certain facilities really can't be shared. For instance, lunch, lunch really has to happen between 11:30, say, and 2. It can't really go much earlier or later. So there need to be enough facilities to accommodate all of the 2,400 children during that time. And it's not optimal to have kindergartners eating lunch with high schoolers. So the architect may provide more input on that. The vice chair also inquired about significant adverse noise impacts on neighboring uses that the school's rooftop, in particular the rooftop play areas, and asked whether noise attenuation would be required. The noise analysis in the EAS, which is still under DEP review, considered nearby sensitive land uses. There are some residents, as I mentioned, on Walton Avenue. There's a hotel in Girard and an office building to the southwest, and determined that the proposed school's various rooftop recreational spaces would not result in any significant adverse noise impacts at those nearby uses. So no mitigation is required and it's not proposed. The chair also asked me to clarify whether, the vice chair, I'm sorry, there would be school bus drop-off and pickup, and as I addressed, there would not be, and those pickup and drop-off zones are just for automobiles that may bring the children. I understand that there was some inconsistency in the application regarding the various locations of the entrances for each of the divisions, but to be clear, and we'll correct any inconsistencies. The elementary school entrance is on River with the longest frontage. The middle school entrance is Girard. The high school entrance is at East 150th. And these were selected for the reasons that I discussed, and the project architect will add to that as well. When he speaks, which is next, don't worry. Commissioner Otley Brown had a concern about the DOS garage on the east side of Girard between 149th and 150th Streets. You inquired about the schedule for the trucks, and we will look into that. And if we have to do field observations to get it, we certainly will, and be able to inform you as to how that relates to the schedule of operations for the proposed school. But in any event, we are proposing to station crossing guards during the arrival and dismissal periods at the intersections of East 150th and Girard, and East 150th and River, which are two intersections that the sanitation trucks would likely pass through after departing from the garage. And this would prevent conflicts between the students and the Department of Sanitation trucks at these entrances. That is all I have for now. And now Colin Coop from SOM will share a bit about the design of the building and probably also answer some of your questions.
Thank you.
Colin Coop, design architect from SOM. Very short presentation, especially because Judy so elegantly stole many of my thunder in terms of answering your questions. But just some context photos establishing the position of the site, particularly the one on the upper right, which is at the intersection of Girard and 150th. You can see the kind of varied context of the surroundings, everything from a very large commercial retail facility to individual row houses and brownstones to industrial uses that immediately front the site. Next. And what we've really proposed in the massing, which it meets the zoning criteria, is looking for a variety in the scale of the project, a variety in the massing, so different heights as well as different setbacks, and then establishing a kind of rhythm that gives the project a strong institutional identity. The use of brick, which reflects the context, but also looking for a contemporary expression of that in the use of glazed brick. The entrances, sorry, and I should also mention you can see very clearly in this illustration, the activated rooftops, which provide additional space for the considerable number of scholars that will be in the building. And I will say on this point, I'll take a moment to say that we've received the comments from the FDNY and have revised to meet their criteria, and will be resubmitting to them, and certainly would be provided to you as well. Next. And again, the entrances I think are very clearly marked here. The goal was to have each entrance significantly set back from the street to allow that all and any queuing in and out of the building in the mornings and afternoons would take place entirely on school property. The ES entry on River for the extended opportunity for curbside drop-off as identified by the transportation study, with the MS on Girard Avenue, which has the second most curb length. And then high school, again, we don't assume anybody really will arrive by car, which is why it would be located on 150th Street. And each of those entrances, lead into large lobby spaces, which then in turn feed the scholars into the floors, which they would be located on. Next. So I think with that, I believe I'm now turning it over to Kathleen Sims, who is the head of external affairs.
I have a quick question on the 150th Street.
Yes.
It's a city bike program right at that intersection of Girard and 150th. Is that going to be retained, or that's going to be relocated as part of this?
I actually don't know the answer to that. Judy, do you know the answer to that by any chance?
No, I know there's a city bike on River further north, which is retained. I'm not sure about the one.
I think from the site photos, I thought from the Google Street View, unless I misread it.
I don't recall one being there, but oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Hi,
go
this
ahead.
is Joseph McKenzie from Philip Habib and Associates, the seeker consultant. We're not proposing to remove or change in any way the city bike station on 150th Street.
Okay.
Great. Thank you for that.
Thank
Hi, everyone. Kathleen Sims. I'm the head of external affairs at Success Academy. When Success Academy enters a community, we feel it is incumbent upon us to listen and try to understand the concerns of the community and aspirations, with an eye, of course, at the very least, to do no harm, and at the most, and the most aspirational, to be a force to address those concerns and advance goals of the community, as well as our own school community. We feel it was necessary to embed ourselves in this community in which our scholars come from and become good neighbors. We've spoken with all elected officials, met with many community groups that you see up here on the slide, and have received some direct support in the form of a letter from Councilmember Diana Ayala, as well as from Community Board 4, supporting this program. We also met with some of these not-for-profits that you see up on the screen, because we felt that they could be strategic partners in the community where we're offering educational programming that might be related to their institution's programming. So long and short, to come together, build partnerships with folks in the community. Prior to our community board hearing in June, though, we had a meeting with the Housing and Land Use Committee to get input on the project and present. We took what we learned from the project team and gave a great deal of thought about how to address some of these concerns, including safety and traffic. We've also met with the Bronx DOT Commissioner concerning sanitation workers parking their private vehicles on Girard Avenue between East 149th and East 150th Streets. These streets will be used for children to get to school, and it's something that we are also going to be working with the Department of Sanitation, as well as the City DOT Commissioner to resolve this issue. While we are aware, of course, that construction causes inconvenience to the neighborhood, as well as families that perhaps may even want to go to school that live close by, we have committed to providing a single point of contact for construction-related issues while the construction is going on. And once construction is complete, we will have a dedicated community liaison who will help facilitate the continued dialogue between the school community and the residents in the area. Please let me know if you have any questions.
No, going well. Continue. Thank you. This is a very thorough presentation by the team. And I think it answered some of my questions. One of my questions was why K through 12? It seems Success Academy, most of the schools are K through 12. And so this is consistent with the pedagogical approach of the school, and thereby the need for the space. So I'm satisfied with that. I think if you can just kind of add that into the description of the Success Academy, that these are all K through 12. We typically don't see K through 12. We would see middle school, high school, or combination and things like that. So if you could just add that to the body of
Vice
the
Chair, could I just make a point about that? I don't think it's correct to say most of the schools are K through 12. Success has all of those grades, not necessarily in the same place. This is an incredible opportunity for Success to really be innovative and to, in one place, see the arc of the education so that each grade is preparing the children for the next grade, and to really use the school as a laboratory to really create the best educational opportunity. It's an innovative new program.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. I think that is fine. If you could just add that to it. We're always exploring ways to make education better and successful, and Success Academy, as the name says, sorry, yeah. I'm just kind of looking at the map. Yeah, so the other question I had was the location of the entrances. So I understand why River Avenue is being picked, and for elementary school and the others. So that seems to be pretty well thought out in terms of the location of the entrances. And so I think a bulk of the comments, really that is a little bit out of our hand, is what DOT and school construction, school safety There's a lot of comments that DOT and school safety has, and those need to be responded to. And of course, we need the sign off from DEP on all the other matters.
Yes, we're working on addressing those now, and we'll be
Yeah.
able to submit responses to comments, hopefully the DOT comments shortly.
Right, and then I think a good comment that was raised by Commissioner Otley Brown was the schedule of DSNY's services and school, and how it does or does not conflict, and the fact that you're going to provide the crossing guards to minimize that conflict would be helpful. But I know we would be more than happy to, internally, if possible, our agency work with you to see how that discussion can be furthered with DSNY.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions for this expert team, commissioners? This would be your chance. Okay.
You stop sharing the screen, Ms. Hinkson? Thank you.
All right, I don't think, so how much time? I think a lot of it is all other city agencies and their response. Yes, Ms. Matias?
Public?
I'm sorry. Sorry.
I know,
Yes.
we're all getting there. It's been a long day.
It's been a little bit of a long day. We are blending it all in. Yes, sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't think I did it before, so. Hi, the case we're currently discussing is 2022-27BZ 101 East 150th Street, the Bronx. This is the special permit to permit the construction of a new school known as Success Academy. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 and to webinar ID number 845-0550-3961 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will only press the pound sign. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your little Zoom hand that is on the bottom of your screen. Thank you. Put my timer on. Let's go.
Okay, so while we are waiting for public to call in, Ms. Gallant, how much do you think of a time you would need? I know you want to get started on the construction. It's an aggressive timeline, but a lot of it is on DOT and DEP.
Exactly. I think that to be realistic, and also given I know your calendar is full, I would think November would give us time to, certainly we'll be able to respond to the DOT comments. We expect to do that shortly, but there is DEP outstanding as well. So November seems like it would be a good target.
Okay. All right, we will do our best to do that. I think the comments that you need to provide on the drawings and on the statement are not that much, but just go through every questions. I think you've answered most of it in the presentation, but just add those in wherever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Madam Vice Chair, Deputy Chief Daly has his hand up.
Oh, sorry. Because of the screen share, I couldn't see you. Sorry,
No, I was
Chief.
waiting for you to finish before I said anything, sorry.
Okay.
I beat you to it, Tom.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. As you mentioned during the review session, the fire department does have objection in that we need access to, they have approximately 6 roofs and we need access to all 6 roofs. So they need to provide openings along Girard Avenue, River Avenue, and East 105th Street for our ladder operation to be able to get onto the roof and to extinguish any fire or rescue anyone that's on those roofs. Thank you.
Okay. I think the applicant is very aware of the FDNY comments, and as Mr. Coop pointed out, that they would be providing a revised drawing in response to the FDNY. So the sooner you engage the FDNY and resolve that, that's you have the November target timeline that you're working.
Yes,
towards.
that's correct. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and we will do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So I don't see anyone else. Steve, do you see anyone? I don't see anybody else has got the hand
No.
up. Okay.
How far are you with the brownfield cleanup? Because that's going to be quite a bit of time.
Richard, can you address that?
Yep, I was just trying to unmute. I'm unfortunately very familiar with the brownfield cleanup. Right now, we just completed another set of investigations on site. We are going and resubmitting back to DEC. That application will happen in the course of in the next couple of weeks. We are looking at literally to work with the time frame we have. We're looking at doing 2 phases. We're looking at doing some excavation work under what they term an interim remedial measure. We believe we'll have that approved in January. We believe we'll have a remedial action plan approved by, call it March. We think we have a general sense of what the remediation will actually be as far as soil removals and other protection that will be under the ground. So I think we have a direction for that. So, it'll all be in DEC's hands, but I think we have a plan to get to where we need to by 1st February and then really March, April.
Okay, right, because your target time for opening is 2025, 2026. So I'm assuming a lot of the remedial work and everything would be happening as you're also preparing the site for foundation and other things.
Correct. It's all part and parcel of the same thing. There is very little advanced work that needs to be done. It will all be done as part of the general excavation and construction process.
Okay, all right. So you need basically a sign off just for a time frame for you to start your DOB approvals and everything. By when do you need the sign off?
From BSA?
Yeah.
We've actually segregated this. So right now, we're looking that we can start construction under an as of right program. And then we will swing this over to the, we never want to presuppose your folks' approval, but if we could get it, really our extreme hope is that we have it by March and that we have actually a full building permit by April.
Got it. Okay. All right. It's good to know the time frame, but it's an aggressive agenda. We will see, and we'll work with you in getting all our sister agencies together. And you have a very good
beg and plead.
You have a very good team, so I'm sure we can all get this all done.
Thank you.
All right. 3 minutes. Is it up?
It's done.
Done. Okay. Thank you. November, we will try to target, and if not, definitely December.
Thank you.
We will do our best to get it in November. Thank you.
We appreciate
Good to
it.
see you all.
Thank
Good
you
night.
all.
You
Good
all.
evening.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Good to see
Thank
you,
you.
everyone.
Commissioner, what are you doing? Do you want to take a 5-minute break or do you want to continue going? Continue going. Okay. All right.
Keep
One
going.
last case.
Item number 45, 2022 ABZ 18301 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. This is a variance to permit an enlargement of an existing cellular monopole.
All right.
So we have Christopher Fisher.
Good afternoon. Chris
Wait,
Fisher.
who else is coming? Linda's coming.
Got a few panelists there. There should be.
Scott is
Scott.
here. Scott. Yeah, it was like 13, 14 people. Maria sent me.
Chris Olson.
Mr. Osuna in the waiting room. Sorry a second. Yeah. Anyone's with the team, just raise your hand. So it makes it a little easier for me. Mohammed, you're here. Jennifer's here.
I think that's it.
That's it, we're good?
I think so.
Okay, so everyone, could you unmute? Ms. Bocci, could you lower your hand? Thank you. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
I do. Okay, so who's the lead on this, Chris?
I am. Thank you very much.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Chris Fisher with the firm of Cuddy and Fader. I'm land use counsel on this project. As you saw from earlier, and we appreciated and listened in on this morning's session, this is a project that involves 4 different corporate entities, but really one coordinated project. Crown Castle, which owns the tower, AT&T, which is a wireless provider located on the tower, T-Mobile, which is a wireless carrier located on the tower, and then also Dish, which is a new entrant and wireless carrier that's proposing to locate on the tower. As I listened in this morning, Vice Chair Chanda and commissioners really seem to have a great grasp of the facts and the legal consideration. So I'm going to do an abbreviated presentation on this particular project, go through some of the comments we heard, and then make sure that we answer your questions and hear from the public. This project, as you rightfully identified earlier, is really being driven because of network interference from a hotel that was built subsequent to the construction of the original monopole. The original monopole was built in 2003 pursuant to BSA approval. The structure was built to 70 feet in height, and at that time, the adjacent building was a lower height building. Since that time, and in around 2017 or 18, a hotel was built adjacent to the parcel, and the hotel itself is built to 6 stories. And to answer one of Vice Chair Chanda's questions, it's the roof height is a little bit over 70 feet. The top of the bulkheads are 86 feet. And that is the height at which we use to be able to do design to come up with the minimum extension necessary as part of this variance application. The project itself, as I mentioned, involves 3 carriers. AT&T is the original tenant on the structure. They would go from 70 feet to a 106-foot height elevation. T-Mobile would go from 60 feet to 96 feet, and Dish would, who's not on the tower, would go at 86 feet. And if you look at just the dimensions quickly, the 36-foot additional height is really being driven because of the 86-foot height on the adjacent bulkhead, plus 30 feet, and what you end up with is the 106-foot structure height. And the 30-foot height is required because each carrier has to have a 10-foot separation between themselves when it comes to interference. So that's how you get the central antenna stacking at the top of the monopole. And that's why we've presented it to the board as the absolute minimum variance necessary to overcome the signal blocking and address the co-location objective for Dish. A couple of the other questions that came up through the earlier session this morning, on the variance itself, there has been some procedural changes with respect to interpreting the zoning resolution over the last couple of years. The short answer is this does need a variance of the height and the sky plane exposure. We worked with DOB and Linda Montemorano, who's also on the call today. She and I worked together to make sure we went through the process, answered questions that your staff had actually raised, rightfully so, and got through to what is the right proceeding before the BSA. And then the chair identified earlier, and it's on our findings, the legal analysis that the board would need to go through. It's really a balancing effect of the need for this particular facility. And this is one of those unique circumstances. We don't often encounter this in the industry where there's an adjacent building built causing interference and signal blocking. So this is something unique here for us where we're proposing an extension. The first priority would have been if we could have secured a lease right on the adjacent roof to simply do some antennas there. As you saw from the affidavit in the materials, the property owner is not interested at all in leasing space. And I can tell you that Crown has tried several times. When we appeared before the community board, they tried. And we even since the time of our community board appearance have called to check in to see if anything's changed. And we have there's been no change based on the property owner's objectives adjacent to the site. So what we're left with as an industry is really no other by right solution. We looked at a 20-foot extension of this tower, but if you look at just the math we discussed earlier, we don't achieve remedying at least T-Mobile service. You might be able to get over the building for AT&T, and you don't get co-location. So at a minimum here, we're looking at the 106-foot height elevation for the structure. A few other questions that
I have a question. What would the height of the dish be?
Dish would be at 86, right at that adjacent elevation at the top of the bulkheads on the adjacent parcel.
And you said there needs to be a 10-foot separation between each of the cluster of antenna.
Yes, each of the carriers. So that is how the tower is stacked with those elevations at 106, 96, and 86.
I see, just hold on, Mr. Fisher. I see our executive director's hand up. Mr. Costanza?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. Hi, Mr. Fisher. How are you? I think I just to make a point about the option of, or, you know, if there had been the option of locating this on top of the roof as a non-permitted obstruction, it may very well be that you would have required a variance anyway because of the height and setback requirements on the hotel.
It's possible. What we would have done in that scenario, though, is designed to the TPPN 598, which is the DOB's TPN for installation of incidental cellular antennas. So we certainly pursued that as a preferred option before coming before the board for a variance.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Fisher.
Yes, so this particular project, that is the real need that's driving it. We have all of the RF engineers from the three networks here in case there are questions, but we put a lot of data in the application to explain that. When we met with the community board to try to simplify it, the real discussion we were having is it better to keep the monopole in the C zone adjacent to a transportation corridor that is Horace Harding and the LIE and expand it if the only other real alternative was having to site a monopole in a residential zone? And while that would be a special permit use before the BSA, the real feeling by both the applicants and the majority of the community board was that extension in this location was preferred over introduction of a new monopole use in some of the lower density residential zones that are northeast of the site. So we certainly pursued the application. A couple of additional comments. I just want to make sure I hit all of the ones that I heard this morning. As far as the design of the monopole and extension, and looking like a clock tower or some other thing that we might be able to do with the monopole and the antennas at the top elevations. This particular site, again, it's a little unique. The monopole is in what is essentially the side yard of an existing building, and that physical area is quite confined. And I discussed it briefly with the site civil engineers who were on the call, trying to figure out a way to build something in there structurally to be able to accommodate the antenna spreads at the top that are 12-foot triangular faces on each side. The feeling is we really wouldn't be able to accomplish that kind of design, and it would really be a replacement of the structure altogether versus extension. And as far as the at-grade treatment, those were some questions as well. That was something that we definitely discussed with Community Board 11. And if you look at the site plan details, I can share my screen if you'd like, but just to discuss it briefly, the adjacent building that existed, I believe, based on looking at some of the prior drawings, was demolished. It had extended out to the street line at Horace Harding Expressway. And when it was demolished for the hotel, they left a little bit of the foundation wall. They put a fence on top of it, and they put some arborvitaes. more or less to screen the pedestrian streetscape as you walk in a westerly direction along the front of the hotel. On the frontage of the parcel itself where the monopole is located towards Horace Harding, we agreed, and the community board certainly raised that the existing chain link fence is out of character with that streetscape now. And they had specified some treatment. And what we showed on the plans that are included in the BSA's drawings as proposed is a 7-foot wood fence, more of a board and batten type treatment. And additionally showed call outs for some 4-foot high shrubs in that area that's about 6 feet from the fence line to the right of way itself. So there's certainly some opportunity for that. We've committed to that. And if the board has other conditions of what they'd like to see there, short of building a structure, we can certainly accomplish screening. And I think that will go and address some of the other comments we heard that there's been some graffiti at the site. Actually, it's one of the internal of the site, the landline telephone company's equipment cabinet, and occasionally some debris. And on that comment, I can share with the board that Crown has a routine maintenance and inspection process. After the Community Board 11 proceeding, they certainly went out, inspected the site. Based on the comments we received just recently through this process from, I think it was Auburndale, Crown is going to go out tomorrow, do some inspections. We'll see if we can get the graffiti removed in the meantime or paint. It's a Verizon cabinet, paint it, do something, but that's independent of the application before you. We're going to make sure that we're there and as good a neighbor as we can be as far as the site conditions. And as far as long-term, we have proposed some aesthetic treatment to prevent that from being an issue going forward and maintain it. So I believe
the site, sorry, please continue.
No, I think that's the presentation. Happy to answer questions.
The site is, it's an L-shaped site? Or is it just access from Horace Harding? The driveway that is shown in the plan, is that part of the site? That is driveway along 183rd Street?
It's just Horace Harding is the access for the site. Actually, subsequent to the monopole construction, the frontage on Horace Harding in the corner, well, it's a restaurant.
Right.
After the monopole, I believe another addition to the building was built out the back. So that's all part of mixed use, part of the building, I believe.
Yeah, it wasn't quite clear because in the plan I see these two rectangular thing and the existing driveway. I wasn't sure whether that is part of the site or not. So in the site plan, if you could just clarify the boundary of the program space very clearly, that would be helpful. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know why. I guess it's been a long day. I'm not able to find the floor plan that I was looking at with all the comments. So my apologies. But it seems you get what the board is saying in terms of the improvements that needs to be made, and also what the community, our concerns and the community board concerns is similar with regards to how the frontage is treated and kept in good condition and is respectful of the neighborhood context. The security part, I still, I don't know if you have a camera or how do you monitor it? Like without having a camera, how would you know the street is dirty? It's like someone would have to walk by every day to kind of say, oh, there's a graffiti, and then somebody will be told, and then somebody will come. Isn't there another way of doing it where you have a camera facing it and then you kind of can monitor it?
So I'm going to refer to Jen Bocci, who deals with the Crown operations and site for that answer.
Okay. Thanks.
Let's see if I can unmute. Jennifer Bocci with Crown Castle. Hello.
Hi.
I would say that we just have routine maintenance. Our field operations team goes out on a regular basis, whether there's construction going on or not, to check out the sites. We can set up
and what is the routine?
I'm sorry.
What is the routine? What is the routine? Is it like every week, every month, every year?
Not every year. They just go out regularly to check tickets and things like that. I don't know that it's absolutely like an every week thing. I can check and let you know, or we can set up more maintenance. I think that's what the overall requirement or ask is here, that this be more than what we would normally do.
Yeah, I think it's really to make sure, not only the site is kept clean, but also it's secured, that nobody kind of gets access to the facility. And how do you monitor that? That's why I was saying, do you have like a remote camera, CCTV kind of thing that is connected to your 24/7 facility, and that you can check and say, hey, somebody's trying to climb the fence kind of thing.
A camera, we do not. We do have, the whole system is on, a ticketing system that goes back to a main switch, which is monitored 24/7.
Okay.
Sorry,
go ahead.
To answer that question and give you a little bit more clarity on that. So all of the carriers and Crown, the site is interconnected, so they monitor it 24/7 in the event that there's a security or other event, but it's not video camera. And the maintenance protocol, Jennifer can certainly, Crown can do more in terms of whatever their routine protocol is, which typically, if there's a neighborhood complaint or something, they would send someone out to the site, but they can do it more periodically.
Yeah, I think it needs to be a little bit more robust, because this is this is along the frontage of Horace Harding Expressway. So while the residential homes are more towards the back of the site, it is still a site people do drive by and occasionally walk by. And as a very simple urban design solution is, when a site is kept clean, people assume that people are watching and there is eyes and ears on that site. So which automatically and psychologically kind of secures the site from it being vandalized any further. So I think the more you improve the upkeep and maintenance and all of that, would also give you, will also ensure site safety, which is a huge concern for you, I'm sure. And so that's why I'm saying that if more site safety, frequent cleaning and graffiti, all of that will ensure that somebody's very regularly, frequently monitoring it and keeping it clean. And that would also further ensure security and safety to your site. So if you can come up with a program, a maintenance and operating program, and present that at the next submission, and how you will achieve it, that would be helpful. And this is also in response to the questions and comments that the community has raised. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Forgive me, it's long day and I'm like, my nose is too congested, but I'll try to make it very quick. 2 points. One is related to whether like moving this light pool to another place would be a viable option or not. I was thinking about that, like the foundation design for this pool after it's being raised. And based on the fundamentals of the structure engineering, if you have a pool that's 70 foot tall and you want to raise this to 100 and change 106 or 110, I would say that the forces on the foundation would increase to about 250%. So I did look at the drawings that were submitted before, and I based on what I saw, my understanding is that the footing for this pool is a 12-inch diameter cylinder that's about 3 to 4 feet deep. I'm not sure if this is going to take the forces or not. We're not getting into that by any chance as a board, but I would like to caution the applicant whether you're going to, if you want to consider this piece of information on evaluating whether you want to move this pool or reconstruct it or put it somewhere else, or you want to build it where it is, just elevate it, please consider taking that into account. If you raise or elevate this pool to 106 from 70, the foundation that was installed previously is not going to be capable to take the same forces unless it's over designed from the beginning. And I don't think it is, because like 12-inch diameter foundation, 3 to 4 feet tall or deep, can barely take probably a light pole of 30 or 40 feet height. So please consider that. This is a safety issue, and I wanted to raise it. The other point, and I apologize. The other point is when looking at the job folder, I did see a document that's coming from the FAA, and it's kind of approval from FAA, and I'm like struggling. Why do we need? Is this pool in a way of like a navigational path or?
No, I think the reason the FAA, this was something the staff at BSA had asked the applicant to clarify whether it being in the flight path would require an FAA, a special permit. Actually, Mr. Costanza is raising his hand. I think he is probably more knowledgeable about it, and let him. Yes.
Yes, no. When we received the application, there was this communication from the FAA, which just prompted us to ask the applicant as to what was initiating this letter from the FAA, because we were concerned that perhaps there was the special permit was being triggered, and that waiver, that objection hadn't been included. For a matter of procedure, we asked the question, and I believe Mr. Fisher's team responded with a ZRD1. I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fisher, stating that no, they weren't exceeding or penetrating the flight path of the FAA. So, that objection is moot. I'm sorry, there was never an objection to be mooted.
It was never an objection. It was just an assessment the career Crown Castle took to be on the safe side. And when we saw the document, we wanted to make sure that this would not require a special permit, and that's why the ZRD1 was requested.
Correct. We didn't want to get to this point to find out an additional waiver was needed, and that would further delay the matter.
Got it. Understood. I got it. Thank you.
Just a little bit follow-up information for you, Commissioner Sheta, on that as well. Because the licensees are all federal licensees, the wireless carriers, we have some additional obligations to the FAA and the FCC. So it's routine and normative for any tower or tower application to go through an FAA process, maybe a little bit different than sometimes the building owners who are building towers. So we do it routine, we get their sign off. And as your executive director mentioned, we also went through the DOB for a ZRD1 to confirm there's absolutely no FAA obstruction issue here.
I just wanted to make sure that we're not missing something, so you get the approval and later on you come back. I just wanted to cover this. Thank you.
Thank you. And also on your first point, you're absolutely right. We do have the site civil engineers here. We're going to have to do additional foundation work for the tower work, all of which will be overseen by the DOB in accordance with the structural code. It's not something where I think we can simply extend the monopole. So that would be subsequent to any variance the board may approve. We would be working with certainly DOB on foundation design plans and structural.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll add it. It won't be a replacement of the existing foundation. It's a 17.5-foot depth pier at 5-foot diameter. So there will be new anchor rods placed based off the structural design and some other modifications that take place, but the foundation in place was over designed, to your point.
I'm happy to hear that kind of language. Thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner Sheta, we could perhaps consider some language in the decision to ensure that DOB reviews these and ensures safety.
We could do that. That's possible. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon.
Hey, hi. Yes, sorry to add to the late day, but just two things. One about the beautification request along the streetscape. If you could just further annotate the plans that are shown on the proposed property elevation and plan on ANT 111. Right now, that's where it indicates the proposed 7-foot board-on-board fence and the 4-foot high shrubs, but the remainder of the setback area is not noted at all as to what the materiality will be. So if you could just add a bit more clarity on what the proposed plan is for the setback area between the fence and the sidewalk, that would be helpful. And the dish antenna is being located at 86 feet. It's represented on the tower elevation on ANT 103, but it's not represented, for instance, on the photo renderings provided that simulate the higher tower. We still only see 2 rings of antennas as opposed to 3. And I think it's important that that gets updated for the record, that we have a visual simulation showing all 3 of the rings of antenna.
Wow, I didn't catch that. Thank you. All right. What was the question I had? Okay. Okay, any other comments or questions?
Chief
from
Daly
the-
had his hand up before. I don't know if you
Oh,
want to do it
I
now. with
don't
the
see,
neighbors.
I don't, you can have him. I don't see Chief Daly here.
Yeah, he's there.
Oh, okay, Chief Daly. Sorry, yes.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I forgot to lower the hand before. Sorry about that.
Oh, you
No
good?
comment.
Oh, okay,
I'm good. Thank
Okay,
you.
good.
All right, so you have
Okay,
no comment. We don't need any fire department sign off on this, do we? Okay. All right, let's go to public.
Put up on the screen, John, Steve. I was going to say John. I don't know where that came from. The case we are currently discussing is 2022 8BZ 183-01 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. This is a variance to permit an enlargement of an existing cellular monopole and excess of the permitted height requirements. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 845-0550-3961 #. At the next prompt, you will press the #sign. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in. If you are already in the Zoom room, please raise the little Zoom hand that is at the bottom of your screen. Okay, let me put my timer on.
Okay, so while we are waiting for the public to call in, we typically would hear Mr. Euler call in, but while we are waiting, Mr. Fisher, how much time do you think you would need to respond to all the comments?
2 weeks, a month to be safe.
Okay. I will take it as a month. We don't want to have too many hearings, just try to answer all the questions and comments that's been raised.
Yes, thank you.
And there was a question that Commissioner Shibata had raised about beautification and like some improvements. So you need to also respond to that in your comments. The feasibility of it, or why not feasible, which you mentioned is footprint, the site constraint limits the ability to do that. But I think he was thinking more in terms of, yes, is Commissioner Shibata here?
Sure, I was certainly talking about how the impact on the neighborhood,
We can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm not sure why. I was certainly talking about the input on the neighborhood, the impact on the neighborhood. So if you can show me some beautification, or if it's impossible, I'd like to have a very clear explanation of why, because I've seen certain structures be covered in certain aspects in a way that's much more easier on the eye. I'm sure you guys can figure something out to appease the neighborhood.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. We will look at that and respond.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have members of the public in the waiting room with their hands up.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Steve? Oh, which one is that one? Is that Joe?
Hello.
Oh, that's Hello, Mr. Euler?
Yes, it is.
Hey, how are you, sir?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
May I speak? Okay, my name is Henry Euler. I'm the president of the Auburndale Improvement Association. The sites and the application lies within the boundaries of my civic organization. I'm also the third vice chair of Queens Community Board 11, but I'm only representing my civic association with this testimony. I heard the review session this morning, and I appreciate all the comments that the commissioners have made about this case. I especially appreciate Commissioner Shabeta and Commissioner Yuen comments about how the tower will look once it's raised above the building. We were very much worried about how the monopole is going to look once it's raised up. I understand that it's necessary to do this because you want to increase service to the area. But it's also going to look kind of ugly, in my opinion, because you're also adding another carrier, and it's raising the height by 50%. It's raising it from 70 feet to 106 or 107 feet. So whatever you can do to make it look better, would be appreciated. I've seen monopoles and I've seen other cell towers that they've kind of made into look like trees. They paint the tower pole brown and they add fake branches, and even though we all know they're not real trees, it just kind of looks better. So maybe that's something you can consider. The community board heard this case a year ago. Today's actually the anniversary. And they put in 3 conditions into the motion to approve this particular application. And one of the, I think Vice Chair Chanda mentioned them this morning. She said that it's very important to keep the site clean and as beautified as possible. We need to work on the graffiti, make sure it's removed and monitored, and we need to make sure that the fencing is secure. Well, I've been visiting the site regularly during the last year, and your site is messy all the time. You have not removed the graffiti that's inside the fencing. It's been there for a whole year. You were told by the community board that that was not acceptable, and yet you've done nothing about it, and the problem persists. We're very upset about it. I really feel it shows a lack of respect for the community. This is a residential zone. The people that live in the community work very hard to keep their places looking good, and so it behooves you to also make sure that the site is clean and free of graffiti. Now, with regards to the fencing, I went to visit the site, and I've seen that on the east side of the pole, the hotel there has put up a 4-foot-high black metal fence with some vegetation that they planted to make it look nicer. So I went to the back of the fence where it meets the facade of the building, and there's no more shrubbery at that point. Anybody could just jump over that fence and get into your site. I think even I could do it. And there's also a gap in the fencing in the front. Where the chain link fence ends in the front, there's a gap. It's only about 8 or 9 inches. And then the hotel fence starts. And any skinny kid could get through that. I couldn't get through it, but a skinny kid could. And it's a dangerous thing, and it has to be fixed. It has to be made secure. So I'm just not very happy with this application at this point. I hope to see much more improvement over the course of the coming months. I hope to see it continuously being cleaned. I hope to see no more graffiti. I hope to see a fence that's erected that will keep your site out of view from the community with all the wires hanging in there. So I'm hopeful, but I will be watching, and I'm thanking everybody for listening to me today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Euler. Mr. Euler is an exemplary citizen. He really does take care of his neighborhood, and he is very thorough in his review of the site conditions, and we appreciate your feedback on this. And as I mentioned, when you keep the site very clean, it really sends a notice that somebody's watching and the site is secured. So miscreant activities, if at all were to happen or be even thought of, would be put to bed. So, and I think that is why we are all collectively asking you to provide a much more robust and very, that is absolutely feasible and doable, a robust maintenance and operation plan for this site, and also all the beautification improvements that both Commissioner Shibata and Commissioner Yoon have asked. So I think that's really where this application lies, and you will get a lot of buy-in from the community when you do provide those improvements also.
Yes, we thank you, and we thank Mr. Euler for his comments. We're going to do both in terms of responding to all the board's comments, and also in the interim, get out to the site and make sure that we're addressing the current conditions.
Yes, thank you. And again, just don't do the improvement while we are in hearing. The improvements needs to continue well past the hearing, all throughout continuously. So that's why do put together a thing, and we will make it part of the condition. All the improvements and site improvements that you have been proposed. So please do not propose something that is not possible. Propose something that is absolutely doable and will be done.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay. You said it will take you 2 weeks to 1 month. We will do our best, but I think 1 month is more realistic, so that you have this absolutely, signed, sealed, and delivered kind of thing.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. A month seems right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, we're good?
I think so. Do we have any
Okay.
other? Oh, Mr. Euler's hand is up. I'm assuming, well, he can't speak. We have already given him 3 minutes. So,
Yeah.
But do we have any other public participants? I didn't see any.
No.
Okay, all right.
Okay, if there's no more questions, this concludes the public hearing for September 13th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for your patience. It's been a very, very long hearing, Monday, Tuesday, so I really appreciate you sitting through this. Thank you all. Thank you all for your
Thank you,
participation.
everyone. Have a
Thank you.
pleasant
Take
evening.
care.